Okay, who's ready to see something new? Something kind of different, but I'm pretty buzzed for it. Do y'all like new setups? Do y'all like new shiny things? I most definitely do. So have a look at this. What is up, one and all? Welcome back for the final week of Midweek Muster. I thought, let's do something special. Now, I could go the way of like revealing new things happening in the future, but that'll have to wait. No, what we got here is pretty cool. We have got a brand spanking new laptop, top of the end. We're talking literally the best GPU, CPU, whole kit and caboodle you can get inside of this bad boy. We are working with PC specialists for the next month or two on this, and we're going to be working from this laptop for quite a few streams. Actually, we're going to mix it up, so we're going to have some where everything is running from this. So right now, the stream, the gameplay, all of it is all just going to be ran off of this laptop. And then a few integrations in, we're actually going to flip things up and actually integrate it into our 2PC setup to see how it functions there. But this is really cool, guys. Like, this is top of the end, right? So we've got the AMD 9HX3D, the top end CPU, literally the best one you get is 9950X3D on the go. On top of that, we've got the 5090 mobile in here from NVIDIA. You know I do like to rock AMD, but I think they don't mind me saying there's an area that they are falling behind in. They need to catch up on the laptop side. We literally went for the best we can get in this. Everything is juiced up. We've also got a liquid cooler over here to keep things nice and cool. And I just realized I've pointed the blowout end at me, so it's going to get hot as the day goes on for me, at least. But you guys will be chill. But this is pretty cool. Really big shout out, guys. If you haven't heard, PC Specialist is a perfect way to get your hands on pre-builds, and you can configure them however you want as well. Whether it's a laptop, game PC, all-in-one systems, they do all of them, and they do cater, I believe, all Europe, and they might even be globally, but a little bit more pricey to do so, especially with, like, mind you, NA people, a little bit tough all around no matter what you try to import. Yeah, pretty cool. Like, I've been excited about this. I've been just like, zip. I've been holding on, not revealing the secret too soon. I didn't think this one detail out. Like, I've got my microphone here, but I've got the laptop down. So this might get a little bit awkward this week. I might try and rejig and figure it out. This is where actually the headset microphone would have been better, because then I could have looked down at all times and bada bing, bada boom. So like what I'm going to do is, like, for the casting commentary, I'm going to have the monitor. My main monitor is going to have the gaming elements on it. Everything else is here. So you guys can actually see, like, I don't know if you can actually see the cursor. It's kind of small. But yeah, we've got the OBS, we've got the chat, we've got everything there. So it's all showing. But yeah, this is freaking awesome. Really excited for this. And really big shout out to PC Specialist. By the way, if you guys do look at this as the week's going, like, dude, I want one of these too, make sure you click the link. We've got it down the panels. It'll occasionally pop up in chat. Exclamation mark PCS will also get you there. And you can have a look at their lineup. They've got so many different PCs. They allow you a lot of configuration. And it's a phenomenal partner to have as part of the experience. But you know what? As we get ready for the first game, it turns out it's actually a really busy week, and I don't know why. Why does the chat keep doing that? I had to import everything across to the laptop, but when I did, apparently somewhere in there it got a little bit funky. You might have also noticed there is someone that just popped up in chat. We have got another sponsor joining us for the week. It is, of course, one of my favorites. It's Gigabyte. We work with them all the time. They actually like power my main PC. Also, you can get Gigabyte parts on PC Specialists. So, gonna let you guys in on a little secret. If you want to get your hands on a bloody good deal right now, they actually have a cool gaming bundle. So, I didn't actually set the capture of Opera GX up ahead of time, so let's go ahead and do that now. So, if you guys actually want to just upgrade your individual components instead of get a full PC from PC Specialists, instead you can have a look at Gigabyte. They're working with a bunch of different vendors, and right now, you can get your hands on these amazing pieces, which will also give you access to a bunch of games. So you can see here actually how you qualify. If you go for the 1970s, you'll be able to tick your box off on all these. The Metal Gear Solid, you're going to have the Hell Is Us. Alters just came out. That's been really popular with a lot of people. Very funky, different style of game. RoboCop, I didn't even know about Rogue City. I'm going to have to check that one out myself. But, you know, I can speak and attest to just how good these are. I haven't got the 1970s, but I have got the 7900 XTX from Gigabyte. That sadly does not qualify, so I won't be able to get the games. But I do have their Aorus Elite motherboard, this one over here. This is the one that actually powers our main PC. So if you guys are in the market to actually upgrade individual components instead of a full PC, be sure to go ahead and check out Gigabyte, exclamation mark Gigabyte in the chat. Always click on those links, go have a look at them. It's pretty cool. You can save yourself a decent little chunk of cash on the purchases and get yourself a bunch of games alongside it. So really big shout out to them for coming through as well. But you know what? I think you guys what you really came for is the Age of Empires 4. Am I right? But you know, like, you came for the Age of Empires 4, but you'll stay for the shiny tech stuff. Also, by the way, this whole setup, whole config, in terms of camera capture, etc., is being powered by Elgato. We've got a main camera. We've got a secondary camera. You can't see it anymore. It's actually slightly hidden. But it's the one actually capturing all this. So if it all looks crisp and clear, it's because, once again, you know, Elgato delivers, as they always do. And we'll also be using them for the cross-integration in the coming days. I'm going to use this bad boy. This is the new 4KX. So that's going to allow us to, like, loop the laptop into the PC. But for now, we deal in the one PC setup. What the hell is Age of Empires 4, right? We're a tech stream now. We're done with AoE 4. More money in the laptop business, baby. Oh, I just realized I never pulled the sticker off. How do you guys feel about laptop stickers? You know, like the protective piece? I feel like I always leave this one on. I don't want to ruin it. It's also got fancy LED lights on the underside. So we're kicking up the game now. I mean, kicking off with Doomy versus Jif music. We've got sort of up against Lash happening in a little bit. We'll catch that one live. But for now, we just had to check in on the manliest man from the Isle of Man to see how he's going to be able to do. Oh. It's meant to be sour gummy, but tastes like something else. Oh. Bit weird. You sticker off and keep it clean. I don't know, like, maybe if it gets a little bit dirty, then you take the sticker off. I don't know. I can't decide if I want to peel it. Hey, I'll tell you this, though. Like, there is something about when you take, like, stickers off, right? It is appealing. I hate myself. Anyway, let's get ready for the first game. My game's taking a bit to load up. I'm going to have to get used to the keyboard, because, like, laptop keyboards are very different, right? But this is going to be great, guys. Like, this laptop is going to be phenomenal for when we're on the go. Because, you know, I do travel to esports events, and there's probably not going to be grand amounts of opportunities to do, like, streams because my days are busy. But when we do have off days, etc. like that, and when there is a little bit of downtime, that's when I can actually boot this baby up, and we can actually do some content while being away at events, which is pretty awesome. So, let's have a look and see what we got here. Because we are starting off with Atacama this week in the Midweek Musters. And it looks like the opening game is going to be Byzantines versus Rus. How do you report the stream? Bruh. Oh, yeah, actually, I can help you. You should report me. Okay, so I'm going to run you through how you report, right? So what you need to do, you're going to need to... You see how, like, when you're watching the stream, when you go down below, there's a button that says, you know, subscribe. Yeah, so that's like subscribing to the report system. So if you click on there and then you go in, and what you want to do is you want to subscribe at the tier 3 because the tier 3 gives priority report, and then I'll be banned. There you go. That's pretty much the solution. New PC, hell yeah. Yo, what's up, Secundus? Feel like it's been a while, buddy. Should we get ready for this game? We've even set them up. I love to have sponsors popped up on screen like that. I was having a heart attack at first because I was trying to figure out early on. Oh my god. How is it no matter? Like, it's a completely new PC and OBS still does this. I need to... Oh god, I can't wait to get the scenes updated. I might just accelerate doing that in the next day or two. This is comical. It feels nice to have, like, a sponsor up on the screen here. Let's get ready to go. Boop. They're on the right side? Yes, they are. And in we go to the final week of Midweek Muster. I cannot believe this. This is crazy, guys. We've been doing this now for 30 weeks. I don't know what's next. I don't know what we're going to do, but we're going to find out together, and we're going to kick off the week in style with Benny Boy making an appearance up against Jif. Now, this is an interesting one, actually. Jif is a little bit of a rising star. I don't know if star is the right word yet. He needs to prove himself. But the thing about Jif is he's been grinding. He's been pumping hard, and he's recently started to sign up for these weeklies and for tournament play. Very capable player. Before this, he was seen as maybe like a 1 or 2 trick type guy, but he's really been just trying to expand and become a more robust, complete player. And I love that. I love that we're actually still getting, new people come up. This year, a lot of people kind of focus on the idea that we'd be seeing all these StarCraft boys coming across, and the scene was becoming even more StarCraftified. But I like to believe that there's more stars on the rise from internal than external. And Atacama is an interesting map, folks. So if you remember, we actually featured this several weeks ago, actually several months ago at this stage, but it was bugged in that if you used the wrong spawn type, these sacred sites were not correctly spawning. They were spawning next to your base. This is how it's meant to look. Rus versus Byzantines is an interesting one. And this is actually an experience that Dumu has had himself in the EGC Masters Summits. He learned the hard way against Numidan just how painful this matchup can be. The shoe's on the other foot, so it's an opportunity to stick that boot right up his opponent's, because Rus struggle against this Byzantine Javelin Kira Siphon all-in timing if they go for Fast Castle. And I imagine that's exactly what he wants to do. He could, by the way, go for an outrageously effective double deer push. Yeah, I guess this is like our farewell to the double deer push. Because this, I don't know. We don't know exactly when the patch is coming, but this could be the final week. And we're opening up with a map that spawns them like this. Oh my goodness. I don't remember it always being this consistently close. This is ludicrous. Aren't you casting EGC from home? Yes. EGC gets cast remotely. I don't know what that has to do. What? Because of, I travel, basically. So this new laptop sponsor we've got is going to be really handy when I actually go on a plane to somewhere else. Because although AoE 4 is mostly remote, there are plenty of games that are not. Wait, do we have confirmation of a patch release now? I didn't see that. So Dumu, they're already going for this. Wait, 4 on System? That's kind of nuts. 4. Guys, for comparison, you usually put 1 or 2. 4 is bonkers. I'm a little bit shocked by this. 4 villages on stone this early. I mean, this is one hell of an accelerant. We'll see if it works out. Grand Winery is going to be on the way. Golden Gate has already been initiated by Jif, and Jif is also shoving in all the deer. Oh my god. There's going to be nothing left. That's crazy. So double deer shove, no pro scouts required. Technically should actually make this game a lot harder for Dumu. I'm curious to see what his counterplay ultimately is going to be. I mean, it's definitely an interesting innovation to be rushing out a stone like this. And he's trying to be as efficient as possible about just keeping everything close together, right? He doesn't actually want to go for the maximum value of heading all the way out to this berry, for example. He just wants the scale point of level 5 as quickly as he can get it. Atacama is an interesting map, though. I did want to see more of this, and I want to use more of it in the weeklies, but they still haven't fixed the issue with the way it spawns. And what I mean by that is there is a setting where you can choose to spawn together or spawn randomly. Now, that setting is meant to be for team games, but for some reason, it can be selected in 1v1s. And if you select the wrong one, what it does is it spawns the map incorrectly. So, we were a little bit hesitant to bring this back just because if players get confused or they forget, whoops. And then on top of that, although there is a call for remake option when the spawn is wrong, a lot of players just weren't doing it, weirdly enough, because they just didn't know what the right spawn was. What was this mini hideout? This is like hideout if hideout was good, I guess, in a way. Yeah, because you've got this fat tree line, but it's not embedding you in it. Rouge can, in theory, be really good because you move out later, you set up the hunting cabins, but the big challenge is going to be that move out, right? It's a big distance. You can feel a little bit exposed if you try to greedily rush there. But speaking of greed, oh my god. Come on. What? That's absurd. Seems like a heavy macro map. It can be. It's also a raid-oriented map because you don't actually have much wood, right? So it kind of brings in elements of like a hideout, but also elements of a prairie. I guess that can make it a little bit confusing, or like, actually not confusing, but unique, shall we say. It's very polarizing in some ways. But I like to think that means that there's just options on the table. You can either play aggro or defensive, but you have to be very careful about how you choose to play defensive because of that aforementioned lack of wood. Now, Jiff, he is going to be having the wooden fortress coming in. No wonder. Other side, yeah, so it was 2cc after all from Dimmu. What an interesting build. And, you know, I could have understood where it's come from maybe against, like, Roos Pro Scouts, but this is minus Pro Scouts. Was the thought process for Dimmu that because there's so much deer and it would be a deer shove, he wouldn't be able to do any damage with that rush timing? So instead, he's chosen to play a macro game. I mean, I could definitely see where he's coming from. You know, you have to remember that for going Pro Scouts, you save 450 resources. That's substantial, right? That's basically a quarter of what you need to go into a Castle Age build. So that means you're probably on average getting there like a minute sooner. And that means, what, 4 less javelins? Your Kira Siphon time is going to be a bit wonky. By the time you'd arrive, like in theory, a Roos player could have 5, 6, 7 men at arms out to defend. We do now have the high trade house coming in. Yeah, it's not good like this. So here's the thing. Right now, you want to say, KP, the number on that is going to suck. Is it? Is it really? The more interesting thought is, what the hell is that villager pull? I don't know if that was a misclick. 14 on a high trade house is pretty aggressive regardless. He must have scouted the 2TC play, and now this is a reactionary element. And you know what? That's the reaction I need out of you, chat, right now. You see that? That little link that just popped up? We are working with Gigabyte this week. I love working with Gigabyte, folks. They're one of my favorite brands to actually get involved with. They have a deal for you right now. Some of their newest lines, their 9070s, as well as their latest motherboards. If you buy them, you can get them cheaper, and you can also get your hands on a gaming bundle. That's a bunch of games for free by purchasing. So go check them out. So what's the game strat now for Dimmu? Just like a hunker down, scale javelins, limitane, eventually go castle, I guess? Tricky part about that, and Jiff has read it correctly, is that means he gets relics. It should be, in theory, very hard to block them, considering the timings here. Like, first jabs are coming out. Maybe you can camp one relic, but like what should happen here is Jiff should either get the northern relic or there's someone down here. This one's probably the only one I'd be surprised if he could grab, just because it's so close to the enemy base. Jiff. He isn't having to worry about any pressure, right? Like you can see the Limitane being kept on guard because right now he's paranoid that Jiff's going to come at him with, you know, knights or horse archers, etc. But it shows you the difference it makes when you don't have to go Pro Scouts, right? Like, the weird thing is, by not having to go Pro Scouts, it makes your push timing weaker? Does that make sense? In that, like, because you've rushed the Castle Age even quicker, you have less raw economy to work with to do things with. You have less Golden Gate tickets to work with to convert. It's a weird problem to have. So, 98 gold in the end, by the way. So, respectable number, nothing too absurd. How's the stream quality, by the way? Are we bossing? I just want to check. You guys are getting, like, peak quality here, right? Because we are basically running all this off of a laptop. We're recording locally at high quality. We're streaming. We've obviously got the game running. And it's all being done by one single gaming laptop. That's pretty impressive. This is cute. Wait, is he going 2TC on a delay? Okay, wait. Before dealing with anything, though. I'm starting to think Jiff doesn't respect the Byzantine eco. That's very dangerous. That's very bold what he's doing. And what's interesting is, like, right now, I think Dimmu, you know, the thing he's probably muttering is, please don't be men-at-arms, please don't be men-at-arms. That's the thing that would make sense for Jiff. Instead, he's building into more horse archers. He thought about archers for a second. The Warrior Monk play should pay off reasonably well. Yeah, he's got a second relic on the way up here. This one as well. And he did snatch the relic from closest to Dimmu's base. I'm kind of baffled. I'm eating my words there because I did not think he'd be able to. Dimmu is apparently not paying attention to that. Yeah, so the Warrior Monk just scurries on by unnoticed. And oh no, I've still got Steam overlays on, haven't I? I'll fix that after this one. I totally forgot because it's a new PC. Actually, I don't think it's the... I know what it is. It's with the game capture. Because it can capture extra things. There we go. I've turned it off now. So I'll still get harassed by Steam overlays, but you guys won't. Also, it's weird that they came up on the top left. I don't... Is that default behavior? I thought default behavior was always bottom right. Okay, so we are now finally getting this man-at-arms with 2TC. He's definitely got enough food to work with. Other side of this, the funny thing is like Dumu is actually just kind of very light on javelins, and it's because of this. He's eating all the deer. And it's going to give him a decent time. And Golden Horn Town now coming through. We've already got a ridiculous economy lead, right? It's 52 to 40 workers. So not just that, though. On top of it, remember, he's got the system buff to add another 25% worker force in there. So another 12 or 13 villages. Now, Jiff, he has got a lot of passive income. Looks like one of them is at least going to get denied, though. Finally, Warrior Monk does get harassed. Javelin's going to be ambitious about this and regret it. Horse Archers will win this type of fight, guys. Like, you just don't have the numbers to beat them back. Good stabbing. Jiff, a little bit immobile, though. Would love to see him just kind of start stepping more so that those type of moments don't happen. And I think I just went deaf there. I might have to turn down the volume a bit. Why are the Wololols so loud and everything else is not? Has anyone else noticed that? That was absurdly loud. Now, with the Golden Horn Tower completed, Dumu is holding a lot of resources in reserve, but that's just the nature of all this gathering. It's going to be put to work. We are going to get Limitane. He's going to stick to the Javelin Pump, and it just makes sense, right? Like, Javelins counters out the Horse Archers nicely. The interesting part is, like, the Men-at-Arms. If Jiff does scale this, it's going to mean Dumu's probably going to do what I usually consider to be one of the weirder comps, which is Javelin Crossbow. It sounds weird, right? But it actually works really well against Horse Archer Men-at-Arms. It just means you have no front line. But the idea is meant to be, it doesn't matter you don't have a front line because they can't reach you. He might throw in a few trash tier units like Limitane along the way, but like at the core, it's the crossbow plus Jav to win. But now, doesn't feel like the counter's high enough to threaten him though. Does see the first Men-at-Arms. And Jiff is missing something a little bit important. Can you guys figure out what it is? Because he hasn't. There's no blacksmith. Oh, wait, there is. He's just not using it. Okay, that kind of makes matters worse, though. Yeah, the blacksmith's pretty important here. Like, up against the Javelin exchange, I mean, they're going to be mitigating a lot of your damage. You have to keep in mind, like, Byzantine is one of those civs that, like, accelerates you towards these tech timings urgently. And then the other thing is also things like the Undermesh here, right? Like, the Undermesh level 2 is going to be huge up against this Horse Archer mass on the Limitane. Starts to skirmish on the backside. Jiff is going to be able to push him away. And we have got sneak outs. Jiff is playing wider onto the ball now. And there is a move over there from extra troops. So Dumu just trying to turn this into a multi-front assault. Weird to see him sacking the javelins, by the way. Like, you'd think the Limitane would be the disposable unit. Finally does start to turn around. Now, with the archer count going up like this, I wonder if there's a world in which Dumu just goes, like, Jav Kata? It's a little bit funky. He definitely has the food, though, with the deer. I mean, it looks like he's just saving up to straight up imp at this rate. Like, what is that economy? He's going to lose the front force. But it's kind of crazy when you look at the fact that he's almost still got a similar count of military. But the economy is booming. Olive Grove's now coming in. He's still holding basically about half what he'd need to go into Imperial. And he is apparently just focusing on playing the wide flanks here. So, can Jiff survive this? I think for Jiff to survive, he has to attack. Going Men-at-Arms is a solid play for Roos, but using it just to stay in your base doesn't ever work. Because you're just like, with most civs, it doesn't work. If you go Men-at-Arms, you have to use them, right? Because otherwise, you're like signaling what you're doing and then saying, counter me. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. I think the main one would be English Men-at-Arms because Armorclad is that good. But for most, like, MAA is a limited time play in Castle Age. And he's going to look to wield it. Demi, meanwhile, is going to those aforementioned cataphracts. We do have Mangonel emplacements on the way to protect the farmlands. Although it's not yet fortified, and that's an expensive investment. Jif showing a lot of respect right now, but what he needs to be doing is getting into that base. Spearmen are going to draw some attention, and the Mangonel emplacement has come in. Counterfrags are going to distract. Saint's Blessing is going to be there, so the men-at-arms can contest, but the Archer's now diving, looking for the worker kills. Getting walloped in the face by this emplacement. It's not going to be too effective, and I think the problem right here is that weird little dive with the Limitane by Dimmu actually bought a lot of time. Jif's second wave was just camping here. So, yeah, he stops the raid, but now he's missing that second punch. He will at least find a few worker kills, so gets some value out of the Archers, does at least get the info that it's Kades, and is now pivoting into crossbows aggressively. The Military Academy is being prepped, so Dimmu, I imagine we're going to be looking at, what, more Limitane just to trash the fight a bit? Kades is also interesting here against small groups of crossbows. They can actually counterplay them because you just trample onto them. So you just charge in, you get right on top of them, and then all of a sudden the fact they're meant to counter you doesn't really work out. So I like that Jif for that reason is going Spearman because that's going to be the thing that will stop the charge through. And interesting moves from Jif. I guess he's just frustrated by these raids. This is the tricky thing about the Spearmen of the Byzantines. That extra movement speed allows them to be very fluid raiders on wide maps like this. The Undermesh is about to come in. So Jif finally got towards some blacksmith techs in the end, but some of the tier 1s. He still has a like raw damage disadvantage here. It's at least making up for it in military count. The thing that concerns me is that this raid, Dimmu is going to peak a lot quicker because of the 2TC system efficiency. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jif is strong, right? He got 5 relics. He's Ruse. But Imp's going to arrive quicker for Dimmu. And the other thing that's important within that, guys, my oh my, this Civ, when it hits Imp, versus Ruse when they hit him. Ruse, for a while, felt good for this, like, masterful mass siege in Imp type build. That doesn't play too well into Byzantines because they have access to the best anti-siege weapon that exists in Age of Empires 4 nowadays. That is, of course, the Royal Cannon. It is a phenomenal tool and an easy way of shutting down. Let's just checking YouTube in the background there. So with that in mind, if Jif wants to play into the next stage, I think he needs to find a way of not relying on siege. It needs to be more about cavalry. And that, by the way, is why the Javelin contract for Byzantines is so good against the Rus. The Javelins deal with a lot of the early play really well, but the Camelanese guarantees that cavalry doesn't feel great either for Rus later on. Oh, Dimmu. Look at this count of cataphracts. Speaking of which, they see an opening. They charge straight onto the crossbows. The spearman line wasn't there. 10 of them, and they were all split on the sides. So Dimmu pulls them all back now. The spearmen, the camels, they're going to follow up. Jif losing a lot of firepower quickly in this fight. He's got 17 crossbowmen remaining, but the javelins are targeting them down. Military count just evened up, and now the lead is with Dimmu, and the pump is on. Level 5 system production plus military academy with 2,000 plus food income. There's no denying it. There is a vomit of troops coming from the Byzantine Empire. And it is going to be focused on anti-range. We've got the veterancy for horsemen coming through. Jif is going to keep reproducing spearmen. He's got the right call there. But this is scary right now. He's retreating into his main. And look at the tree line, folks. This is ridiculous. 28 workers. And Dimmu, he's about to find it. Starts to move in. Seek Shelter's going to be used. The trample is off cooldown, so Dimmu could use it to chase here. He's going to turn with the javelin to Ranjian just to conflict with this. Which means the cavalry get to massacre the workers, and the lead is building. On top of that, we've got a Kada chasing. It's going to reveal the farms as well. And Jif, I'm a bit worried here. Militarily, what just happened to his front line? Trample's going to come through. He left an opening again. Okay, Dimmu, I mean, we Brits, we get harped on, we get mocked for how bad we are at football, but you give us an open goal and we'll shoot to score. And that's exactly what Beneboy just done twice in this game. The first time down the center, and the second time when he just wraps in on a delay from behind. Almost like Jif had short-term memory loss about what just happened to his workers. Well, he's going to get a refresher. For the second time, the woodworker force gets taken down. And Jif will get taken out. Woo! Feisty game number 1, man. That was kind of crazy the way that accelerated. Accelerated a lot quicker than I was expecting, actually. So what do we call that one? Could that one be an interesting one? I might just call that Dumu shoots the open goal. Or like what scoring an open goal looks like in Age of Empires 4, maybe? That works pretty well. Why am I not using the desktop PC? Because we're partnering up with PC Specialists to try out the latest and greatest laptop. This thing is like top of the line. I mean, why not, man? Like, when we reached out and we pitched this to them, they were excited about it, as was I. Because I've been looking for a laptop to use on the go so that, like, on off days, if I'm not working too hard in an event, not always the case, but if this is the case, I'll have a laptop that I can use to stream with you guys when I'm out of the country. But in the meantime, I wanted to test it and see how it functions when we are at home. And so far, it's looking peak. And yes, very smart there from Zhao. !PCS, be sure to go check them out. If you use my code Pigeon, you can even get a little bit of money off. And it also lets them know that I sent you. But even just perusing their wares, definitely recommend going and have a look at them. They've got a long, wide line of laptops. And whoopsie, didn't mean to hit that scene. And the laptops are pretty incredible, but even the desktops. I think they even have all-in-one PCs. I've never tried an all-in-one PC, but if you're a little bit more compact on space, it could be the way to go. Some people prefer the laptop method, but obviously laptops have a little bit less overall maximum power potential than going for the all-in-one PCs. But I've been impressed so far. Like, if we're being totally real, could you guys tell that this was all happening on a laptop? If I didn't have it on the screen like this, would you know that this was all being done on a laptop? Because that's the question you got to ask yourself. And if the answer is no, that's pretty bloody impressive. Because it's all in one. And by the way, like, we'll be integrating it into our full setup a week or two from now. We'll be trying a 2PC setup. So what I'll then do is I'll even try to go higher in the detail with the recordings. And then we'll, like, use the PC for the gameplay. And I'll be using this bad boy. Big shout out to Elgato, who's basically powering all of our camera work. By the way, oh my god. The other thing with this laptop, like, I don't have OLED. Like, the monitor that I've got up here is my secondary, is just a standard, bog standard IPS. I need OLEDs, man. I freaking need OLEDs. The difference in color, even on something as simple as the icon on the desktop between Age of Empires 4 on my normal PC and this was crazy. Like, the vibrancy in color was super sick. But you know what? Let's get ready to go. I do need to put the score in. One thing that I am having to get used to here is, like, with this setup, I basically have got, instead of having left-right monitor setup, I've got something that, for me, feels a bit weird anyway, is that I've got a top-bottom setup. So, one sec. Let me mark the point on the board for Dimu. And then we'll get ready for Frisian. Das Deutschland, yeah? And then we need to flip the score, don't we? All right, let's get ready to go. I'll admit it, a rough start for Jiff. We hyped him up, but maybe there's still hope, folks, because we have got game number 2 on our screen, and it is going to be Jeanne d'Arc going up against the Malians. Or, as many of us feel these days, the Maldians. This Civ never seems to really fall off. Have you guys noticed that? That Malians have never really had a time where they felt irrelevant for quite a long time. Not as long as the likes of Roos, mind you, which Doom was able to dispatch in game number 1. Jean, on the other hand, is an intriguing pick. I feel like we've been seeing a bit more Jean here now compared to old Frisian, which is intriguing considering that trade should be harder. But I think conceptually the idea is if you were to do trade, your opponent would have to contest it, and that lets you farm him. But the reality is, actually, we don't often see trade at all from Jean. We have seen a few outpost rushes, but Jiff doesn't seem to be interested in that. Which is a little bit interesting, folks. Like, if you have not watched Jiff's gameplay, he done a phenomenal job in one of the qualifiers, actually, some of his earlier games. was a pristine show of just how aggressive of a player he can be. He's not all in like a Vortex, but he's very focused on these timing attacks, right? So scales into aggro, and boom, we are getting that aggro. So Rack's beginning to be expected here. Like when you're playing up against Malians, there's just too much value not to do it. Yeah, especially on Frisian. Frisian, ever since it got fixed, we don't really get these back spawning golds anymore from what I've been seeing. So you can reliably target down your opponent's gold. And this, by the way, would be sick for an outpost rush if you can get it. Double gold forward. Dumu got unlucky. This is a bit more fortunate when you get this type of spawn, where it's a little bit of a split gap so that you can't be fully exploited by one tower. And it is going to be the outpost rush. All right. I'm hyped. I'm curious to see how he can execute this because players have admittedly been getting a little bit better at dealing with it by going for the Rax play. But the problem for Dumu, that Rax play is not actually very effective against Jean. Normally, when someone pulls a villager against you, you scale Donzos because the javelin throws can kill the villager before they build a tower. The villager has 50 HP, so it's understandable why you could kill it. How do you kill something with 150 HP? You know, if I needed to keep a dossier on proof of how and why Jean is a witch, that's one of the variables that goes in there. Why is she so different? Why is she so much more chunky? Does she look like she's like got more brawn in the muscles and the legs? Has she got like the full belly treatment to just give her a little bit of padding? No. She just looks like a standard villager, but she never dies like one. And remember, the other awkward thing is like if you're throwing javelins at your opponent, there's gaps. And that means in the gaps, the windups, the 15 seconds to wait, your opponent would also heal. So yeah, I like that Dumu didn't even try to contest this. It would have been horrible to attempt. And Jiff, he gets full claustrophobic on that gold as well, by the way. Didn't try to play it loose. I actually like that. If you placed it here, then it's only a threat once you get into arrow slits, which requires H2. Oh, I forgot to change volume. Can someone remind me? Because I'm being a Muppet today. We need to change volume at the end of this game. And then I also... I think we're not on panoramic now that I think about it. I feel like I don't need to really zoom. Yeah, I think because it reset my settings, I think we're on classic. A second one? Okay, that's actually kind of genius if you think about it. Because building gets XP for Jean, right? The alternative would have been walking all the way home. So by doing it this way, and did he do it correctly? If he's in range, which I think he is, he'll get the XP for the kill on the pit mine. He's getting the XP for the outpost construction. This is well crafted. Let's find out. Yep, there you go, 15 XP gained. That's a sick idea, man. What a cool idea. Rags is now coming up as a reaction. And honestly, like at this point, I think you just pull John over to like maybe help burn down outposts. Really? He's going to walk her home. Dog, you're 100 XP away. Come on. It's interesting because I think, like, what? You get 5 XP per house, plus you have the passive XP. By the time you're done burning, Jean be level 2. I love Jiff's idea. I think this is maybe the one weak point that he's presented. If you think about the time it's taking him to walk, right? Like, the passive XP he's going to gain was about 25, right? So that would have left 75. He would have got an extra 20 off of killing these houses, which I think he would have been able to do in time. Jean would have also been a great tank against these Donzos. Because if they accidentally misclick on her, it's just wasted shots. Yeah, this just feels a little bit wasteful. I think that's the only word to use on it. So she'll get back home. She's going to help out the School of Cavalry now. I mean, he could have even built a house here, right? I think, like, actually it's kind of acceptable to build a house. Just to extend you. The tricky part is, like, you always feel like you want John building because building gives her the most XP. In fact, it does so much for her that I believe it's actually banned in competitive to cancel a building and rebuild it with Jean. Because it gives so much XP. Like, seriously, you go test it, you'll see what I mean. You can actually get level 2 ridiculously fast. It's like, there's a lot of situations where it's actually not useful, but there are some where it's, like, ridiculously effective, as it would have been here. I guess the problem with that, like, that rule, and that's why I wish the devs would do something about it, is like the conundrum becomes what's considered an exploit. Like if you start to approach me with a scout, I could be like, oh, I feared for Jean's life. Cancelled outpost, right? You should be able to make houses around the Mansa to get more gold. Why? I'm sorry. What we're in a timeline where 90% of plus of games is Mansa Quarry, and you want more Mansa Quarries. Dog, that's like saying, you know what? Regnant sucked. We need to have 8 relics by default on every map. It's like saying, oh man, you know what? I feel like we're not getting enough knights. Maybe School of Cavalry should have a 40% buff to production rate. You're crazy, man. So is this lady. The fair maiden stands her ground, but Dumu is looking to address it. Beautiful thing about the pit mine existing for a bit, plus the Mansa, it gives him the gold to have gotten into this place. So he does have the siege engineering. We also have got the Musafadi. This is cool. So Musafadi, they're very lean, very cost efficient. They got buffed recently, so they cost less food. It's not a bad solution into Spearman in small quantities in early game, but also great against Jeanne d'Arc herself, while also having relevance against the Knights. It's a very crafty move, so he's going to have enough Donzos to basically brace against any Knight charges, and then the Musafadi can kind of flood in. The importance in Musafadi compared to Donzo is the Musafadi are quicker, so they can chase. Everyone likes Knights? You know, I'm just trying to give the people what they want. Like, I'm pretty sure also people would like to see Mangonels and Springles get buffed. Yeah, and then, what's the other thing I'm forgetting? Town centers. Yeah, actually, no. Actually, the casuals would actually want that. So, double ram. Fandam on the way. I mean, this should be strong enough. And also the awkward part is if you focus fire them down, you're just getting targeted alongside this archer sniping out the spearman already. Jeanne, she's been swarmed. There's no way out. Look at the damage being done here by the Musafadi. Clutch, garrison the outpost, but she can still be chased down here. The ram's going to finish it off. Oh wait, no, she actually died. Am I the only one who thought she got inside the outpost? It looked like she garrisoned for a moment there. I think she did, but she died as she entered because her body's like there, like she ungarrisoned. Yeah, so she actually did get inside. But you guys might remember there's a lot of garrison situations where like if the strike or the attack is a decent percentage through, it will still apply upon garrison. And I think we've all been there, right? Where we get a unit inside and then it falls out dead. We're like, what, why? What a defense by Dimmo, though. A big stopper in Jiff's plan, reset him hard, and now all of a sudden, you know, he's thinking about playing out a fish. Oi, oi. I mean, he's got no sheep, he's got no choice. Tricky part now is, like, if Dimmu just gets a sniff of that, he knows where to look for you. Because remember, Jiff, he did not play pro scouts whatsoever. There shouldn't be a mana cap. Oh god, don't, because then what we'll have is we'll just have people creeping manas across the map, the Lancaster Castle. Actually, no, it doesn't spread the influence right. Thank God. Oh, could you imagine if it was actually like the H3 E repairs and you could just like line formation it? You'd get what will simply be called the Lancaster penis. It would just be they'd build a Lancaster Castle in their base and then they'd build manas through to yours. Things to say to get demonetized in your videos. And whoa, oh god. Guys, what looks wrong with this right now? I'm just going to zoom in so you can really experience it fully and get ready to scream. Also, to admire just how damn good the graphics are on this laptop. That is wheelbarrow-less Jeanne villages running across the entire map. Oh. It pains me deeply. I mean, I get the thought process here. He realizes if he plays the close pawns, he could get harassed because, like, he didn't feel stronger right now. But Dimmu now just gets to take full advantage of this, right? He moves out into the Golden Rush. And I think we're going to be looking at a Fulani Rush, probably. Like, do you actually really need to attack Jiff now is my thought process? Do you not give him more opportunities by attacking? And also, this is Dimmu. I am sure he will not mind me saying he is a man who loves his macro. He likes the idea of being able to play into that mid game. He likes the idea of getting big and plump like a turkey at Christmas. And I think that's exactly what he's going to be looking to do here. I mean, why not? It's free real estate, right? You have at least got the steel arrow coming in from Jiff. So he looks to get offensive, I guess. What's Jiff's thought process? I think he might be worried he's being attacked. That's true. Dumu does love his javelins, his poison javelins in particular. I think he genuinely could just do Fulani. I don't think he's going to by the looks of it, but it's not a bad idea in this matchup. Because then I think you just flood Musafadi with archers, weirdly enough. Add in some sofas as front line. That doesn't mean he's going to need more food, by the way, if this is for Imba. Actually, maybe not, right? He's got access to double gold. The bigger concern is he's going to need more gold, right? Like, he's already munching through. Remember, this vein, like, it's already been depleted by 25%. Think about how long he's actually had access to it. The opening, he couldn't really touch it. Master Noble should recharge over to... Hey, you know what else is missing? Jean should be able to target deploy her units anywhere she wants. We should call it the Spec Ops drop. This is why they need to hire me. Man, he's going extensive over here. This is also not cheap, by the way, for Jean. Remember, it's not like French. These are 50 wood, not 25. And he still doesn't have wheelbarrow. Ah. Okay, I feel pain right now, man. That's so much inefficiency. Yeah, he finally realized it, but this has been going on for 13 minutes. And he's fishing. Remember, you deplete fishing quickly, so, you know, you start off with this mill right next to shoreline fish. All of a sudden, it just disappears like it did here. Jean, age 5, should get to fly over buildings? No, she should just fly in general, guys. Jean, level 5, should become a Pegasus Knight. And then Jean's riders should also become Pegasus Knights, because, like, let's be real, Jean's riders suck. Everyone wants this champion. Level 5 champions, in keeping with the theme, should become Dwarven Warriors from the Berserker clan. Oh, and whenever you use the Divine Arrow, there should be, like, some epic anime music playing, and just a... as the arrow breaks the speed barrier. When Melee Jean does it, it just plays the Attack on Titan music, and she just does the full-on, like, you know, zip in and Beyblade spin moment from Levi. If you've not seen that scene, you missed out. That might rate as one of the most badass anime moves ever in anime history. If you've seen it, you've seen it. If you haven't, maybe I'll show it to you after this and risk getting demonetized on YouTube. So Javelin is fully upgraded. Knights are going to be charging him. Nice little raid here by Jiff, but he has bigger problems coming. Yeah, Dimmu may need to react to this, though. Oh my god, please. Donzo's. Has he only got 1 Rax for Donzo production? He has. Dimmu doesn't give a damn, though. He's heading in. He's got the goggles on. He's ready to dive. Javelin's already arriving. Wheelbarrow's at least there now for Jiff to try and retreat. But weirdly enough, like, usually we see people beat Malians off a little raids like this. It's not going to be good enough. The Javelins are now there. And Dumu has arrived in force. On top of that, the Royal Institute is at least being built on the other side of the map. But the villagers are not safe. He cuts him off. The pathing, he blocks him out from getting a smooth run into safety. And all of a sudden, Dumu finds himself ahead by almost 10 workers, soon to be in excess of 10. Going to force the fight. Jean needs to be careful as well. She can get sniped easy peasy. Down to half HP already. Second flurry comes in. Divine Restoration has to be popped just to survive. Dimmu. This does look like an overextension, yes, but keep in mind, not much XP should be gained out of this. In fact, Jean has to stay far, far away. Donzo's... Oh my god, they just wiped the Knights. What? Jiff, he's not targeting the Donzos. He's A-clicking the archers. The jabs, right? Like, instead of going off the units that he efficiently kills, he got bogged down in A-click. And it made it a much better exchange than Dumu had any right to with this type of positioning. I mean, Jean, she barely got any XP out of that either, right? She can still be sniped if Dumu just targets her right now. Yep. Come on, no. Oh, that is pain. The greed on this man. He's like, ooh, 12 XP. 12 XP. Yeah. No. And all of a sudden, second wave already on the way in a game where Jiff has barely any Knights. He's not vetted them yet. You're going to be up against a bunch of Jav Donzo again. Your gold is on the Ford, remember. He doesn't have any alternate option there. He's moved out for food, not for gold. And finally, he's at least targeting the thing he kills fast. Like, guys, this game looks, I think, drastically different after that dive. If his archers are mopping up the Donzos quicker so he has some Knights left over. I still think Dumu's ahead, but the difference is Dumu's ahead, like, 65, 70%. Right now, it feels like he's 80, 85. It's a 23 jab count. And you played Royal Institute, which means you need scale. Dumu, look at the micro, just sniping more villagers. It doesn't mean it's going to give her a better exchange to Jiff temporarily. But, like, remember, now it's a scaling game, right? One where Dumu can scale substantially faster. Knights are at least going to scare him back. But we have got relics now on the menu for Dumu. And the villagers are fast running out of food. Like, this, I think this just makes Malians so infuriating, right? Like, the idea of having infinite food underneath your TC, even without ranches. And it's all facilitated by the infinite gold. And it's a pretty sustainable rate, right? You get the 75 gold, you get 108 per standard pit mine setup. And the cattle are only like 90 gold. And remember, you get a lot of food on them. You get 500 food. It's a really good exchange when you consider you're getting the gold for free. And then you're converting 90 gold into 500 food. Which very simply defies the logic of all alchemy. Alright, that's just pure BS right there. Actually, maybe not. Does the gold weigh more than the food? Okay, maybe we can justify it. How long can Jiff justify these clashes, though? I mean, it looks good for the moment, but I'm looking at that food income, and that's what scares me, guys. Jiff doesn't need just good fights. He needs ridiculous fights. And he's out of Knights. Okay, is there like a switch that makes sense for him? The most obvious one in my brain, I want to say, is Horseman, but we just highlighted he has food issues, not gold issues. Relics. I tell you who's never going to have gold issues is Dumu. 5 relic gaming and the 8k pit mine being secured with housing. Is there anything that's going wrong? No, come on. At least give him the kill. One thing I will say about this strategy is when I watch it, it almost feels like... I don't want to say you're going the hard way about, but you kind of are, right? Like, you're just building javelins into knights. But it shows you how good they are, that you can just build javelins into knights and still be winning. It's kind of ridiculous. And by the way, it's no surprise to me that it's getting nerfed. If you guys didn't see my patch notes video, ! patch notes, you can find it there. There's an interesting change coming to javelins, and I think it's a necessary one. These units are just too good at kiting. And did he just buy her back? Come on. I'm glad he called GG. At this rate, I was going to need a Jeanne d'Arc kill counter. Oh, God. Poor guy. Poor guy. Danny boy, never wanted to make it easy, huh? That was brutal. Jean got dunked. Yo, did you guys know the Attack on Titan? Like Cino's referencing? I think I can show it without getting DMCA'd, right? Maybe? Was it that one? I don't think so. No, it's not that one. Levi, Attack on Titan. Spin attack. Some people get me really, really into this camera. Why? What part of it? Wait, what are you suggesting? There's no crotch cam. Like, we're not getting... I'm telling you, guys, there's never going to be the crotch cam. Actually, wait, no, it wasn't Levi, was it? It was, what's her name? I've forgotten her name now. I need to watch the final season still. I'm behind. Mikasa, right? I think she's the one that done it. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Big Sag. There's like a fight in the... There's a fight in a forest where they do a full spin. Like, basically, like, she tugs herself in and she just basically Beyblade spins all the way up the spine. You stream on PC and use the laptop? No, I'm literally just using the laptop. The entire setup is laptop. So we're streaming from the laptop. We're playing the game from the laptop. We're doing everything just on the laptop. Like, this is all being powered by the laptop. The PC Specialist laptop. This is just all from one. So, this peak visuals, the peak production, all of it on one laptop. Right? Assisted by all of our Elgato stuff. So we've got the Stream Deck, so I can do my scene switches here. And then we've got the camera setups from them as well. But why? Why not? But why? It works. Like, what's the problem? It works perfectly. The spin move... Oh, it was Levi. Was it Levi versus the Beast Titan? Oh, yeah. But it wasn't like their final fight, right? Yeah. I think... Yeah, you're right. This is the one. This is a sick scene. You guys want to see the scene I'm talking about? It's a really cool one. See if we can find it. Like, if someone finds it, link me to it and we'll watch it. It's a sick scene, though. It's like, I think it's probably, in my eyes, it's like a top 3 most iconic scene in Attack on Titan. Like, he just full on Beyblades all over his opponent. It's crazy. What do you mean you can't believe I'm a dub believer? Dude, I am a believer in the best performance. Like, anyone who's like, yo, you must only watch anime in, like, in sub mode. Like, dude, like, it's so elite, it's just pointless, right? It's like people that still think, like, you're the best performers get Intel. That's not true anyway, anymore, but, like, still, right? So, like, a perfect example of this, I can actually, like, disprove that sub is always better than dub with, I can simply pull one witness. It's a very easy one. All I have to do is consult King Bradley.
Are you serious? He's storming the front?
Do they really expect me to make a complete mockery of myself by entering through the back door of my own palace?
That voice is... no one... I don't think anyone could have done that character better, dude. Like, King Bradley, like, that is your number one example. You just go straight to him, like, boom. That is... Mwah. I've listened to the sub guy, like, he doesn't hold a candle to English King Bradley. All right, I'm going to, like, look away from this now, because we're basically, like, we paused the video looking at King Bradley's crotch. So you guys did get a crotch cam in the end. There's a PC build in your info. Why not the laptop? Because I've still got my PC built here. I need to add the laptop details. I'll probably look to do that after this stream. I've just been busy because, you know, we've been getting everything ready because we've got this entire setup, which we had to zoom along to get ready. By the way, guys, we have got another series happening, a live series, which is going to be Lash versus sort of. So we're just waiting a few minutes, I guess, at this point, because it's not worth starting a new one. I think... Let me double check what the state of things is. So we should be able to get into that in a minute. Would you become an AoE for dev if given the chance? I don't think so. By the way, if you guys want to help out with our other sponsor, we're working with Gigabyte today. Be sure to go check out on the latest lines of GPU and motherboards. We actually have in our main PC, we're powered by them on the motherboard and the GPU front. You guys, if you actually take advantage of the new offerings over there, you can not only save some money, but you also save further money by getting your hands on top tier games for free, courtesy of them. Really big shout out to Gigabyte. Dude, they've been at the heart of our main PC build that we done. They're the motherboard, they're the GPU as well. And I've been blown away. Like Gigabyte, like it was such a dream when I got to work with them because they were, when I built my first PC, they were literally like the ones that powered it back then. So yeah, really blessed week, man. We get to work with both Gigabyte and PC specialists. But yeah, so would you become an AoE4 dev if given the chance? No. So the thing about being a dev is like you get paid very little and you get overworked a lot. People don't realize this about game development, but game development is actually nowhere near as prestigious as some people envision it to be. It's an abusive industry in some ways because the big top-end execs know they can exploit people who have passion for it. So I was on that trajectory course. I have a game design degree. That's what I was going to end up doing. But like the pay that you get compared to being a standard dev is ridiculously bad. The hours you work are like... they're almost as absurd as the hours I work in esports, so why would I trade it? And the other thing, obviously, is there'd be compromising elements. Like, I probably would not be allowed to run my own tournaments anymore and do my own content because I'd be an employee of World's Edge. Also, I basically had that offer made to me subtly 3 years ago now, or 2.5 years ago, and I declined it. When the Relic guys found out that I had game development experience, they asked if I would be interested in a dev role, and I was like, not really. So yeah. I don't know. It's, I don't think I regret turning that down. Would I become a Space Marine 40k if given the chance? I mean, over being a normal human, probably. I feel like that's probably a better bet than just, like, being one of the peons. What you don't want to be is one of the, you don't want to be a criminal and be found guilty. You guys know about how they power their computers in Warhammer 40k, right? It's really dark crap. So... because AI is abolished, because of the AI rising up and almost killing mankind, the way they power their PCs is basically like people who are made brain dead that power all the devices. But the problem is the procedure to make those people brain dead doesn't always work perfectly. So sometimes you end up with people who are brain dead, but they're actually completely conscious and aware of the torture they're in. So yeah. Grim dark universe, man. What a place. It's kind of messed up. Would you become a Disney princess? Oh my god. Absolutely not. Because I would just be so outraged at how my existence would be completely ruined by AI just making rip-off copies of me. You guys heard about that right now? Disney, I think Warner Brothers... a bunch of the big people, like the big studios, they're going after Midjourney. If you guys aren't familiar with Midjourney is an AI tool that people pay to access. I know, outrageous, right? But this one has become really, really popular. And there's currently a lawsuit underway targeted at them and their process. Because what they basically do, like for how you get AI to generate images, you train it by throwing a bunch of existing media into it, in this case. And then they will create from that, right? So the argument is that they're basically, you know, what Midjourney is doing is it's being thrown the data from the movies, the full scripts, the full scenes, and then it's training itself on that. And that is basically like an infringement of copyright, which I can kind of back them on. Like, it does make sense when you look at it and you think about the way it works. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, actually, I kind of feel good. As a creative person and a creative mind, I actually like that creatives are kind of maybe having an opportunity to strike back at AI. Because I think while AI is good to have its existence and good to have, like, ways of assisting and improving things, the problem is it's become a cheat sheet and a shortcut for overriding talent. And I don't like that. The interesting part to me, by the way, is... and by the way, we do have the Lash sort of draft now, so I'm going to get that ready. The interesting part to me is that this actually opens up the door, I think, for Mr. Beast to get sued. Don't know if you guys have been paying attention to that, but Jacksepticeye just released a video where he was quite critical of Mr. Beast. He talked about the AI generation tool, where like he'd actually referenced that like Jacksepticeye's videos have been being used and whatnot, right? And the problem with this whole like AI generation stuff is what he does, what the basic premise of MrBeast's system is it goes online, it has a look at popular YouTube videos, it figures out which ones are doing well and takes their thumbnails, their titles, etc., and then runs that through an AI, a learning system, to essentially try and come up with the best thumbnails it can, right? So that's a little bit dodgy. For a start, like it's weird that he's like referenced these other creators. That doesn't help his case. But if Disney and all these other people are successful in suing Midjourney, that will create a case study example of copyright infringements, which can then be amplified into the YouTube space and other places where people could actually sue MrBeast. So very interesting times ahead. I wonder if it's actually going to play out that deep. But like honestly, I'm not a fan of this whole idea that you're just basically ripping other people's content to create your content on such a egregious degree. And this has been proven time and time again. This has happened. There's plenty of examples of videos that are just copycats of smaller creators. It's almost like a weird evolution of the watch party meta that is already plaguing our platforms. So I'm not saying I want MrBeast to get sued in the ground, but I do want that slap on the wrist reminder that like, yes, you do great content, you got cool ideas, but what you're doing is also potentially very like damaging to the creators around you. I think like that's the dangerous territory we're in with right now. And we've already actually seen platforms like YouTube take measures against fully AI generated channels. I don't know if you guys knew this, but a while back they started demonetizing and stopping them from being able to actually make money when it was just a channel that was clearly, you know, an AI script read that was scraping data. So there was already moves being taken by YouTube. Obviously, like with it just being thumbnail gen with original content, or rather maybe not original content, but like recorded content from someone else's original idea, you know, you get into a very gray area. But yeah, curious to see how that goes. I'd recommend keeping an eye on the Disney case up against Midjourney, because the outcome of that is going to be a critical focal point for the future of AI usage within creative works. All right, so we do have the draft underway, by the way. I've been setting that up in the background while we've been talking. Take a crappy concept and add $1 million. Well, the thing is, like, MrBeast's whole premise of his business, if you think about it, what it really works on now is the idea of escalation. And actually, like, this is an in general thing. It's not actually just MrBeast. YouTube has kind of become this, that if you don't arrive in a rush at an original idea, what it basically is can you afford more than the other person? So a perfect example of this is like, is it Mr. Who's the Boss? Mr. Who's the Boss, and then you had, who was the other one who got a lot of crap recently? Marquise Brownlee. So, like, these guys, really what they've done to level up is they invested a lot of money into very fancy setups, which allowed them to differentiate themselves. Not to say they weren't good at what they were doing, but really to amplify themselves beyond their competition, they spent a truck ton of money on their initial setup and making it as good as possible. So they had all the fancy camera work, the studio, etc., so they could create flashy, engaging things that would keep people coming back. Like, I think especially Marquis Brownlee went hard into that, where he saw a huge uptick when he invested like 20K or whatever into cameras and etc. It really is surprising just how YouTube is, because it's becoming such a saturated platform, evolving from what was originally a platform designed for the idea that anyone can make it to you better have money. The exception being is when you find completely new niches. But that's becoming harder and harder as time goes on, right? Because more and more people create on the platform, and more niches that get discovered. Like, you know, there's only so many new quirky things that come along at X time is the theory. Dropshipping, you still offer products to get paid yourself? Yep. And I don't think people are a fan of that anyway. Let me... just want to double check. Have we got things set up nicely? That's another nice thing I have here, by the way. You guys can't see it. Sometimes when I reach the button, it's so I can put markers or clip things. So the markers are really helpful for when I go back because I'm looking for something. You say premise really weird? Premise? Oh, yeah. Like, actually, I think it's just, like, say it wrong. I don't think premise is said like that at all. I mean, we can check.
Premise.
Yeah, I just say it wrong.
Premise.
But I've got more hair than this guy, so be forgive me. I think premise might be
Premise.
as well. Is premise American? Is that actually how Americans pronounce
The
it?
research project is based.
Like, am I just saying it like an American? Is that what you mean? Or is like, I don't know. Because I know I say something... I say something's very weird, right? So like, I say laboratory, or garage. Garage is the obvious one. I call it garage. And a garage is an American thing. But like, to me, garage sounds more British than garage. Because garage sounds very French. And my country likes fancy French words. It's just in our history. Does anyone say it premise? Am I just like, have I just for some reason over the years said it wrong in my brain? Premise, there you go. We'll try to fix that. Are you able to preset camera positions in the game? I haven't checked that. That might be an option. Games like Dota 2 allowed it. So pro-level players would actually set it up so they could actually quickly move their camera to where runes would spawn to see what's there. Oh, you have no idea what the correct pronunciation of schedule is? Schedule? I think I say schedule. But I know people say schedule. Schedule is what I go with. The one that I like struggled with until recently is I would always say pronunciation, and now I'm trying to get better at saying pronunciation. A camera preset? Probably. Oh, that's reminded me. We're getting rid of this game. The voice should be hopping in a sec. I need to double check. Did I have panoramic on? I do. Why does my panoramic feel so close? It feels closer for some reason. I don't know why, though. And I, at some point, need to remember to hop out of game and reset my panning. There's an option in your config files. So I think it's My Games AoE 4. And I think it might be under configuration systems. Maybe. And then I want pan. I think it's mouse button pan. Let's see. Let's try that. Let me restart the game. So basically, like I like the reverse pan of what Age of Empires 4 has by default. And you can change it in the settings, but there is no option to change it in the menu settings. You have to change it in the config files. So what I mean by that is when I hold my mouse button and drag, I like my camera going in the opposite direction as to what you guys would have by default. There's a lot of things you can actually alter in AoE 4 if you go into config settings. Go game is up? Yeah, we're opening now. Oh, I say GIF. GIF? GIF? I think I've said both. Lash has all the busted civs. For Atacama, he's got Roos, right? But I think Shushi's just as good. Let's get ready to go. Should be able to hop in just un moment. Go. I like how the moment I reset my game to change my setting is when they decided to start the game, by the way. They took the sweet-ass time. Let's get predictions ready, by the way. Oh, did someone make a new Atacama? I didn't know about that. Also, why is World's Edge in the wrong location? I only just noticed that on this overlay. Huh? It moved itself. Wait, did the map move as well? What's going on there? You guys have seen that, right? The map sizing has gone weird again. I just need to create these new scenes already, I swear. Oh no, it's too... Alright, we should be good. Let's rock it. Whew. And I need to move predictions up, don't I? Because they're in a weird place. There we go. Wait, what are you donkeys? What is this? What Atacama are they using? Is Chum here? What the fuck? What is this? This is not right. I mean, they might be using the right one, but they're definitely not using the right spawn type. Nah, they've used the wrong one. No way is this the right one. I'm double checking in our chat now. This is clownery. This is not the right one. There's no way. Yeah, dude, like someone's using an ancient version of Atacama. This is weird, man. Nah, this is definitely not it. Like, Atacama's not meant to have fishing. Freya, I'm working. You go play. What? Ask mummy. I'm trying to get a response now from Chum. I might just message, sort of. I think this is the wrong one. This should be the wrong one. This is not the one that we, like, even if this is the right one, they've used the wrong spawn setting. Because even if this is the right one, they should not be spawning like this. And what just happened to the map again? The map keeps moving. What? Did we not just fix the map settings? I think we did. Alright, there we go. Oh, I think it's because I didn't resize the container. What? Alright, there we go. Yeah, dude, like, hold on a sec. Did you use the right map and settings? Because this looks hella cursed. I don't even know if Sorv's going to look at his stuff. Okay, you know what? Right, I've spent like the last 3 minutes trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. Welcome to Cursed Spawn, folks. I guess they're playing this one out. This does not look right at all. This is meant to be Atacama. This looks more like that cursed version of Four Lakes they tried to introduce a while ago. This is... This is not right. We will record it and we'll see how it goes. We have got Ruse for Lash going up against sort of Knights Templar. Knights Templar are going to hate their existence because they're only like viable, good Sacred Sighters over here. They both spawned next to each other. This was not meant to happen, folks. They've used Atacama V1.2. I don't think I've ever noticed a V1.2. Apparently, this is like an ultra old map. And I'm checking with Chum because I'm pretty sure we didn't tell people to download a custom map. I'm pretty sure we told them to use the default map. So, we'll see how it goes. For now, Lash has gone up to the 4 scouts. Meanwhile, sort of did go for the fishing. Fishing's going to be really good for Knights Templar on this map because it has fish. It's not meant to, but it does. This is not Atacama. There's no way. Like, someone's trolling. Someone has renamed whatever that Four Lakes ripoff was called Atacama in the mod section. I really want this to get fixed as well because this should actually be a really close matchup. I think this is one of our closer seed matchups of round 16. But yeah, this does look... I'm literally just checking out information. I mean, we just gave Atacama. I don't think we gave a link to a mod. Maybe we need to start doing that in the future. Oh, this is what I hate about the modding section sometimes, right? Like, we've been having this with Frisian. We had it with Frisian in our weekly. We had it in the EGC tournament as well, where they kept crashing because someone had the wrong version of Frisian Marshes. So be very careful when you're playing modded maps, because if you have the wrong one, you're just setting yourself up to get screwed. We do have Chevalier spam beginning from sort of, though. Lash, meanwhile, is going to be going Pro Scouts. I mean, there's a lot of deer here, actually. Interesting spread. Most of them are between the two players in contesting. And what is up, Matt? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all. We're just digging our teeth into Midweek Muster Edition 30. It is the final week of our 31-week esports circuit. Unbelievable. We started this thing back in November, and here we are in June. I'm a mad lad? Someone has to be. Like, you have to be mad to organize 30 plus weeks of esports content. Is a Humbal, small 300 CCV streamer. No, I was thinking about that the other day. So, like, I was watching some of the Cartographers tournament. That's the 2v2 tournament AoE2 just had. And it's wild. Like, T-West was the main broadcast, but he wasn't even in the top 4 or 5 for broadcasted. I hope he felt good about the results, though, because like that's why we've been rating him a few times. Like, I don't like when someone puts in all that work and they're nowhere near the top. It just feels rough. Because you don't make money off the other people's streams or anything. So Chevalier actually coming into contest Spearman. Because Lash is being ultra greedy. Interesting strategy from sort of. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected Chevalier all in. I would have maybe thought he'd start more archer heavy, just because archers are a good counter blocker to Pro Scouts to begin with. But I think he was worried about the next step. Like, he was expecting his opponent to go into Knights, so he wanted to be ahead of him, which makes sense because Chevalier will lose to Knights 1-1. But you know what? If you guys don't want to lose out on great performance, click the link that just popped up in chat. Working with 2 amazing sponsors this week. We got PC Specialist on the full laptop PC configuration. But if you just want some parts, be sure to check out our Gigabyte sponsor. Love those guys. The latest 9070s as well as the motherboards are chef's kiss. In fact, I've got one of those latest motherboards. Thing looks sick. How much time do you typically spend weekly on organizing KPMM outside of casting? So, thankfully, because I hire an admin, like, not as much as... there's still a lot, but not as much as you'd think. So, big shout out to Chim. He's been invaluable in making this stuff happen. But I had to pay some of that, right? Outside of that, though, there's always concocting what map's going to choose. There's obviously, like, you know, figuring out certain format changes when you want to do them. And then there's just the wider stuff. But you know what? Wow. That was a quick end. GG gets called. Let's just say I spent a lot of time on Midweek Muster. So I don't know if we're doing a remake here. Yeah. Atacama is a default map. Is that a remake? I'm guessing. Yeah. So sort of just realized. I mean, I feel like it should be a remake. One second. I'm gonna send him a screenshot of what the map should look like so he knows when he gets in what it's gonna look like. And in we go to the final week of midweek. Sorry, that loud mouth doesn't shut up. Is what it should look like. There we go. All right. So apologies, folks. We are going to get it fixed. Edited Atacama. Don't think it looks original. Yeah, I think like Atacama. There was a version of Atacama like long time ago, and that's what it is. Yeah, to finish answering the question, like, yeah, we put a decent amount of hours into organizing everything around Midweek Muster outside of, like, the live casting and whatever, right? Right. You kind of have to get it right. I'm going through that now, again, with, like, you know, whenever I organize any type of tournament, there's this type of element. Demu versus Shift G2. Just remember to name things. But yeah, then the other thing you have to keep in mind is, like, behind the scenes, I want to do things like I want to find sponsors. I want to find people to work with. I mean... So I'm gonna tell. I basically said ask Slash if he's okay with a redraft, and if he is, then they can go. So basically, because he was looking at the wrong map, bless him, he got the completely wrong idea on how to draft. Hence these priorities like Japanese and Knights Templar. So I try to avoid putting in the other player's court. Like in fairness, it is sort of fault for the wrong map, but yeah, I'm gonna I'll let him consult with Lash. Lash is usually a good lad about it. It does seem like an innocent mistake, and like in theory, like I'd say I wouldn't hold it against Lash as well if he just wanted to be restrictive and say, look, the map name. Then again, like they both hopped in and neither player questioned being called Atacama V1.2. But yeah, a little bit weird. I didn't even know. Can I even find that version? Or is it because, like... Is it because of how old it was? It's local on his machine. Yeah, there's this one. This thing is, like, has not been updated since 2022. I didn't even know this existed, man. So the version we've been using, guys, got added by default to the game a while ago. So yeah. I think, are they just hopping in again, or... Let me double check. Okay, so sort of, I think he's just quickly double checking what the map will look like. Yeah. So he's just getting familiar with the map. Bless him. I reckon he'll just play it out without a redraft. It is an innocent mistake, but it's like it's a mistake, right? And you have to own them. Blimey. I was like, okay, I guess we're just playing this out. No one's looking, but yeah. So we'll get that sorted. Apologies, folks, for the delay on getting the next set sorted. By the way, we will be looking in on... I think we'll probably have time at this rate for one or two of the series from the weekend. There was one or two sets I wanted to look at. Most notably, I think Voldemar versus CSO did not get cast anywhere, and that is criminal. We'll probably have a look at that from the weekend, and there's probably like one or two other sets. I need to confirm with people what did or did not get cast to have a look and see what would be worth checking on. But I imagine there was multiple series that did not get cast. I mean, there's just too many going on. I actually thought about going live yesterday, but I decided against it because, well, one, I had to set this all up, and two, I was like, I deserve a day off. The way you kind of sometimes the way you stay passionate about what you love is like not doing it 24/7. Yeah, I think they're both looking at the map now, just to confirm. But yeah, this is the one that we had before. So we had Atacama in several weeks ago. I think it was a few months back, towards the start of the year, because it intrigued me. And it got messy because we discovered you have to spawn a very specific way. As in, you have to choose a certain setting, otherwise it breaks. But people got used to that. I'm hoping... I can't remember which setting it is you have to set now, but if they've talked to Tune would have given them the correct setting anyway. So fingers crossed, when they load in, we're not going to have more clownery and everything's going to be right. I wonder if there's a way I can actually customize this LED bar to be different colors. I kind of want to. Yo, by the way, I thought the hot air was going to be crazy, but it's actually not. This liquid cooling unit is really effective. This is like, I think there's 120 pounds MSRP from PC Specialists. This thing's super effective. And it's like just a plug-in, right? So you can just unplug at the back. There's just a cable. There's a cable going in, a power cable, and then the water cooling cable. I was a little bit scared at first. I was like, oh my God, exposed water. But it's actually really easy to use. And it doesn't use any of the annoying coolant type stuff solutions. It's just distilled water. So yeah, really cool. Once again, big shout out to PCS on this one. Okay, so I think, are the boys ready to go? Yeah, they're hopping in the lobby now. And we don't have a stream delay, so we should be in the game in like a minute or two. Oh, blimey. And then afterwards, I think Let me have a look and see what we've got on the bracket run that we can cast. So, we will have Gully Deckle versus Voldemar is one I definitely want to look at. That'll be, I think that'll be one of our close-up series as well. I think like Lash, sort of, and Gully Deckle versus Voldemar should in theory be our closest. Maybe MSN Starflark as well. I'm keeping an eye off when MSN Starflark is going to happen though, because I don't think that's been posted yet. Oh, actually, no, yeah, we got that one as well. Awesome, that's awesome. So we've got plenty to cast. And then Third Time the Charm, please. Wait, did I wipe the draft by accident? Where has it gone? What in the darn hell? I must have clicked to hide it. I am missing a draft, and I don't know where it is. What? I think... Did I just accidentally delete my draft? I think I did. Alright, there we go. It's back. The hell? And nice. Alright, let's get into game. Please tell me it's observable. It better be. Or I'm going to rip my hair out. Yep, there we go. No, not my profile. Get in game. Das Getting in Gaming, ja? We have new caster screen angle. Hell yeah. Showing off the sickest laptop you're going to see all year. Latest GPU in it. Top end CPU. Whole kit and caboodle. 4 terabytes. Oh, everything. All right. Let's get ready to go. I also want to move this up here. One and all, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you back to the channel for something special. It is the return of Atacama. I love this map, and I love that we were able to bring it back. A little bit funky last time we had it because you have to spawn it a specific way, but we got there. And we have got a close round of 16 matchup here between sort of playing as Knights Templar up against Lash on the Roost. Now, the Knights Templar pick is a bit tricky because this series began with drama. That's right. Sort of accidentally misread the map. He was looking at a map that was over 2 years old and has never been updated. And he drafted Knights Templar because it had fishing. Big oops. Meanwhile, Lash, Roost is solid here. Knights Templar is very much unexplored territory. Atacama very rarely gets played since Knights Templar's introduction. And also is a map where you're not going to have the fishing that usually makes KT feel like an auto win. So yeah, curious to see what the lad can do. I mean, in fairness, there is good flexibility on the sacred sites, right? It should be very hard to block you out of both of them. But this does feel a little bit tough. And what laptop? Oh, the laptop we're running with is like top of the end. So we got like a 5090M in this. We've got the top end AMD CPU. I forget the name of it, the mobile one. I think it's the 9950X 3D. 64 gig of RAM, 4 terabytes. We also got like a water cooling solution that you can just plug in and plug out. Yeah, this PC, this laptop rather is incredible. For those watching the YouTube video, this one. Look at this bad boy. Oh, I love it. I gotta say, I feel like we haven't seen much of Roost versus KT now that I'm sitting here looking at it. It's a rare occasion because Knights Templar is usually just either banned or reserved for pick and priority in water maps, right? And water maps is a place you're never really going to see Roost get played. Even ones that are only subtly like water. I think we've seen sort of, for example, play Roost on Kawasan in previous weeks, but it felt a little bit out of place, right? And you wouldn't pick Roost anymore in things like Holy Island, whereas Knights Templar would love to be picked there. It's because of the dynamics that changed. There was a time a few years ago where Roost was like giga busted on water because of the opening play, right? You'd convert your boat so early, you'd be able to shut down fishing and just win. But nowadays, it just feels like that initial advantage on your first timing isn't worth the lack of scaling elsewhere. I mean, it's kind of interesting when you actually think about the fishing meta and how it's changed over the years. Like, do you guys remember there's a time where Delhi was ridiculously broken with a fishing boat pull? And then players realize, oh, if you're pulling all your fishing boats, you actually have no fishing. So it's not as bad as I thought. So Golden Gate coming in against Kingdom of France. Yeah, nothing unusual here, but that's to be expected, right? I say that, we actually have got a Rax opening, so... He's going to be going, what, Spears to deny Pro Scouts? That doesn't work here. Yeah, so sort of a scout at the deer locations, right? No, he's only scouted one. He doesn't see the second. The problem on this map is Atacama has this tendency to spawn the deer quite close to you. This map, by the way, I think is going to be super intriguing after the deer shove nerf gets introduced next patch. Because just think about how easy it is currently. But once you make that change where there's a huge cooldown, it might be viable, but it's going to take a very long time. And yeah, I'm going to get them... I'll talk to PC Specialist about sending me a unique link to take you through to the laptop. If you're looking for the laptop I've got, it's the Recoil 16 AMD laptop. So Chevalier on the way is... Wow, he's just doing a full melee blob. This is interesting. Sort of is resisting the thing that you're meant to be best at, which is archer spam. Maybe it's because he's worried the Roos archer production rate is just going to be better with a 20% extra wood drop-off. And second deer group is now being shoved in. What a peculiar game. Oh. Yeah, we finally got predictions up. We are 5 minutes in. And by the sound of my tone, you may know who to vote for here. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what sort of grand plan is currently. But then again, we have to remember, and this is where, like, you know, praise to him for just taking it on the chin like a champ. He had to react within seconds to this, right? Like, so he figured out that we had to message him to tell him he'd used the wrong map. And he asked if it was going to be a remake. It's like, it has to be a remake, right? Like, you've literally got a map that isn't similar. It's completely different. And he's fine with that. And he quickly spawned the map, had a look, thought about it, and came out Knights Templar still. But that means he's had no real time to theorycraft. He's had no real time to prep. He's just been thrown into this one. So this is probably going to be a little bit explorational in terms of how sort of plays this. So he does at least lame the deer. That's actually pretty good. Then again, actually, is it? Lash went Pro Scouts, which kind of surprised me, guys. I thought the deer shove would be good enough. He wants to snatch away, but look what sort of is doing. He's already starting to move out and eat the deer in front of his base. Remember, the deer stacks, I think they're smaller. I think one of them is 5, one of them is 7, if I remember correctly. You've got a second smaller deer stack out there. And we do have an archer reaction from Lash. Wood gathering is a bit far out, right? It's like on the edge of the TC, but it's a little bit weird. So he's going to go for the wooden fortress now. And we are going to get the deer gathering on the south side. So goodies are coming home. And sort of needs to be fishing for kills soon, because remember, when you play like this, it's Knights Templar. When you're being less wood heavy, you feel the pain of a lack of villagers. I like that he's going for the safe passage. The Pilgrims is actually how you make the worker loss of teching up irrelevant. Because if you're getting a Pilgrim in every minute on a long trade route, that's 130 gold. So that's worth like 3.5 villages worth of gathering. I mean, I'm not getting the racks. Okay, so yeah, Lash just has to respect the Chevalier detail, right? But it does put him in a little bit of a bind now that sort of is transitioning to archers. It's just obviously for Lash, he doesn't know that's happening yet. I mean, this opening probably feels a little bit weird to him just because you'd expect it to be Archer Chevalier like 9 times out of 10 when you play against KT. And we still haven't changed the volume, have we? I keep forgetting. Pretty deep dive, actually. Expensive loss. Chevalier does go down. Doesn't stop the return of the deer. He's at least got pilgrimages happening. That shouldn't really get harassed by Lash. I think for Lash, the goal now is just get deer home, get castle age, then follow up with more harass. Nice little denial on the sheep there. Sort of food-wise, he has nothing at home. He has to play these deer. So it's going to be worth it to probably keep a few troopers around just to stop the scouts from sneaking in. But the scouts are sneaking wide successfully. Once again, just finding those loose deer. Is House of Lancaster nerfed yet? No. Did we actually get confirmation on when the patch drops? Don't know if we did. Okay, so Lash is actually hardening the spears, but hasn't produced more than 2. It's a cheap enough investment, right? But I wonder if it would have been worth just being a bit more lean here. He clearly doesn't want to build any more units. He just wants attack. And in fairness, the Wooden Fortress should be good enough to defend him. Unless sort of wants to rush like double ram here, but he just doesn't have the economy for that. Okay, so the new season starts 26th, and we always have a patch then. Wait, but like, yeah, but we don't have confirmation that the patch is definitely that day, right? Like, they've done this before, I think, where we've been a day or 2 without. Also, wait, that means it's on Grand Finals Day. Oh, no. Help. All right, High Trade House is coming in from Lash. And that kind of puts me in a really awkward predicament. Because no one wants old content, so I kind of want it to be on the new patch, but at the same time, can I really ask the players to play on a new patch? Oh, God. High Trade House for 23. This is actually a pretty good one, by the way. He slotted in beautifully here. Sort of is prepping a tech himself. I imagine... Is he going to get creative here and just try Genitors against Horse Archers and then hate life? Or is he actually going to do the norm? I say the norm. The norm has actually been switching. It used to be we always saw these players going for Republic of Genoa. It's been shifting towards Angevin Empire. The problem with Angevin Empire is it just feels like Horse Archers will kite you forever. Chevalier is still looming around in the meantime. First Horse Archers are about to hit the field, though, and that's where Sortov's not going to feel great about these trades. And looks like it's going to be about 122 on the High Trade House. Pretty decent. Yeah, not as crazy as people are thinking, but bounty level 2 isn't quite in yet, is the thing. And it is going to be Men-at-Arms straight away from Lash, which is surprising, actually. Like, going Men-at-Arms and Horse Archers here, I thought it'd just be 8J. Like, there's not really much to stop you spamming full Horse Archer. By going Men-at-Arms, Lash is slowing down his raced-out timing, which allows Sortov to keep map control. And wow, he's going to be going Genoa. I mean, the Angevin, we did highlight the kiting issue is a big problem, right? But the cool thing about Angevin here is because your opponent's going Men-at-Arms, it just gives you a similarly beefy front line to just stab into him with. Instead, he's going to focus on maximizing that gold. 130 gold a pop currently. Has not queued up level 2. I imagine Sanctuary has to be priority upon age up. Just because once you arrive in Castle, there's usually a lot more gold spend going on. Yeah, I don't think this is about the unit, by the way. Like, think about it. You don't really want your Janui's crossbowmen against Horse Archers. They could be decent against the Men-at-Arms, however. Genoa's good for that 30% more gold. I think if you think the game is going late, if you're pretty confident you can't end it reliably in Castle, Angevin is just better. 30% gold more is great, but 30% more health on Fortresses is ridiculous. That's more than you get from Court Architects, right? So you get like double Court Architect effect in late game. It just sets you up for the Hyper Imperial so well. And also, you just get the trash throw of Heavy Spears. The problem is, like, Heavy Spears wouldn't have been viable on this map because Sortov doesn't have reliable food access for long. You can already see that Lash is starting to constrict him a bit. The deer gathering on the north side is going to last a little bit longer, but after that, you know, you have to look elsewhere for food. And Sortov, he actually goes straight into Horseman despite the worry around food. Interesting. I wasn't really expecting him to just transition straight ponies. It's not cheap, remember. Horsemen, they're going to be 100 food a pop, and it's a comp that relies on quantity, not quality. Again, not a bad start there. Enables 2 kills. Loses 2. The Men-at-Arms do need to be answered though, and Sortov, he's starting to queue up the crossbows. Veterancy's about to hit for the archers. Meanwhile, the villagers, or rather their monks, first going to be in trouble. The villagers could be next on the hit list. Horse Archer damage not quite high enough to get an insta-kill. He has the kite potential here against the spear. And oh my god, he makes it even better. Right now, things are bogged down, so the Horse Archers... Sortov, he's so fixated on cleaning up the Men-at-Arms and the archers Yeah, he's losing on the worker line. Finally realizes and pulls away, but a good trade for Lash. He's gonna make it 4 worker kills. Decent map control, with which he can get the relics. Yeah, and it is a race. That's something that Lash also confirmed, is he saw the Monk drop from sort of. So that should be his urgent priority. Because remember, if you don't get this gold back, your passive gold gen is not really going to compare to Knights Templar if this game slows down. Because if it slows down, that means we're looking at the Pilgrim Lights. And wait, was that intentional? Genuine's crossbowman. Over standard crossbowman. That's not cheap, by the way. I guess the thought is he had a lot of gold because of the pilgrims. I mean, not really that much though, right? It's a single pilgrim. And even that one can't make it back. Yeah, this is the dicey thing with the spot on the map. Like, how do you actually easily protect both ends? Because we talked about like how you'd be able to sneak in early, right? But when you get to the mid game and your opponent's trickling horse archers, you know, do you have the capacity to guard opposite sides of the map simultaneously? Horse archer, wait, has he been denying him on this relic this whole time? Oh, that's so painful. Did he realize? He must have by now. But he hasn't sent anyone over. And Lash is barreling towards the base again. Gonna dive in. Needs to be careful of the outpost. Damage 2 on the way now for Lash. And I mean, sort of doesn't really feel like he has an answer to horse archers still. The men at arms he's kind of solving a little bit, right? He's got some crossbows, some Genuine's crossbowmen in there as well. But, you know, he started to think horseman and then couldn't commit fully. Now, we have got the horse archer harassing. The wall's going to be forced out. It's going to be a kill of the horseman, but the horse archer should be capable of getting the kill. And I love that. Lash intentionally runs further so he doesn't just stand still and get hit twice while waiting for the next shot. And beautiful trade out there. Totally worth it. Remember, the monks are going to cost 150 or 142 with enough for Knights Templar. Horse archers are only going to be 120. He has to go back again, waste more time just for the one relic. While that's happening, all other relics are being pulled back home. So Lash is going to make it a 4 relic game. Looks like the 5th one will at least be secured for sort of. Now, behind this, I mean, if you look at the state of Lash's macro, he's holding on to a lot of reserve resources. I wouldn't expect to see fast imp here. Doesn't really serve a clear purpose. But it does give him a lot of forward spam. So we've got stables being prepped. I imagine we're looking at knights here instead of horsemen. Just because your opponent still has somewhat of a front line. And also, him scaling Genuine's crossbowmen is actually perfect for you because Genuine's crossbows do not do bonus against cav. They specifically have a bonus damage tag up against melee. Yeah, and that is the dream, by the way. Like, if I think sort of being forced to go Genuine's crossbowman here is like the worst possible thing you'd have to do. Because Roos, all they really want to do is have fun. And the way they have fun is, well, 1, not being murdered on the workers is currently happening. But 2 is let me build more cav. Because of Boy's Fortitude. Interesting, he does actually go horseman. So why horseman over knight? Maybe he's just assuming his opponent is spamming more expos. As we can see, he only stopped at 3, right? It might just be that Lash feels he needs quantity over quality. Horsemen produce substantially quicker than knights. So you get a bit more of a Zerg effect. And also it's half the cost. Admittedly, like most of the cost is in food. So it definitely strains you there a bit harder. I just feel like Lash is everywhere. Sacred Sight's also ticking. And it's 2 TC from sort of into a farm transition? Alright, this is like some 2022 meta right now in sort of's brain. This is hard to do, folks. 2 town center is rough against aggro alone. But 2 town center into farms? This is full map control for Lash and multiple opportunities to harass. And we are now getting the knights as well. So knights plus the horsemen. I think he just finally realized the comp he's actually up against here. I love the fact that he's got 1 minute arms with the horse archer to try and distract, but sort of's going to keep focus. So it takes out the HA that you can actually snipe. Just kind of ignores the men-at-arms. HA very oppressive. That's the thing, right? Like, it puts you in a reactionary phase. And the thing you have to keep in mind about horse archers is the point in the game where it's happening to you. Like, can you ever really do horsemen, right? Like, for most players, it's very difficult to say yes to that statement. Because you either need substantial food in your base. How did you get that, right? Like, maybe you had a good pro scouts run. If you didn't, okay, you're in trouble. So what's the alternative? Do you move out for boar? Do you do a farm transition? Either one of those is going to, like, leave you at risk. The boar because you're so far away from safety. And a farm transition because every time you add in a farm, it's like you're saying, hey, I've got one less military unit compared to you. You can see that Lash is doing everything he can to avoid a farm transition for that reason. It's full blob and go. 37 to 50 military. The Warrior Monks have done their business. By the way, big shout to Sort of on this. He actually got 2 of the 5 relics. A little bit surprised by that, but very impressed, actually. Gonna be helpful considering it looks like he wants to be getting more Genoese crossbows. But once again, why? In some ways, like, maybe he feels it's more bang for buck than a standard crossbow for the same amount of food. And it kind of is. It's got more health, but yes, it has more damage. The problem is the attack speed is a notable bit worse, though. Yeah, and the horse archers just feel a lot better in the trade. He's also got the boy's fortitude. Aggro's with the knights and the horsemen. Spear count is blobbing quick for sort of, so I'd be surprised if he dies to this type of attack right now. I think Lash, probably at this stage, seeing the spearman count going up like that, needs to go back to the drawing board. Maybe not, though. Like, I mean, with 1,400 food income, could he just bloat knights and go? I mean, 1-to-1, a knight is going to be a spearman. Definitely a boy's fortitude. But sort of, like, there's some urgency for Lash, right? Because sort of now has permanent food. So pokes at the workers. He's got to back away now. Sort of, despite this 2TC effort, it hasn't paid off yet. He's still behind in economy. Now the War Monk. Ooh, nice snipe there. He stops him getting the Saint's Blessing. So no buff on the bulk. But Lash now brute forcing this. The spear count, not looking great. He only has 7. Soon to be none. I mean, the horse archers just standing their ground right now, which is kind of crazy. But the second wave is on the way. The idea is he just wants to stranglehold him, so he can't form a backbone of defense. But Lash realizes, oh, actually, I'm getting a bit too close to the sun here. Does back away. Sacred sites are still locked in. And remember, the other side effect of this is, like, sort of, he can't actually utilize the pilgrims unless he decaps one of these sites. Now, he does have plenty of gold in the back, but the idea is like, hey, it's not as much I'm going to run out of gold. It's the fact that I have more workers by having pilgrims. It's not really the case here. And we do now have additional horsemen coming in to support the knights, but this knight count is crazy, guys. Like, this is breakpoint. He's got 17 knights in total. Over half of them are going to be in the next fight. They should be. Actually, where are they? What? I'm trying to figure out what Lash is doing with his production here. Oh, yeah. Oh, he missed a group. And he's moving them all north. Interesting. So Lash's goal, he doesn't want to just try to go for the direct fight. That he could actually win right now, by the way. He's instead trying to raid Sort of to death. Goes in for the exchange. More Genoese crossbows again from Sort of. Why doesn't he believe in normal expos here? The other tricky part is, like, these Genoese crossbowmen take a little bit longer to produce as well. So harder to bulk up. I kind of get where he's coming from. The idea is range, right? Like, if you can keep your distance, then great. 6 tile range versus 5. The problem is, you need a front line to do that. And you don't have one. Sort of. He's going to get wiped clean on G1. So Lash leading the series after the remake. And I'm feeling a bit bad for our Swedish giant, man. He loaded the wrong map, an old map, and it has put him now in dire straits in this best of 3 in the final week of Midweek Muster. Yeah, a bit of a funky game, actually. So 1 on the board. Lash taking the lead. I mean, it explains so much about the way he drafted as well, because, like, some people made a comment like, oh, it just looks like an OP draft for Lash, and that's why. It just seems that, you know, sort of thought he was getting himself in for something different. We cast my series this week? Maybe. We'll see how it goes. It's on the list. You just got to pray that someone else's series doesn't crop up first. What is this new cam? This new cam is capturing the laptop, the new laptop we just got that is running everything. So we're working with PC Specialist, and basically like it's powering the entire setup. So the stream, the game, it's local recording while streaming. And remember, it also stream buffers out in multiple formats. So we're sending 1440p, 1080p, etc., and we're sending it multiple platforms. So this is all being achieved by the Recoil 16-inch AMD from PC Specialist. So we've got a mixture of the AMD and the NVIDIA ends. So we've got the NVIDIA 5090 mobile card because there's no AMD option really when it comes to laptops. And then on top of that, we've got top-end AMD CPU in there, 64 gigs of RAM. Go check it out. This is like the best laptop they can make, and it's delivering so far. I'm impressed. We've also got the nice custom water cooling over there. It's actually a nice little one. You just plug it in. It's really easy peasy. I was a little bit paranoid at first, like, wait, leaky water? Nah, not a concern in the world. So easy to use. You just fill it up with distilled water, and then it pumps through. I made the mistake of, like, because I wanted to show off its fanciness, I should really lean it the other way because I got hot air blowing in. But honestly, the hot air is not that bad. Usually I'm a lot hotter in this room, but I feel pretty chill. But yeah, exclamation mark PCS if you want to check them out. And also, if you use my code at checkout, you'll get a little bit of money off. So, pretty cool. 64 gigs of RAM laptop? Yeah, why not? I like my RAM. That way I can open up more tabs. It's a lot for a laptop to be doing. Yeah, and if I didn't show you that I was using the laptop, would you think I was using the laptop, or would you think I'm still using the standard PC setup? That's the impressive part. My setup's so clean. I guess it kind of is when you consider the amount of wires scattered here, because we've got like full audio setup. We've got the extra monitors. There's extra wires there that normally go for the PC. So yeah, there's a lot. Your work laptop has 64 gigs of RAM. That's not too wild these days. Yeah. I mean, I think for the laptop, some people still think it's a bit crazy. But like, yeah, 128 gig is definitely a little bit overkill. And by a little bit, I mean quite a lot. Stream Deck tour while we wait. You want me to press all the buttons? Wee, 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 wee. Ooh. There you go. Did you enjoy your tour? Can it run Crysis? Easily, mate. Easily. How much does my PC have? My PC is 64 gigs as well. I didn't need to be greedy. If I want to be overkill, I could actually like reach out to Crucial and say, can I have 128 gigs of RAM, please? They'd be like, sure. Go for it. Don't talk about this cable management. Yeah, you don't want to see my cable management. My cable management is not great. I need to get a cable management sponsor. By the way, the other sponsor we're working with is going to be Gigabyte. Gigabyte, who actually you can set up to power your custom-built PCs on PC Specialist anyway. But we are doing a campaign with them right now. When you see the link come up, it is crucial if you want to support the channel. You click on that link. Gigabyte are incredible, man. I love these guys. I always love working with them. They have been at the core of our primary build, our like PC in the background. But yeah, these guys right now, they've got an offer going on right now. You can save a little bit of money on the new 90s, 70s series cards, as well as the motherboards. Motherboards all around incredible. 90s, 70s, great bang for buck value. If you go through that link, you can actually save some money. On top of that, you'll get a bunch of games for free. You can see them up here. So you get your hands on, I think it's Shadowblade. You get Metal Gear Solid 4 Snake Eater, because I think they've just done a remake of that, right? Hell Is Us, I haven't seen. I'm curious about RoboCop, and I have seen gameplay of Alters. It's really intriguing and different. I'd recommend going and checking it out. It's a really cool game. I need to check it out myself. But it's almost like a base management, but then it's also survival, and it's third person. It's very weird. But you can get all those for free. You just go through, get your hands on it. If you go for the 1970 cards, you'll get all the games. If you go for the top-end models, the motherboards, you'll get all the games. You actually get Alters plus only 2 of the other games if you go for the low ones. I've got the Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7 in my PC, and it's chef's kiss. It does everything I need to. But I know some people like the full bells and whistles. So Gigabyte's got you covered there. So yeah, really big shout out to them for sponsoring us on this. And be sure to check out the link to support the channel. All right. I think the boilers are ready to go though, right? No? Gave you all that time of me being a salesman and you still haven't started your lobby? They just started. Okay. It just hasn't updated yet then. So if we do this... Frisian for game number 2. Lancaster versus Shushi. I think Lancaster's really obnoxious here if you don't kill them. But I've seen China just chill mode and scale beyond them. We'll see which way Lash wants to play this. I think he might try to be a bit more chill and put the ball in sort of court. Didn't get any games for your Gigabyte 9070? You should have bought at the right time. But yeah, but you got the amazing performance sooner than other people, right? So they should be jealous of you. So let's go ahead and flip the score. It's the Civ you always watch to watch them lose. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's House of Lancaster gaming time. That's right, game number 2 in a series, a best of 3, where the Lancaster boy is already leading, but he is up against the Swedish giant. It is, of course, sort of on the Shushi in the green to try and solve this Lancastrian conundrum on Frisian Marshes. A new Frisian Marshes at that, and we are here, of course, in the last ever Midweek Muster. Is it really over? 30 weeks plus a All-Star series. Crazy to think, actually, like at this stage with that commitment, we've already we've organized, like, technically you've organized 30 tournaments, I guess. But love that we've been able to support the scene. Love all the support the scene's been giving us. And hopefully we'll be able to do more in the future. Absolutely crazy though. And I love that we've been able to just watch the journeys, the development of some of these players. Like, some of the players actually have been growing, thriving off of this. I mean, you look at the bracket this week, you know, Deniska has been starting to consistently make his way through to these round of 16s. Starflak, I think we've seen great improvement there. Jif starting to enter the competitive field. And then, of course, you've got, you know, the return of some older ones like Warspite, sort of making his recent return. I think he's starting to find value in these midweek musters to get him back up to scratch, the top level of Age of Empires 4 gameplay. Lancaster in this matchup, I'm expecting defense. So, just a good old-fashioned Lancaster castle, right? Yeah, I mean, why rock the boat here, right? It's going to be between the gold and stone. Interesting thing, like, you kind of actually wish you walked to this goal, but it's just a bit further away, which is why he didn't bother. But the interesting thing in this matchup, actually, I think before they nerfed Yeoman, you could technically play this with Abbey of Kings and aggro. But ever since they nerfed the cost of Yeoman, so they're more expensive per unit, I think the scale's a bit too slow. Like, in theory, Yeoman should be decent, quite decent against Chuganu, because they have a substantial difference in movement speed. They can actually just kite you indefinitely with the extra range and movement speed. But I think most players just kind of arrive at the end of this idea, no matter what you try to think of Lancaster and these cool ways you could play it, this is just the easy way to play it, and it always works. Wait, do we not have Gamba set up? Do I need to do that? I do need to get more mods, don't I? Alright, off you go, you Gambaholics. Meditation. Whoa. Oh, okay. I thought you got the stone for a second. I was about to lose my mind. This is not a broken meditation garden. We've had plenty of spawns on Frisian where you can get double food, which is, I think, a lot nicer here. He has to settle for the double gold. I wonder if he's thinking about pro scouts in this type of game. It has to be tempting, but I think the worry is, like, looking at the spawn, Lash could actually deer shove this back if he needs to remove one from you. Gives him a lot of runway. Wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at, like, a triple mana fast castle build. I actually think that's really good against Shushi. If Lash plans to go all mana, like full 9, sort of has a very clear aggro opportunity here. Have a button dedicated to Gamba? I haven't actually checked on Stream Deck whether you can set that up. It's an interesting thought. I don't know if you can, though, because the problem is going to be changing the text. That would be the challenge, right? It's not like when you... Because if we had a situation where we could always force red and blue, we just have it always repeat a Gamba of who's going to win, red or blue. Sadly, there is no way to do that. I have been considering forcing players to use red and blue in tournament games. And Stable's being dropped, so it looks like sort of feels forced to go to good old Pro Scouts. This does leave you pretty slow, though. I wonder if the play really here against the mana spam is just to go full aggro and not PS at all. Because you could just walk out onto the map in theory, right? Like, if your opponent's going to be greeting in a corner, why don't you just, like, spread wide and go for an attack timing? I guess the thought process for sort of is, like, you can be more efficient at aggro if you're just bringing the deer always back to the same location. But I think the thing that baffles me a little is that the shoreline fish, right? 1,500 food per pocket with a superior gathering rate to deer anyway. And yet still people always prefer Pro Scouts. And nice denial there. Lash, he was trying to deer shove. Sort of catches him in the act. Let them have their colors? The problem with letting them have their colors is just... You would almost, like, it would be easier to force people to do red and blue than force a weird interaction loop where it's like, oh, if this person picks green, you must not pick this and that color. You know what I mean? Like, cold versus warm colors throughout. It's just much easier to just say to players, look, you be red, you be blue, go. I always found that curious with Age of Empires Wololo events, actually, because in Wololo, I think it's meant to be red and yellow. And that's because blue blends too much into water. Authoritarian KP. Hey, man, you gotta be, dude. If you're not clear and strict, people just, they will take advantage. They always do. The amount of times where, like, we've gradually had to become more restrictive on when you have to play your certain rounds. Because we had people who were literally just waiting until the last second to play their round of 16. Like, I'm not gonna say names. I think people know the names. They can figure it out. Just looking back, there are people who were holding up round of 16s until Tuesdays, which is crazy when you then consider that, like, finals are on Thursdays. And I know it doesn't look like a lot of series to play across 2 days, right? Like, that'd be 2 extra series and then the grand finals. But remember, it's different opponents each time, and you have to find mutual scheduling. So, yeah. Like, for anyone who ever wants to get into tournament hosting, adminning, whatever, one lesson I'll tell you right now, while it's important to try and keep a good relationship with players, you also have to realize that sometimes it's teacher versus student. As in, like, you can't be their friends. You just have to do your job right. And Palace Guard from sort of. Now, that does surprise me. He needs a solution to Spearman, right? And also, Palace Guard is going to scale nicely. Like, if you go Horseman, if you go into Spears, etc., you don't really get much value out of vetting them. Whereas this is enough to deny Spears, enable your play into Pro Scouts, and then potentially go for a PG Flood. Looks like we don't have to muster the nobles. Interesting. Ooh, that's a sick timing. Yeah, he hasn't got enough to go for the full 6, but that's going to get him, what, 7 Demi-Lancers? And I imagine, like, from here, like, I'd say Lash's best strat would be to go Castle. I am getting a bit worried looking at the macro, though. Okay, no, it's just 2 on stone. He's just holding a lot of wood, which is the odd part. I think going 9 manas here is a bit of a mistake. It just sets you up to get flooded. But 6 is kind of doable. The issue is you're likely going to have to do White Tower, which I don't really think he wants to, right? Like, when you see your opponent has got Palace Guard, it'd be nice to be able to just enable these Demi-Lancers with bonus damage. And also, this is a matchup where if you do go King's College as Lancaster, you can actually beat the Shushi Night Spam with your own Night Spam. Host a local tourney weekly round robins. You chase them down all the time. Exactly. Like, open scheduling can be a nightmare. Villages. Oh, that is nightmare fuel. Are you kidding me? The timing on that, sort of asleep at the wheel. And gets caught dead to rights. Another worker goes down. A 6-worker lead, but so much more than that with the manas. And all it cost him was a single Demi-Lancer death. on a unit pull that only cost him, what, 500 resources in total. This is the Demi-Lancer power, guys. I keep calling this the press to win button, and you see why. He's coming in again. And sort of, he's not pulling away quick enough. There's another worker dead. Will be another Demi-Lancer going down, so he at least has Spears, Lancers to answer now. But this is all space, right? If sort of is now reacting to this, dancing around his own base, Lash gets a tech for free, and this is the outrageous nature of Demi-Lancers. You see it, you react to it. You have to. And if you're reacting to this, you're not actually punishing Lash for being greedy. Lash. It is going to be the safety net. White Tower. There's no dive point. So sort of is just economically behind against an opponent he can't dive into. He's doing the right thing now going for the monks. Like, this is, I think, the only play that makes sense is he needs to absorb all relics. Tricky part is we've got another one of these silly spawns. I need to talk to Caillou about this because I've noticed Frisian's been doing this recently where one player can occasionally get this type of spawn. It's outrageously broken in my opinion. It just gives an unfair advantage to one side. Because this relic's like so close to his base, right? In a different direction. You could argue that the relic would be the same distance if it spawned north. But the idea is by it spawning in a different direction, it's much harder to block your opponent out of resources. Getting behind versus Hole is so miserable. Yeah, because you feel like you need to attack them, right? And you could argue, okay, well, what if instead of attacking them, KP, I just went 2TC to recover, and then they're behind? The problem of Lancaster is once they have manas set up, they're so efficient at just blobbing military. That for most civs, going 2TC from a behind position just kills you entirely. Like, you can already see he's prepping the flood. We've got crossbows and spearman spam. He already got the tech, the Billman tech, to give Manus armor. And this is rough. I mean, sort of, like, he doesn't realize it yet. He hasn't scouted it. Actually, no, he's got a glimpse, right? But he hasn't switched. He's seen the Raxas. He saw the archery ranges. It is kind of crazy that Lash let him exist here. I think he maybe didn't realize he hung around. But with this info, we're not really seeing sort of deviate to a comp that wins. Like right now, with what he's seeing, the rats, the archery range, now seeing the crossbows, Chug would make a lot of sense. The crazy part is Lash is complicating that idea even. Osgard as well. I'm going to say something weird, which is usual for me. This almost feels like one of the type of matchups where going crossbow Chug makes a lot of sense. And that does sound weird, right? Like, you don't have a front line doing that. The tricky part as well is if you do it, your opponent can just pivot Yeoman. Nice raid in here, though. Lancers, hello. Good pick and sort of. Gets a bit of return fire. Alright, guys. Are these spearmen hardened or veteran? Answer me this. Why do Lancasters veteran spearmen look like they're hardened? Yeah, this doesn't really have a veteran-y look about it, does it? Battle hardened at best. They're vet. These are vet. I think that they maybe need to make the Lancastrian spears look a bit different with age up. The other weird thing is there's nothing to indicate Billman, which outrages me to this day. So Billman, like, you've just given him a bill hook. And I hope that with the new DLC that we're meant to be getting later this year, they'll do that graphical update. Because right now, they just don't actually, like, there's no way to tell. I noticed this, like, Lancaster has a lot of cool, unique elements. But when it comes to these unique upgrades, there's no way to indicate them without looking. Which kind of contradicts what Age of Empires 4 is trying to achieve, right? Like, if a men-at-arms has heavy maces, they get a different weapon. Charge coming in. Spears, crossbows, and oh my god, this... Alright, that's a beatdown, guys. That's a 2-0. Honestly, I just think he didn't want to even try after that initial hit against Lancaster. It's just even if you do get back in this game, it's such a long and painful route to recovery. Lancaster picks, man. What more can I say? What a sieve. So 2-0 victory for Lash. That means that he'll be moving through into the quarterfinals where he'll match up against either B or Fumfmul Virak. Cheats used, huh? I mean, that's what picking Lancaster is, right? It's a legal cheat. Now, Lash just wiped him, though. I do feel a bit bad for sort of, because it's very clear he drafted with water in mind, because he looked at the wrong version of Atacama, but it's why it's important to just double check there isn't other versions of Atacama already. Will Lancaster be dead after the patch? I don't think so. I don't really think anything fundamentally has changed for them. I think they're as good as they were, really. Like, slightly tweaked, but I think Lancaster Castle needs to be reworked. I think I said as much. You can check my patch notes video, exclamation mark patch notes for that. But the show must go on. So let's see which series we got up next. All right, do you guys want MSN versus Starflark or Gully Deckle versus Voldemar? There's a Water Atacama? Yeah, there was like a very old one that Biddler made in 2022. It wasn't good. It looks like the... Is it Forest Ponds map that they added to the game eventually? Jeez, okay, you guys are like very split. Yo, what's up, Conagan? Appreciate the super chat. Thank you very much, mate. What a legend. Money. I love money. Wait, but it just says super chat. Did you like not... Okay, you just super chat confuses me as a thing, because calling it like super chat if you then don't like say anything, and then like, I mean, I'm not saying you had to say anything. I mean, there's a concept like to call it super chat when it's like, so they've said something, right? And then they haven't. It's confusing. But appreciate, mate. 3 MSNs and one of them is the same guy twice. Dude, do I need to do a poll for you guys to dance up and down? Let's do a poll. Gully versus Voldemar, or MSN versus Starflag? I think Gully Voldemar had it. Yeah, it's not super chat, it's super money, baby. There's a minimum dono to send a message. Is there? Oh, okay. I don't know, I have to look into that back end. I need to set more of that up as YouTube's becoming a bit more popular. Like, little tip on there, you guys on YouTube, you don't have the same amount of like emotes as the Twitch community does. I add them as I can, but basically you need enough people to subscribe to give more emote slots. So I add them whenever there is more space. I think currently you only get like 4 or 5 emotes, which is a lot less than we have on Twitch. Okay, yeah, that is an emphatic victory for Voldemar versus Gully Deckle. So let me get the draft up for the boyos. Where are we at? So map draft, let's reset this. Control F5. And so Vlad versus Gully. I want to do a lot of Voldemar today, actually, because I want to check in on the EGC Master Summers series as well. All right. So we got our drafts. What maps? Frisian, Gorge, and Atacama.
How did Gully... Dude, like, what? How did you get Chinese into Rus? That's kind of a crazy opening draft, in my opinion. I guess Voldemar valued the Shushi for Atacama. Whereas, like, you've got Rus for Atacama. But then you've got, like, China for... I mean, Gorge. You could actually say Rus for Gorge. I think Atacama just makes a lot of sense for Rus, though. RGB on my laptop seems a bit laggy. It's just the way it's been set up.
I haven't customized it yet. It's just the way it's default done. So I think... Actually, maybe can I change it? I haven't looked at the setting yet. Oh, mate, I can change the color of the light bar. I'll have a look for that later. I don't know where the RGB keyboard settings are. I didn't even think to look for it. I can even change the RGB color on the water cooler, actually. AMD PC where? To the side of me, but this is an AMD laptop. It's a hybrid. We've got the NVIDIA graphics card, and then we've got the AMD CPU. Okay, anyway, let's get ready for game number 1. Oh my god. I've still got to get used to up, down, instead of left, right. Is laptop from Gigabyte? No. So the laptop is from PC Specialist. So we're working with 2 different sponsors today. And so Gigabyte will be up with us throughout the week. And PC Specialist will be up with us throughout the month and beyond. So with Gigabyte, if you are looking for parts, I recommend going checking them out. We've got a link in the panel. !Gigabyte will get you as well. They've got a deal going on right now where you can get some games for free alongside when you buy their new motherboards or GPUs. I love Gigabyte. We work with them all the time. I'm looking to work with them even deeper in the future, fingers crossed. And also, with PC Specialist, if you're building the PCs, you can actually use Gigabyte parts in it, and I'd recommend using the Gigabyte parts. But when it comes to a built laptop, that's what we've got PC Specialist for. All right. And wait, what do you mean fixed sound? What sound? Our sound is fine. Huh? Are you imagining things? Alright, let's have a look. And no spoilers, or I ban people. Where is our default map? Oh wait, I need to go to Gullies, don't I? Yeah, because Voldemar had the Master Summer stuff. Is the in-game sound... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, the volume. That's... Dude, when people say fix, my brain is like, oh, yeah. Well, thank you for reminding me. Because, like, the in-game notifications are too loud, right? Okay, that's weird. Sushi versus Marlians for G1. So he's saving Roos for Gorge. Ah, got you, Connor. Oh, I appreciate the support anyway, mate. All money helps. So thank you, thank you. Is the laptop spec linked? What I'll do is I'll add the laptop spec to the description bar after the stream. Instead of like going for the hoo-ha now. Because I'd have to select all the components on their website. But like, quick rundown, we've got a 5090 mobile in there. We've got the 9950 from AMD in there for the CPU side, 64 gig of RAM. We've got 4 terabytes of SSD hard drive in there. And then we've got the nice mobile easily connect water cooler. It's like 120 pounds for that. Definitely worth it, actually. Like, the difference in heat dispersion is crazy. Yeah, I'll add that afterwards, though. If someone bumps me in Discord, it will remind me to do it. But, one and all, let's get to it. Because we got a fun one. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for the illegal toddler arena. That's right. We throw kids from the playground into a basement and make them fight to the death. It's Voldemar versus Gully Deco in the final midweek muster of our 30-week circuit. Gully does something odd. He had Roos. It would have made so much sense in here. China as well. But he picks Marlians on Atacama to kick us off. While Voldemar goes for the more expected. It is going to be the Shu-Shi. Yeah, Shu-Shi have looked pretty good on this map historically. When we first ran Atacama in the weeklies, I think Shu-Shi was like second most picked, probably. And it made a lot of sense, right? Pro Scouts plays very well. Meditation Garden placements can actually sometimes be ridiculously good. And also, it's just such an open map that any Lancer spamming Civ does quite well. Marlians was also up there. Marlians Roost were the other ones we saw as frontrunners. Usually because, like, the first pit mine is for free. Second one's not too far away often. And then it's another Civ that can play Pro Scouts quite well. It's also a civ that's more comfortable with camping when they have a lack of long-term resources close to the TC. And yeah, we weren't in the wrong screen. We've just recently been opening up on full cam face head thing, so we have talking head into game. You'd know this, Gully, if you were spending all your hours watching the stream instead of trying to pass your GCSEs or whatever the German equivalent is. Yeah, Gully's an interesting one, folks. Youthful kid out of Germany, I believe southern Germany, has been looking to try and make his mark. We've been enjoying him. You guys might remember his stand-up performance. We had him ranked in the top 10 HRE last year in Season 6, I want to say. It was Season 7. Voldemar, on the other hand, definitely a lot more prestige to the name right now. Like, rising kid. People keeping a lot of eyes on. If you want someone who can coach you, by the way, Voldemar, I'd say, is actually the go-to person. He might not be the highest ranking player in AoE4, but he has a good fundamental understanding of coaching that I haven't really noticed anyone else in the scene having so far. But he's always been grinding, always been trying to rise up to bigger and stronger things. So Peaceful Beginnings should abruptly become aggressive here, right? Like, is the idea Pro Scout on Pro Scout? Or do you try to play blocker to Pro Scout? Because normally Mullions do just kind of inherently end up at PS because of how much gold they get. They do like to try and harass their opponent on the way. The interesting thing for Mullions is normally you just build scouts to do that, right? Like, you don't have to do something different, whereas most anti-pro scouting civs would have to add in Braxes and archery ranges. And if you do go pro scouts, that does open up for Imba. The interesting thing about, like, trying to make this a long feudal, by the way, is, like, in theory, Mullions have the clear edge. They've got Donzos, which are premium spears that stop Shushi relying on horsemen. And Javelins can just kite Chuganu indefinitely, right? It's like, in theory, the idea here for Voldemar, like, what feels optimal is to just get your deer and run to castle. He actually got a really good spawn to just shove the deer in if he wanted to as well. Yeah, fort bonds are a little bit more awkward. And looks like there's going to be a deer lane on the other side. So Voldemar will not allow Gully to sneak the goodies for free. But with the gold income as it stands, like, Pro Scouts is going to feel quite organic here for Mullions. That's just the benefits of having this nice passive trickle of 108 gold per minute as you're aging up. And the mini garden, we talked about this map sometimes having crazy spawns. This is not really one of them. No, he played it quite safe, close to base, only got the gold, the stone, and a little bit of wood. Sometimes you can end up with, like, gold, stone, food. I've seen occasionally. It's very rare. The other move that I've seen some players make is just running out to the central tree line just to get a crazy amount of wood. Which, I guess, in theory is cool. Like, the biggest problem with just rushing wood with Shushi is what do you do with it, right? Like, this is not a civ that has access to archers. So it kind of discounts some of the variable nature of Meditation Garden, right? Like, if you're on a water map, at least, sure, getting loads of wood is great. On land, you don't need crazy amounts of trees to get your hands on Chuganu. Age up begins. Pro Scout's already queued on the one side. Voldemar about to mirror on the other. Has already got what he needs for the stables or racks drop. He's actually already got the stables, so Pro Scout's coming in. He's still got 6 on wood, so I think we're probably looking at Pro Scouts plus Spearmen. Which just makes sense. If you play just scouts onto scouts, Gully will win, right? Because these guys, they've got Wakanda nanotech with the, was it 7 base damage on the Warrior Scouts? What are their rankings on the ladder right now, by the way? I haven't checked in on them recently. I feel like I just give less attention to ladder rankings recently. I mean, it is just kind of isn't it? I think we have enough tournaments going on regularly. Like, I think we could actually have a reliable tournament ranking system. Maybe that's something we should have done with Midweek Muster. But currently on the ladder, Voldemar is probably like, what, top 30? Number 7 in the world. Look at our boy rising up. 76 games played. Strong, sturdy at 69% win rate. Nice. Meanwhile, Gully, a little bit down, actually. Ranked 125th in the world. 119 games played. And Gully, he's been floating around that area, I think. Yeah, like, you go between Season 6 and now, I'd say he's been averaging around the top 150, top 200 in the world. I've now got the Rax play coming in from Gully. So this is just like reaction to your opponent. Like if you go Javelin straight away, that does nothing against Spears. If you go Archers, you open up Horsemen for Shushi. Shushi are so happy to play Horsemen, by the way. They do it really well. It's not as much about the bonus attack speed as much as it is just about the fact that this Civ is great at massing food early on. Got 200 elo in your last 200 games? Woo! Gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Second pit mine now coming in. This guy's going to be pumping up that gold count. This is not feeling like a Javelin game, by the way. I'm wondering, is he thinking of just going... Can you Fulani rush? Probably not, right? One interesting play that can exist here is if you see Shushi play into a pass guard spam, you can play for the Farimba Mansa Musafadi. I think Farimba Mansa Musafadi is actually not too bad against Lancers even. I mean, you're squishy, right? But there's a lot of you. You've got full melee armor. Full melee armor, for reference, against the Lancer is going to offset about close to 20% of their damage. We do have the Mount Lu. Mount Lu has been rising in popularity, by the way. It just makes a lot of sense. If you're playing Pro Scouts mirrored, the idea is you're, in theory, on average, going to 50-50 split the deer. If you 50-50 split the deer, this gives you a lot more runway. You already have some because of the supervision, but then it takes it a step further with taxation giving food as well. And it also just gives this ridiculous Zerg point. Like, against Malians in particular, it makes a lot of sense because they shouldn't be able to outmass you, as you've got the supervision buff option that doubles the efficiency of your taxmen. Wait, white tower rushes don't always work? That's a lie. They always work. Just like Gigabyte components. Oh, look at that. That's a fancy little graphic. Big shout out to Gigabyte. I love working with these guys. Click on the link. Doing a little bit of awareness, but also making you aware you guys can actually get a bunch of games for free if you click on that link. I look forward to the guy on the YouTube side that hates when I do shout outs for sponsors in the YouTube videos. He's not like a super subscriber or anything. He's just outraged when content creators get paid. And there it is. It is going to be the regional inspection. But he's going to be getting Lancers here, which is a little bit worrisome. I mean, this is one of those more awkward matchups. There's certain ones where I think Palace Guard makes a lot of sense on this timing, but we mentioned the Musafadi already. If you do that, Malians can defend you from an age behind. Oh, we didn't turn down the volume, did we? I'm going to do that now. It's too high on the master volume, right? Oh, sound effects, actually, probably. The sound effects is like the warning trumpets and whatever. I think that's the worst thing. All right, and back in we go. Just adjusted the sound levels a little bit. So Spear plus Lancer. I mean, technically, this is a really solid comp for Voldemar against what he's up against right now. I say technically because, like, if Golly just blobbed full Donzo, they are really effective against this on their own. But the Javelins right now are discounted to do nothing. This is the problem, though. Like, when you play Pro Scouts, you usually think Farimba unless you want to have Javs. I'm glad to see that Gully's not falling for that trick, though. He's setting up for Fulani. And Fulani, you're not really going to want Sofa here, but just think about the ramifications of Mass Mansa. Mass Mansa Musafadi, I think, actually is like the winning play. And I'm smiling, hoping he's going to do it. Because, guys, Mansa Musafadi is a pretty disgusting unit in the right situation, but it's insanely rare. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I try and work with different companies, get sponsored by them, ones I believe in. Is so that there's less, like, requirement on you guys to sub to keep me afloat. Don't get me wrong, subs help. And if you guys have got Prime subs, whatever subs, go ahead and use them on the Twitch side. I think we're a little bit shy of our plus goal this month. I'd love to hit that again so we get more money out of Bezos. Gotta milk that guy until the blood comes out. But Yeah, you know, I don't know. I still find it weird to this day when there are people that are like, I can't believe the sellout of this. No, I call sellout if someone goes and makes like a coin, a crypto coin or some crap like that. But working with brands just makes sense. Makes it less so that you have to stand here doing like a charity plea to your community of like, for the low price of $15 a month, you could help a pigeon survive. Do give me $15 though. Anyway, veterancy for Spears is in. Gully is still not aged up, by the way. This is a little bit worrisome. But Voldemort, I mean, he must be suspicious. Yeah, he's checking in now. Gully did do something a bit greedy here, folks. Instead of just getting 3 to 6 cows and then going for an age up, he went the full almost 9 yards on this. Yeah, look, he's filling in the final ones now. So he's definitely maximized cow, but it should in theory give Voldemort an opening. The thing is, he's not rushing in. He's just stopping off at the houses at the pit mines. Crazy as the final week of KPMM, right? Like 31 weeks worth of content went crazy fast. For some people. For some people, it grade their hair out. That's the other hilarious thing when people are like, I don't like sponsoring this content. Work for free. It's not just that we're streaming. We're then also paying people out, running the broadcast, paying admins, paying artists. Yeah. Esports can turn into quite the black hole for money when done roughly. Oh, man. This doesn't feel like a rough defense for Gully. No, because the upgrades are coming in fast now. He's teched up, only takes 30 seconds, and it's a choke point fight. Voldemort's idea was cool. His timing just not on point, right? He wasn't able to find that dive point before the age up really began. And that's the worrisome part, is like when you try to dive into Malian base, you know, they have these hybridized attacks in the Donzos. So even though your spears are better at this stage, it doesn't matter when 80% of your army can't attack. What happens after KPMM? I retire and I become an Age of Empires 1 caster. I don't know. We're figuring that out. If I happen to have any oligarch sugar daddies that want to fund tournaments, let me know. But the vet Donzos are in. Oh, this is a rough fight now for Voldemort. The upside, though, is he has picked up 3 relics so far. And more still to come. Sofa's now getting queued up. I like this timing by Gully. It seems weird into mass spears, but remember, this is a very open and exposed map. Your opponent has actually gone 2 TC on top of that, which is pretty greedy. And the other thing you have to remember is that Voldemort has seen mass spearmen. So does he react with more spearmen, or does he start building a counter? A counter that gets countered by Sofa. Don't go back to Doa? Why not both? I think we will look at maybe having a variety day in the week. Exploring new strategy games and whatnot. I've been thinking about it for a while. Keeps things fresh, you know. Just not sure what day it's going to be yet. Musafadi coming in, though. Now, that is curious. Why the Musafadi for Gully? Like, you've got to be just assuming someone like Chug knew at this rate. And Musafadi will lose to Chug. And yeah, he just got confirmation. First one arrived. So I'd be surprised if he takes this any further. I like the fact he's adding in archers now. This is a really solid comp, and I'm quite worried for the next fight for Voldemort. I mean, if he's given enough time with 4 relics plus 2 TC, he should be good. But currently, remember, he's up against Fulani. He doesn't have map control. He's constricted. And the other awkward issue is while Gully could stay on one location and get infinite food, you aren't there yet. So Voldemort actually needs map width to use all of his villages in the coming minutes. He might not have it. Javelin's just sniping out the crossbows as they come in. The Sofas are starting to flood into the base. They have not got the imported armors yet, though. So not as tanky as they should be, but tanky enough to find a few worker kills. And also force the idle time. Meanwhile, the main bout. Looks like Voldemort is going to get some reprieve here. Able to push back. I think it was the Palace Guard littered in, right? The littering of Palace Guard seems to have given a temporary reset, but we do have a lot of Sofa now. 13. I mean, this is the point where imported armors makes a lot of sense. Would make it easy to trade out against the spears. I guess Gully feels an urgency to attack, considering that he has seen the 2 TC now. But Voldemort is not safe yet, folks. There's a problem. There it is. This is the most dangerous point of the game. If he can survive this, Gully's in a bit of a pickle. But this takes time. Like, right now, Voldemort needs, what, an extra 2 minutes for this to really pay off? For it to bulk and pay off. Am I happy with how KPMM developed in terms of viewers? I think it's definitely been beneficial and we've seen a lot of growth. It has also been a weird roller coaster ride in the start of the year set a trajectory, which then I think the last 10 KPMMs hasn't held up to. I don't know. We talked about it could be something to do with summer and viewership or the DLC and then people just being drained. But whatever it is, we need to review it and figure out what it was and how we can improve. What has got me like inspired with a bit more confidence is the new person we've got in on the YouTube side. Really big shout out to Mega on that. He's been critical in keeping my morale high. Because I think the YouTube is actually on the right way, in the right direction now. Gully, being very patient about this, which is a bit risky actually. He's trying to feel out the farm transition timing, right? I don't think he's scouted it yet. So we'll start marching in now. Needs to be careful though, Sofa. They're valuable. Don't want to give him over that easily. Backline is turning to mostly crossbows, which makes it a little bit less effective against Donzos. Gully has moved out to the primary tree line. I was figuring we'd see more archers than this, but they haven't arrived yet. No. Trickling out, gradually getting here. And it is going to be the counterplay. Like, actually, the weird part here is that Voldemort has been a little bit baited into a spear defense. And understandably so against this many Sofa. But when you look at Voldemort's comp, actually what it really is begging for is a nest of bees. Otherwise, he has no answer to the vet archer count. I mean, there's what you see to what you counter, right? Like, and he's only now seeing the archers for the first time. On top of that, against this many Sofa, especially the fact you don't have the clock tower effect, building into nest of bees can feel quite awkward for Shushi compared to their Chinese counterpart. Flash is going to start to come in. It's just awkward every time you step up like this. Like the Voldemort's adding in more Palace Guard, you kind of need that to litter the shots into the wrong target. Otherwise, the spears die too fast. And in fact, they might be dying a bit too fast here. Gully, he's building a lead now. Sofa, just keep baiting them out. There's only a handful of spears left in this fight, about 6 of them in fact. Sofa's also leaking around to the backside of the engagement. That does expose the crossbows. He pulled the spears to deal with it. Oh dear, down to just 7 expos. And fully exposed in this one. Gully, he's got the archer blob necessary. He's starting to break in. And the farm count is finally starting to look good at the worst possible time. It's like Gully, not really feeling the lead he just had there, is going to back off. Only for a moment, though. Yeah, I think he forgot he had like an extra 20 troops to come. I think it's important the viewers count stabilize the Hims Cup. Yeah, I mean, agreed. But like, it is a little bit demoralizing that obviously the round is 32, not as many people interested, but, you know, it would have been nice to have been able to make the Fridays about something other than just the absolute top players playing to get people in. You know what I mean? I always had these dreams of like low elo pass and things like that, but I guess the scene's just still not there. Oof, this is ugly though. Voldemort, I'll tell you what is there. A Gully deck will win. That's the farm's idled. Look at the count right now. Voldemort still has not got nest of bees coming. I think he's done it. Gully. This can be considered an upset easily. Voldemort, he may not be able to crack the top 10 reliably, right? But he's looked solid consistently. He's been able to achieve wins time and time again over these upstarts, the rapscallions. He is the kid to the toddlers after all. He's meant to be the big bro that gets to teach him life the hard way. But today, Gully Deckle is going to be the one turning up the blowtorch and burning that whole concept down. My, oh my, Gully Deckle now up to 43 archers. And look at the macro as well. He's starting to stockpile for Imp. No doubt about it. Voldemort is being caught by the long curlies. And there's not really much he can do to hide. Did he just get scouted? No, okay, luckily the workers on the tree line haven't been found. But unluckily, Voldemort, this is the full farm area. Without this, you don't have a way of playing the game. And I think Gully realizes it. He's backing up. I think maybe sometimes Gully's a bit reluctant. Like, you keep seeing him, you know, back off the commitment. But as long as he doesn't leave the farm area, I'm happy with the play. You enjoy some diamond play? We tried diamond play, and I don't think people really took to it that much. It's tough. I've talked about this, like, we live in an ecosystem that is... People probably don't want to hit. We're quite elitist. I want to watch the best play. I want to watch Beastie. I want to watch Moonlord. I haven't really reached that stage where I think we're fully accepting of, like, the lower ranks as a wider community. But maybe. Maybe with the DLC, it'll finally be time. We'll see. It looks like he's scouted it out. Oh, no. This means the second wave's going to build. Yeah, Ram's already coming up. Gully wants the efficiency of burning this down. So he could just leave, like, a handful of archers here and then pull the sofa around if he wants to. I mean, Voldemort, props to him for trying to find a way out of this awkward position. But I think it's too little too late. Like, the Nesta Bees now coming in would have been great a long time ago. Now it feels too late because, like, without food, you don't have anything to protect the siege. Mali's just too OP. Mali, I mean, they are consistently have reliably been the best jugging civ, I feel like. Never truly changed them, right? Just a staple pick when you want to out-lob your opponent, especially when you get to be pro scouts into Fulani. That is crazy. Gully? I mean, it's only 18 villagers, right? Like, you could kill them, or you could kill 42 villagers. No! Okay, that's it. I shouldn't show this. I feel like I should censor and blur the whole scene because this is too much violence. They're trapped. They've been digging their own hole, their grave, and it is finally 6 foot deep. Woo-wee. G1 going to Gully. The toddler apparently has been learning. And I mean, actually, like he had a good week last week, right? He beat Numidon, I think it was 2-1. We weren't able to catch that one. By the way, Gully, could you maybe like not have to FF your matches, by the way, if you do happen to win this series? Thank you very much. Was it quarterfinals against Dumo? I think he got an auto win. God damn it. But let's see if he's actually even going to make it. Because that's only game 1. Needs to win a second. G2, we're heading into Gorge. And it is going to be House of Lancaster versus Ottomans. You went home and Dumo couldn't play on Sunday. I think that's like one of the trickier things when it's on like when tournaments are happening on the weekend, right? But yeah, like the play there would have been like you do it on like Wednesday would Chuma's right in saying Wednesday would be too late. Quarterfinals needs to be Tuesdays, really. It just sets up nicely that way. By the way, speaking of nice setups, wow, look at this thing. All right, should we get ready for game 2? Let's hop to. I need to flip you around. Well, the kid is learning fast, but now True School is in session. How do you solve for this, Mr. Gully Deckle? Game number 2, and Voldemar has got House of Lancaster. An opportunity to strike back fast here, and it looks like he's going to be striking fast and furiously in the Dark Age. It's going to be a Rax Rush beginning, mirrored out by Gully. Okay, now you both have my attention. This is a curious one. Because you want to say Ottomans is just better because we've talked about this MM idea for a long time. It is powerful. But in the early game, although you save 60 wood on your rats compared to Lancaster, they're going to be gathering 20% faster off of sheep. So there's a very interesting inflation point here for Voldemar. In fact, you're already seeing is he actually has the Spimman lead. Ever so slightly. Sheep haul is going to be important to keep an eye on. It looks like we've got a weird scouting pattern here. Where is he going? What happened? Voldemar darted through the center. He's now cutting across. Yo, that's dirty. Look at the difference between Gully and Voldemar's scouting pattern. Gully's probably thinking that they cut the west side half-see. They didn't. Voldemar circled straight through the center. So Voldemar actually has an opportunity to get like 65, 70% of the sheep with this type of play. Because now they'll dart to each other's side, they'll come back around, they'll meet 50-50, but then Voldemar knows to go north. Gully doesn't know that yet. Voldemar, he's actually hunting for the deer, but he might end up finding the scout as well. Gully does see the threat early on, will be able to back away. Wait, he's going to try to lame the deer. Don't lose the scout. Okay, that's... Wait, ooh. He could have actually got one of the sheep there. Ended up splitting it a bit. But I think that's enough damage on the scout to kind of scare him away. Meanwhile, while you're running into already explored territory, Voldemar continues to go through new areas, finding additional sheep. So right now we're talking about 13 sheep. It's just the 9. Could have been 14, but apparently Danish healthcare doesn't cover prescriptions for eyesight. Which is shocking considering how much they pay in taxes. Oh, wait. Oh my god, he got the scout! What? Oh, that is tragic. No way. He walked underneath the TC, didn't he?
Yes.
So he got corralled like a sheep himself. That's ridiculous. So Gully Deckle, now with only 4 sheep. Meanwhile, 20 sheep for Voldemar, and there's still more to find. And that, folks, is mortifying. Oh my god. A critical blunder. What happened there? I'm going to assume, because wouldn't have expected. I think what happened is he walked towards the TC here. An extra spearman came in this way, and then he panicked and walked underneath the TC. Which would make sense based on the chase that was happening. Either way, unfortunate. Gully, I mean, just get out of the age, right? There's no way you can play it anymore. This also forces his hand. It has to be Madrissa. There's no option. I mean, you've got some deer shoved home, but against this much sheep, I feel like going Sultani Trade Network would be a death sentence. And there we go. Minaret Madrissa coming. Remember, he does at least have the sheep point, Anatolian Hills. It's always annoying when you're kind of forced to it. Like, if you have flexi options, it feels good, right? But that's not going to be on the table here. You were pushing deer? Ah, the classic. Wait, were you pushing? But you were pushing deer with 3 spears. I think it's like foresight, because you were trying to deer shove while also trying to deer lame. And then you just ran in a way that you set yourself up to die, right? Like, if you know you're not going to be able to watch your scout, running towards the enemy base is a very dangerous play versus running to the east. But it's just like the classic read, right? Like, you see deer, you feel like you have to lane them. What we're getting at here is Gully Deckle's like, man, I'm going to be OP when deer shoving gets nerfed. And what on earth did... He's trying to punish the lack of food. This is a cool build from Voldemar. I really like this. I think Abbey of Kings has a lot of tempo to it that's underrated. But, you know, usually the weakness is, you know, can you find the all-in timing quick enough? You know, can your opponent just out-camp you and get the necessary defenses? I mean, in a game where your opponent maybe has 14 sheep, possibly, but in a game where they've only got 1, you feel pretty cozy about this idea. Gully is at least going to move in for the deer lane. You love deer pushing? I bet you wouldn't say that in the wild. I bet you wouldn't. I bet, you know, for all this brag of you liking deer shoving, I bet you wouldn't walk up to a buck in the wild and like full on puff chest it. Just watch it like back hoof you in the face. Just like mutters you, this is what happens when Bambi grows up. So we have got more spears from Gully. Is he going to try to dish... Oh, wait. There's no, they've both been taken out now. Yeah, but wait. Spears against Lancaster always feels odd, right? I don't know. Like, it's kind of a weird predicament where they have spears, you produce spears, right? But, like, if you think about the units that Lancaster's going to build, they're never going to build Hobblars, surely. And they have Yeoman. So, yeah, I'm glad he's not producing more. Is now going to be Archers. But speaking of Yeoman, we're getting it. This is a cool idea. Is he going to produce more Lords of Lancaster? He's got 3 on gold, so presumably. They're 60 gold each, remember. And it's like double archer, no blacksmith rush. There's no other reason other than maybe double broadaxe as to why you'd have extra gold gathering. It comes down to whether he feels like he needs more health, and he does. And these guys are so effective. Mark my words, the biggest change you're going to see of like the upcoming patch is that Lords of Lancaster, the pick rate probably rockets up quite a bit. I think there's a lot of matchups where you don't need to go for the House of Lancaster's defensive landmark, the Lancaster Castle, because your opponent won't attack you. But now, like before with Lords of Lancaster, they felt like they fell off. You couldn't really scale them well into Castle Imperial because they just had terrible stats. Right? They were raw HP tanky, but otherwise not tanky. But with the upcoming patch, they're going to get an increase in their armor each level. So yeah, expect to see a lot more of the Lordy boys. Not straight away. I think it's someone that's going to take time to adjust to. But they are looking better and better. It doesn't look much better than that good old Gigabyte. Click that link. Yeah, reminder, guys. Part of this campaign is obviously always awareness, so clicking on the links with our sponsors always helps. You know, maybe pick one of them up. I bet a few of you are overdue for an upgrade. Yeah, just like Gully's overdue for an upgrade to this comp. We have got Sapai coming in. Necessary here. He did pull the sheep point. Now, the tricky thing is, congrats, you now have to build Sapahi into Yeoman that outrange your archers, so that means Spearman can hold further back. On top of that, trade-out's not going to be easy with Lord of Lancaster. Yeah, because you do, what, 24 damage per strike, so normally you kill a Yeoman in 3 hits, but with the Lord of Lancaster, it's going to take a 4th. That's a pretty big difference. Rough beginning here as he tries to get in the trade-out. Ends up being 1 Yeoman for 2 archers. Almost a third. Reminder, Yeoman do move quicker than standard archers. Cow tipping is an AoE 4. Yeah, but it's a little bit more violent than AoE 4. Like, we don't let them actually get back up. Yo. Okay, Vodemar. In stand ground mode there. Pretty ambitious. Oh, he's not respecting the steeled arrow. No, he doesn't have his own blacksmith timing yet. Then again, it's kind of interesting that Gully took steeled arrow over undermesh as a priority here when he saw it as mass yo. Because your archers are still going to be good at trading out against spears, but it also means you're not as tanky on the Sapai as you should be. And you're just seeing the effectivity of that extra HP. An extra 9 on the spears. Each of these Yeomen takes an extra 7 damage. That means like you need 2 extra archer shots to kill. This is the thing, when you hear those numbers, they sound really redundant and really small, really petty. But then if you think about what people have been doing with imams and dervishes and the value of just having this unit that can't be sniped straight away, you start to understand. You know, it just kind of reminds you of when people started to really take boot camp seriously. Buffs haven't hit, but people were doing Lords of Lancaster. People were kind of starting to do it even earlier than this. I think Voldemar had some experimental builds. Anatan was the other one. Maybe it's a Volda Esport maneuver. Oh, just so hard to touch him. He's got more Yos coming. Definitely needs to pump more spears. Okay, but like Gully has problems right now. The food must be running low. Actually, no, credit to him. He's making the sheep last. He's munching the deer first. Lord slightly overextended, but guys, like once he gets all these Lords of Lancaster together, reminder that these Yeomen will end up having a very chunky health pool. They'll end up at, I believe it's 98 HP. 98 on a feudal bowman. And I think this is like the only way you can play Yeoman reliably in feudal age, by the way. It's very intriguing because they're so expensive that like for a 70 HP unit, 95 resources is crazy. But when you put them close to 100 HP with the extra range, the movement speed, etc., it's all of a sudden a pretty decent proposition. Gully. How are we looking here? My biggest concern for him is how he actually clears the spears quick enough. Voldemar's being very ambitious with positioning, though. He only has, what, 1 spearman here? That's kind of crazy. Meta's in, though. He starts to retreat. Gets out of range just before they can start target firing onto the meta, actually. And remember, he has got the ranged armor now, so okay. Gully, if he can get this Sabahi count up to, like, 12, 13 in the next minute and a half, I can maybe see a way. We have to remember that this is not a mana build, by the way. There's zero passive production, or passive economy, rather, for Voldemar. It's all forced production and forced gathering. It's blobbing quite a few spears. Yeoman, nice snipe. Yeah, Gully, a bit ambitious with the archer range positioning. Didn't want to place it here because he just saw Voldemar on the north side, so he thought it was more risky. That's always the frustration, man. These yeomen are so quick. Speaking of which, they're going to force the fight. Spears are going to chase in. He has also got the Lords of Lancaster in the mix, so you have to be careful your target fire, because Voldemar, look what he does. He pulls them back. He keeps the Lords of Lancaster forward, because these are units that have 250 HP each. Recommit. Sapai are going to wrap around the back. The Yeoman target fire down those archers. There's a trickle of spears, plus the Lords left over here. Sapai count. You'd think they'd be able to win this, but the damage just seems too high. Forced to retreat. Has no military firepower left to trade out at range. And now, Gully, this is where the pain point enters. The sheep are finally depleting. He ate all the deer he possibly could. He snuck out. Does Voldemar know, though? By God, I think he does. Look at this. The move comes out. Outpost. Why are you not rushing this? Gully, no! Voldemar finds him. The villagers cannot run away. The wheelbarrow is not quicker than the yeoman's foot trotting. And it means we're going to be trolley-lollying through to a game number 3. Ooh. Not as simple as Gully was hoping. Gully's like, at this point, he's like one of those... one of the villains. Where, like, if it wasn't for that one scout, I would have won. Sort of thing, you know? So, deciding game for these two is going to be coming out on Frisian. And you've got what? Well, you've still got Chinese and Rus. That's the other interesting thing to me, actually, is that you didn't pick Rus instead on that map. Because I would have thought Rus on Gorge was kind of a pretty comfortable pick. But we are going to be getting English versus Chinese. I've been noticing a few people picking English, actually, on this map recently.
Yes, sir.
Oh. That makes sense.
Aha.
All right. Didn't hit the record. Welcome back to the channel, folks. The mind games are underway in the Battle of the Toddlers. That's right. They've entered the arena, Voldemar and Gully Deckle, to decide this on Frisian Marshes. But it's not how Gully was expecting things to play out. Voldemar threw a curveball. It's an English pick in 2025. I know, a rare sight, but they do happen to actually exist occasionally. Other side, Gully done something a lot more logical. A Chinese pick. Something we see time and time again on Frisian. But I gotta say, guys, I would not write off English on this map. I have noticed a few more players picking it here as time's been going on. It's surprisingly effective in the correct circumstances. Now, the question is whether China's going to be that circumstance. Yeah, and like, what is the overall goal? Because like the interesting thing about this map, actually, Frisian design is meant to be, if you're stuck in the corner, you lose, right? Like, eventually. You don't tend to rush your opponent to death, you just starve them out. English is one of those civs that can survive in the corner. And what I mean by we've been seeing a return to their use here, it's in line with the Malian expectation. Malians is another civ that can exist in the corner for a long time and not care. English do so out of farm gen, but their timing comes a lot later than Malians, which is why I think people have been a bit more hesitant with this civ. Meanwhile, China, just resilient, very powerful civ here, right? You've got the delayed Barbican timings. You play Pro Scouts very well. If it does become a defend, stand in your base, can't move out, you still have ways of generating gold as long as you reach feudal age. Like, I want to say China, since the early days of Frisians, Existence has been a reliable top 3, top 4 pick for this map. Okay. Let's hit the fast forward actually a little bit, by the way. I wasn't doing that in the other games, but we should have. In the other game, whoa. Wait. Okay, when I said that you could be defensive, man, I didn't mean from minute 2. We've got 2 TC English. Talk about a blast from the past. Interesting choice on this map. I mean, Pro Scouts usually was the killer. If you guys remember, English 2TC meta fell off hard because of Season 9's introduction into Pro Scouts meta. China, one of the leaders of the pack with that. Now, Pro Scouts are still viable on this map, but it is a little bit weaker than your standard spawns. There's only 20 deer, not 28. So in theory, China will have less runway to aggro you with before they have to think greedy themselves. Abbey of Kings, though. What classic. And I'm wondering, is he going to play tight with the TC? Like, I'd expect him to drop it on the gold. Looking at his food, it's not as good as last game. The Lancaster game is kind of outrageous. This one's a bit more tame. He's got 14 sheep. Only 13 on the other side, so he did actually beat him to the punchline. I'm still having to get used to this, because Frisian is historically a map that had more sheep than almost any map in competitive AoE4. But this new edition, I think, has about 20% less than old Frisian marshes. And that is about as defensive of a TC as you will ever see out of the English. What? He doesn't even secure the gold with this. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought he'd at least actually try to lock in gold. Just so that he'd have the opportunity to kind of skirt into castle. This starves you out a bit. Right? Like, now there's a big risk that if you get all in by China, you're not escaping the age. And it is going to be Pro Scouts. Alright, should we fast forward a little bit until they get to aggro? I've been feeling this way recently when we get like double Pro Scouts, but this is like, it's not double Pro Scouts, but it is just going to be a macro game by the looks of it. Even building the mill and the berries. Oh my god, this is where we go through. English don't need berries, you just build farms, you fool. I mean, if he feels like he needs some army, it makes sense, and we are getting army. Yeah, archers plus racks. And reaction is going to be stables plus archers. Honestly, like, I quite highly rate China's comp here. I think, for a start, obviously you're sidestepping into 2TC, that's really expensive. But the other thing is, like, archers spam from China is ridiculously fast. If this was at least a council hall build, I'd understand, like, the timing for Voldemar to defend himself on the map. But now, because of what Gully's doing, Voldemar might just have to stay at home. We'll have to see. It's up to 4 taxmen in total. Supervision is going to be in on the archery range, right? Yep, producing archers every 6 seconds. Compared to a 15-second wait. But obviously, Voldemar has 2, so that's 7.5 seconds versus the 6 seconds. And you're already behind on archers. Not a great sounding situation. The other worrisome part is that China is really good at these blacksmith timings. So getting into Steel Arrow Undermesh a lot quicker for them. Positives to Voldemar, you're playing a Civ that can't really be dove easily. You know, you show up with a light army and you try to dive, even the villagers attack you back. Nice snipe there, Gully. That was greedy. He was looking for an in around the flank of the TC, and although it existed, going in ahead of the army was kind of crazy. I think Gully was hoping to put a scout here and just stay here unseen and get info for free. But good reaction out of Voldy. Any spam from China is ridiculously fast? Tell me about it. When those spam bots start sending you the dodgy emails. Still need to pay for the units? Yeah, congrats, you're China. You can do that as well. You don't think China can pay for double archery range production? Oh, you mean English? Yeah, that's kind of a bigger problem. I mean, he has got a slight worker lead. It's starting to scale a bit. And also, leaning longbows is better than leaning spear, men-at-arms here, right? Because you just don't have the food for that. Pumba? Gully, please. Don't do this. For the love of God, whatever you do, just run. If you wonder why I'm urging him to run, it would take him 150 shots to kill this boar. It's not a fight. So how's the Pro Scouts looking so far, by the way? He's got, what, 8 of the 20 total deer so far? Pretty good start. I like the way he's doing it as well. He's not being overly greedy, just the free scouts. So just a lot of respect being shown to Voldemar's potency to just bulk and go. Which makes sense. I think like the advantage that English are meant to have on this map, we talked about the defensive advantage, but the aggressive advantage is in the early mid game. It's just a line towards the enemy base. The reason that's important is where longbow rushes suck is on maps where you're exposed. Like on a dry Arabia, you can get hit from both sides consistently. But on Frisian, you're basically hugging tree lines as you go. So it's very hard for your opponent to surprise you, as long as he has a scout nearby. Speaking of those longbows, they are going to posture. They've got the attack speed aura now, though, so I'd be surprised if Gully goes any further. I think he just wants to keep Voldemar stuck to the edge. We talked about these 4 golds and the lack of a TC on them being someone that could hurt Voldy. And I think he's experienced that a bit now, because Barbican's coming through, but Gully's also going Barbican plus Castle. So double greed. And you are correct, the king did die, but I live in 2025, so we don't really care as much anymore. You know what? Like back in the old days when a king died, there was all this hoo-ha. Nowadays, when it happens, we go, woohoo! Holiday! It's dark, but true. You know what the crazier part to me is like the amount of people that really think that like a lot of us care about the royalty, you know? I used to get it from Americans a lot as well, where they'd like insult the queen. I'm like, am I meant to care? You'd probably be more insulted if I insulted the president. If you really want to upset us, insult our TV. Because we know it's BS. You guys know that Doctor Who was incredible back in the good old days. Darkest materials? Come on. Rome? Fight me. And there you go. Gully Deckle, a German in the chat, asking, aren't they like important people? Of course you'd think that the German ancestry royal family in the English lands would be important. Alright, let's do a bit of fast forward again. So Gully, I don't really see him breaking in anytime soon. Because in theory, Voldemar should be able to age up as long as he can touch that gold. And we have got a lot of longbow still. Meanwhile, Gully just hasn't really been able to get the full comp upgraded. Lancers aren't arriving yet. Longbows, though. Now, hold on. There's the outpost. Okay, Voldemar. I was worried for a second there. Now with the attack speed, Gully, I think, will probably give him the respect necessary. We are getting farms in. Like, this is the thing, right? I think there are other civs in the game where, in this position, you just say GG on 2TC. But the attack speed aura is something we forget about because we just don't see English very often anymore. But when we do, we're reminded of how ridiculously hard this civ is to break. Like, almost at Lancaster levels. I don't want to quite put them there because Lancaster is its own absurdity, but still. Wait, people are still complaining about Pro Scouts getting nerfed? I thought people were cheering about that. Mate, they cheer about that harder than British people do when they find out they get a holiday because someone died. Golly, now playing on maps, so we are getting fishing. I like this. The actuality of what Voldemar's doing here is he's setting himself up to not be present on the map. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 2 minutes I start to see those signature Voldemar walls. Pro Scouts got buffed with the deer push nerf. That's true. So we got to nerf it again, right? I mean, I am of a different mindset. I think at this stage, you don't nerf Pro Scouts more, you nerf map design. Or rather buff it. You make maps about something else. And oh my god. Gully was just saying in chat a bit earlier how he's been struggling and losing elo because his white tower rushes don't work. Get the notebook out. I think you just need to commit more villages. 30. He went to 43. He's at least reduced it now. 31 down. It's pretty ridiculous still. But it shows the respect given just because of the timing in mind. He knows that Gully was getting ready to dive. Like, the Lancer count was getting up there. It's a great timing. Covers the farms beautifully. In fact, yeah, look at the organic nature of this. You can just wall this little area here, and you're as safe as a bank. And apparently, he wants to start his own Bank of England. He immediately goes into a monastery drop here with, like, no map control whatsoever. This is like me buying a plane without learning how to fly a plane and then trying to fly it. Like, Voldemar, I don't think he gets any relics, especially because of what Gully's doing. He takes the relic from Voldemar's side first. Wait, no, path it around. Path it. Okay, apparently Gully really wants to flaunt to Voldemar the fact that he has that relic. Like, hey, look at these shiny things that you cannot have. Whoa. He's remembered Lombos actually can kind of catch you here. That was a bold timing as well. Voldemar almost kind of like looking to bait a fight as the veterancy did kick in. And now arm switch now from Voldy. I guess it's okay when you've got Lombos to secure against the Lancers. You don't really want to be building Spearmen. I thought maybe we'd be seeing crossbows, but I guess it just enables what Gully's now doing if you do that. We've got Clock Tower and STBs on the way. So probably a very aggressive line that Gully's still trying to take. Yeah, even Veteran Horsemen. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm glad. I was about to say, at this rate, Gully's entire comp was going to get countered by men-at-arms. I'm glad he realized it. Because remember what we said about English in an earlier series? English is a very weird civ sometimes. There's a lot of civs in Age of Empires 4. When you play into Castle Age, you build men-at-arms for a timing attack. It falls off, right? Because people build the counter. The weird part is because of the English farm economy and the armor-clad, they just keep spamming men-at-arms non-stop. Because what reason have you got to change, right? Like, it's a unit comp that actually keeps its desirability in Imperial Age for this civ. I think what always impresses me about that as well is how it keeps its desirability even on very open maps, right? It's a unit that shouldn't be able to raid very well, but I always use Louis MT as an iconic example of this. Like, him in the late game with mass men-at-arms, you could actually just, like, write an entire masterclass series on it. King is going to get some free info. Does he at least get to see the nest of bees? Oh, yeah, I think he might have glimpsed that. I mean, the scout should have been able to see it, so that's huge info. Now knows that he shouldn't be leaning too hard into the Lombos. Lombos are going to be tricky in the first place to reach. You have to remember you got 7.5 tower range versus a 7 tower range unit. So technically, Lombos can just kind of poke at you and somewhat move away unharassed. And he's getting all the info, isn't he? Tries to. Ends up getting taken down short of it. It would have been a good timing as well because he would have been able to circle around and discover what Gully's doing. You have got that farm transition on the way. And what is up, you Candy? I see you with the Prime sub. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it and welcome back to the Swarm. Remember, guys, get the subs in. We're approaching the end of the month. Gotta hit that 100 unique subscriber goal. Money. Money that makes all the tournaments possible. Meanwhile, for English, it's food that makes the world go round. 30 deep already. He's built the room. He could actually just delete this lumber camp and then get another farm cluster going. And it is indeed going to be not only just 5 relics, but 2 sacred sites. A lot of gold gen now for Gully. Voldemar does have all he needs, though, in theory. He's got a 4k vein, which will be enough to get into Imperial. And he's not going too gold heavy here, right? Like, the men-at-arms plus crossbows, it's not crazy. The mangoes is an interesting detail. This seems to be Voldemar's answer to the nest of bees threat. Alright, I'm going to hit the fast forward again because we are just getting the lines being carved up. It's, you know, there's a reason why English has like one of the longest game average timings, and it's not because of low ranking players, by the way. Even high ranking players do not want to dive too soon. It's just not the type of civ you can. Like, If you had to list the hardest civs to dive in the game, I actually think English is still number one. Like, people want to say Lancaster, and I get why. But it's the attack speed, or it's the fact that they're able to weaponize their villager force, which can be more impactful at times than the mana spam. Man goes, whoa, okay. He's going to have to turn for the trade. Shots are coming in. It's walloping on the back line. Archers as well. The pour has been activated. The man goes, it takes so long to just kill one of these Nesta Bees. Voldemar, though, with the brute force. Starting to break through. Longbow fires coming in. He just target fires them down. Only one knob left alive. Double mango. A weird fight, but the front line is broken for Voldy. Yeah, there's not really much to hold back the Horsemen plus the Lancers. However, there's not many left to contest. And it feels like the type of fight where both sides are just going to get drained if they stay here. Gully apparently didn't want that. No, because it looks like he's trying to macro up. So we'll back off, show some respect. Voldemar, at key timing, gets that decap before it would become untenable. Because, folks, if Voldemar had waited just a minute longer to do this, Gully would have had what he needed for Imperial Age. He's that well off on food and gold. And that means rushed elite tech into a better defense. Fantastically played there. Oh, wow. Wait, did Voldemar forget about Armorclad, or was this intentional? As in, like, he didn't feel it was necessary. Just realized, actually, this whole time he didn't have it. Has got the military academy coming. Gully is actually reinvesting now. Interesting. I guess he doesn't want Voldemar to access the resources. So, to all the debate going on about balance of civs, etc., and asymmetrical design versus symmetrical, I love asymmetrical design, but what I don't love in asymmetrical design is when the choices you make become linear. Now, while nerfing or buffing generic text will impact certain civs more or less, the reality is that you want to have a world in which multiple options are on the table, that multiple options are viable. The problem quite often when you talk about Pro Scouts meta or 2TC meta, we just get hunkered down into a mode where one is superior. The ultimate goal is to have 2 to 3 options on the table. And I think like Pro Scouts has at least gotten a bit more tame. Not as ridiculous. But there is a real risk that with the upcoming changes to deer shoving, we end up back in the Pro Scouts hole.
This Shula do they make. Bay up yard to Hester's folk.
Like an ideal world you kind of have is where you almost have an economical triangle of counters. So like, what? Pro Scouts beats 2TC, but 2TC beats Fast Castle? And then Fast Castle beats All In? I don't know, like, I'm not saying that's the perfect order. You have to stagger it the way that makes sense in your brain. But like having that whole idea, like the counter to the counter sort of thing. I think points of interest are also going to help a lot with making presence rewarded in that regard. And maybe Pro Scouts ultimately feeling less OP as time goes on. Where the hell are they going? It's fine. He's got 117 eco. And he's also got the Barky on the... Wait. Oh, no. I guess he felt this was necessary. Was it really, though? Your opponent hadn't aged up yet. Like, weirdly enough, look at what Gully's doing. He's going Imperial Palace and then imping at the same time. That's actually so odd. He's building them next to each other? What is this strategy? That's kind of funky. So he's going to get full vision. Great Wall Gatehouse to block any Sacred Site control. Both of them are worried about the other just trying to Sacred Site cap them out of the game. What a unique situation. I feel like normally we see maybe the landmark split between the two sides, but both of them are respecting the value of the quick rush, the short distance to the opponent's base. Farming, by the way, is boom, and Gully up to 49. Voldemar is sitting at 46, and Enclosure's on the way in. So both of these guys are nicely prepped for that hyper late game. You think we're getting pagodas? Here's an option. And he's remembered it. There we go. Boom. You know what I was thinking about recently? Did you notice that Chinese players just always forgot about pagodas until Shushi started to become part of the meta? That's a very interesting thing, is that for a long time, it kind of just felt like pagodas were forgotten about in Chinese builds. But then obviously when Shushi came in, like Shushi didn't have the 2TC, Damas Farms clarity of China, I want to say. Their economical boom was meant to be shallow monks, then rush Yuan, then get pagodas. Ever since that meta, I feel like China has been doing this a lot more fluidly now. Yeah, like I'm actually just having flashbacks to like a year ago, the amount of Chinese games where you just see mass relics and no pagoda play for a good 20 plus minutes, even when they had Yuan. Remember, Yuan for China are a lot better than Shushi. He's got the movement speed. His boys be zooming. Yeah, there's a battle of the slug versus the cheetah. These boys are fast. And we have a pyrotechnic switch. That I'm not often super hyped about against English. I think English deal with the Chinese hand cannons quite well due to the longbos that you just deleted. Okay. I was about to say, because the longbos, remember, they can get the silk bowstrings, they can get the volley and incendiary, and they're able to basically get like 3 to 4 shots off before you get in range of them. Oh, you guys are getting into rank arguments? Okay, so rank arguments for balance from a overpowered, underpowered perspective is viable. However, talking about rank, if you are talking in relation to fun as well, is where you lose all relevance in the argument. Fun is not rank bias. And I think a lot of people have felt about Deer Shove, and then they feel about Pro Scouts, is that it's just not fun to play against. It's the same reason why, even if you didn't think that the Lancastrian manners are OP, they still need to be changed because, like, to play against the mana spam is one of the most unfun experiences in AoE 4 right now. Regardless of whether a gameplay strategy is overpowered or underpowered, its interaction points should be enjoyable. You know, like, Knights might not be fun to play against, but you have a reasonable balance point to contest it. Because here's the most important thing you need to understand about gaming. It's going to blow your mind. You ready for this? You could have the perfect balanced game. As in, X counters Y, Z counters D, whatever else. You could have gotten a PhD on this and perfected it in every single way. And you could still have a game that no one plays. Because nothing might be fun. It sounds simple to say out loud, but like when you think about it, like games you played over the years, you know, there's plenty of games that you probably walked away from that actually were well balanced, but they just didn't actually hold your attention. That's also why I'm always a really big fan of taking the make everything overpowered approach. Because if everything is overpowered, then like everyone's enjoying themselves. Or rather, they might have moments where they don't enjoy themselves, but they have opportunities to enjoy themselves as well. And they'll always be Protoss. There you go. Yeah, we don't talk about this. I think they dug themselves in a hole. When you've got like a third of your community likes Protoss, you can't really nerf them too much, right? And arms raids starting to come in. This is always the weird thing about English in the late game. The raids aren't aggressive. They're gradual. You're just vibing on one side of the map, and then 30 men-at-arms somehow end up in your corner. And by the time you clear them, another 30 men-at-arms are already on the way across. Rinse, repeat. How do they do this? How is this marvel possible? Could it be the infinite food and gold the English have? We might be onto something there. Oh, Deco, now getting onto incendiary arrows. Yeah, so he's going to be sticking to crossbows then. Would it be crazy to say Lancers for China in late game? I feel like it would. But like thinking about the English comp with Longbow plus men-at-arms, it is a good way of dealing with them. That's crazy for Baldy though. instead of trusting in the LBs, he's going hand cannoneers himself. Okay, so Gully, all of a sudden, Horseman hand cannoneers is perfect. Like, against the Lombos, it would have just felt a bit awkward to reach, but against HCs that have less range than you, pristine situation. Not to mention the Nesta Beast threat still hasn't really been resolved by Voldemar. Is it me, or does Frisian get these type of games more often than most maps? I think the thing about Frisian is, even with the updated version, people are starting to address the cheeses quite well. So you just end up in the hunker down state. But Gully ain't going to be able to hunker down here for long. Got some good spreads with the Nesta Bees, but the Men-at-Arms slot is going to break out. Now, the thing that Voldemar needs, and he's working on it, is more outposts. He needs to extend that aura if he wants to fight. However, he can't fight too deep here. Remember, the Great Wall Gatehouse is going to be in his way. Men-at-Arms going to keep pushing. So Gully, he is going to lose the siege. In fairness, Nesta Bees do fall off in some of the volatility in the late game, their effectivity, compared to like Mango spam, right? Like, you don't really want to be in Nesta Bees versus Mangoes in Imp. So not the worst thing to lose. The hand cannoneers are the expensive thing you don't want to be draining yourself on. But Voldemar, he's swelling up big here. We've got Trebuchets now being queued up to deal with the Great Wall Gatehouse. The boys are marching in. We've got Stonewalls coming in from Gully in a crazy way to try and push all attention into his production line. Cool idea, actually. Does mean he's also walling out his gold workers, but the theory is that if Voldemar sees that wall, he's going to double down on taking the south side, not the north. Yeah, I do still feel like Voldemar needs to rush this solution, though. He got a great surge ahead of Gully, but the problem now is the Great Wall Gatehouse. It slows you down so much here. Hot take, I'm okay with weekly or X amount of time of a certain CFO unit comp being insane and nerfing and buffing a different comp. I'm a bigger fan of, instead of over nerfing anything that is like really strong, buffing things that are weak. That everyone can have their cake. The issue is actually the regularity of those buffs, but you know what? These giga buffed horsemen just came in at the perfect time. Voldemar. It's starting to feel like an overextension, and if you look at his production positioning, you'll understand why. It's a really long walk for longbow spear men-at-arms. He doesn't have anything mobile or fast. This is usually what can make China feel really good in the late game, is the Yuan. The ponies max out on their movement speed. The hand cannoneers move at 1.29. They're quicker than the longbows, men-at-arms, everything. Horsemen are going to be able to reach in here as well. The trebuchets were trying to sneak out on this. Dealt with the Great Wall Gales, but the interesting thing is like Voldemar could just try to sneak more walls to go deeper. The Louis MT way, if you will. Bombard's now arriving, but not really as secure as you'd like to see. Gully does have a crazy number of hand cannoneers, but guys, like, this is where the volley is invaluable. Voldemar still doesn't have it, though. But despite lacking that tech, look at what he's doing to the back line. You're killing a hand cannoneer and losing a men-at-arm. That's a great trade. That's half the price paid. Like what? Gully was up at, was it 39? Now down to 23 after that fight. And this is why Lombos beat hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers are substantially higher in damage, they just can't reach you. And with the attack speed, look at this, 1.33 compared to the 2.12. Like, you're attacking almost twice, right? At, what, 14 damage compared to 38. So you're doing 2/3 of the damage in the same span of time. But you can't be reached. Well, normally, unless you do this. Alright guys, I am getting this weird feeling that this might end up being a very long game. Anyone else there with me on that? I mean, is it though? Voldemar, he is making progress here. He's starting to siege through the forward landmarks. Maybe it won't be long. Gully, getting pushed back now. If he starts losing production, doesn't actually have as much room for additional production buildings as you think here. Voldemar has to be feeling confident about this. Has the siege works coming just to make sure the trebs are safe. Burn damage is coming in the stables. Gully has shifted his economy to the north side, so more and more up here with the stone walls also coming in. There is an outpost crawl to kind of monitor that. I don't know, man. Voldemar, this is looking like pretty good right now. I was worried we were going to be looking at like an hour plus game. But if he keeps this pressure up, this momentum, We could be seeing farewell to Gully at like 45. Which I know sounds like a long time still, but by English Chinese standards, that's pretty quick given our current state. Awkward part as well is Gully, when you have to defend your base like this, your horsemen are less valuable because of the choke points. Right? It just makes it much harder to reach that backline of longbow and hand cannoneers. In a weird way, Voldemar's helping him by getting rid of these stables. And speaking of the stable units, the trebuchets are now overextended. So they'll get targeted down. Hand cannon and longbows are going to get reset. So Gully takes some damage. But he's able to force a temporary ceasefire. Once again, English won against Chinese. I mean, in fairness, if you think about, like, the Opium War, it kind of makes sense. This is just historically accurate. There's where a Chinese person's going to be like, but we won in the long end. You gave us Hong Kong back. It's like, that's true. We did. Okay, so there has to be a switch coming in. We're going to fast forward a little bit between fights. I think for Gully, like, the thing that he just needs to do, and that he's starting to, is just raid. Your horsemen are going to be good for resetting when you're in a tricky position, but, like, ultimately you need to start doing something about Voldemar's economy. Spearman's just going to come in stabbing the Tushies. You need so many horsemen to successfully get through a wood wall because of that outpost aura. Do we actually have an upgraded? We do. Network of Citadels is there. Greatly nerfed these days, but still valuable. I mean, when you're maxed out, Network of Citadels is just an upside, right? And wait, what, Gully? Alright, this is the moment where his mom ran in the room and asked him if he'd done his homework. There wasn't a great deal of movement going on there from the ponies. Yeah, this is the Great Horse Rebellion of 1066. Actually, a bit too early in history, isn't it? Of 1812. Now, we finally have volley coming in. This is a big deal, guys. The volley's going to allow you to just start erasing the hand cannoneer line. So if he times the fight right and saves volley until after the horsemen are gone, Gully's hand cannoneer line just disappears. Gully walls a lot. Look at that. Wham! He admires a fellow waller when he sees one. Yeah, it's interesting because he like started with the wood walls, comes back for the stone. Wham's like, what can I say? Game respects game. The interesting part to me, though, is like Gully's been flooding horsemen, and yet his opponent, who's only been wood walling, has been getting away with just wood walling this entire time. Meanwhile, he had to stonewall up because of men-at-arms. It's quite unusual to see. Looks like we've got Bombards clearing up his cannon placements. Has cost Gully a few villages, but who cares at this point? What he is going to care about is gold. Which is the rank he might be heading to if he can't find some more gold. He's got 5 relics, guys. He'll be fine. 5 relics plus taxation should be decent as long as he's not losing hand cannoneers like he did earlier. I think the early losses of hand cannoneers is what could eventually kill him if he keeps doing that, because longbows, there's a lot more wood on the map than gold, right? Alright, who do you think has placed more walls in this game, guys? 1's if you think Voldemar's placed more walls. 2 if you think that Gully has placed more walls. Because I can confirm which has done the higher count. We also have elite army tactics. So yeah, Gully's getting the switch on. Now, men-at-arms will beat Palace Guard directly, but you don't have to fight directly. This is just a replacement for the cavalry. You can raid with them, but they're also a decently bulky front line. Remember, you don't just get elite army tactics, you get battle hardened as well. Gives you substantial HP boosters. All right, you guys ready? We're going to find out who does more walls. So Gully is sitting at 58 Stonewall and 49 Palisade. So, plus the gates, we're going to put him at, what is that, 113? Meanwhile, Voldemar, he has 16 stone walls and 145 between Palisade gates and Palisade walls. Voldemar wins. But, To be fair about this, Gully has built an absurd amount more stone walls, and stone walls are much, much bigger of an investment. Yeah, for Voldemar, he just doesn't think he can be raided on the flank, so he only stonewalled the center, right? Or the straight route. Whereas Gully stonewalled everything. Flash coming in. The pass guard switch has been revealed, and oh my god, Gully, come on. Okay, can we just get a temporary bribery thing where you spend like 10,000 resources to get an extra 50 pop cap for 5 minutes? He's got 90 Palace Guard in reserve. Queued up, waiting to be born. Yeah, there's just like some sort of Kaminoan cloning facility somewhere with the PG waiting to come out. God. Okay, so Gully... You wouldn't want Ming here, right? I don't think you ever Ming. Ming just feels sad compared to Yuan. I almost feel like Yuan should be Ming. And Ming should be Yuan. Gully does seem to be gaining ground a little now. And Voldemar, he's going to man the walls. And in fear of it, he's going to respect it. I mean, when I see a crossbow arcing like that, I'd leave too. Still, the problem is the bombards can gradually clear these walls. Voldemar, like, what's the plan here? Are you in a bit of a death swirl? Like, he switched spin. Oh my god, his food is that bad? I mean, spears into Palace Guard hand cannon is like the worst maneuver possible, right? Now, hand cannons are going to make a move towards the wall here. Got Nestaby splash shots coming in. And remember, you do have to stack close together. You don't really have the ability to kite when you stand your ground like this. Do have a bit more tankiness to yourself, but maybe not enough here. Nestabys are going to clear the LBs. Zorka, because Voldemar definitely wants more of them to deal with the hand cannoneers. However, a substantial count of the HCs have been removed, down to 15. Good thing they've got plenty of Palace Guard coming to protect them. Voldemar's biggest problem here is, like, he can't really afford mass crossbow men-at-arms at this pacing. At this rate, Voldemar's going to lose the game due to passive gold income. Yeah, remember, it's 5 relics versus none. Then the Sacred Site as well. I mean, Gully just has so much to vibe with. You know, Enclosures is powerful, but, like, it has its limitations. If you think about the mass of what Enclosures is getting you, like, he has 91 farms, 90 of which are occupied. And with all that, he's only generating 850 gold. Now, I say only, it is a lot as a bonus. But, for reference point, 5 relics will generate you 400 gold in a row. But remember, he dropped them in the pagodas to inflate them further. And then you have tax. So yeah, China's vibing, man. The question mark is, how long is this one going to vibe for? We might fast forward a little bit on the 2x. Because these are tug-of-war fights now. Like, Voldemar's going to get a temporary reprieve because he's rebulked. Gully's going to have to pull back some. Nestaby shots are going to be coming in. Yeah, the biggest worry I have here is, like, the Nestabys aren't getting cleared quick enough. And it's costing Voldemar dearly. You can't really win these fights off of just men-at-arms alone. Because the hand cannoneers are too scary. It's like, if Voldemar wanted to win this game, like, the thing he needs to do is find a way towards a Nestaby counter. Now, you could actually go Horseman, and I think in a weird way, Horseman's probably his best bet. It's not guaranteed because Palace Guard have movement speed to block you. But the alternative is to go Mangoes. And the reason why I said Horseman over Mangoes is you don't have great gold income. And if your opponent sees that you're massing Mangoes, there is this weird timing where you can just, like, max out Nestabys and just kind of int him, right? You just full on send it into him. Take the other Sacred Site? Yeah, no, like, that's an impossibility for either side. Like, we just have a ginormous stare-me-down. We've got Great Wall Gatehouse on one side, Berkshire on the other. These two between them have basically just revitalized the Berlin Wall. We got the little no man's land segment in the middle. Yeah, I thought the only game I get to see that in was going to be Call of Duty Black Ops, but witnessing it now before as well. Yeah, Volley's been activated, and there you go. There's the scare factor. Like, the hand cannoneers, you just have to run. It's horrible to trade into. Nest of Bees, though. Shots are coming in, because Voldemar, he stood his ground. And that's a heavy hit again. Okay, this is getting a bit worrisome. Like, I don't know if Gully can really end the game quickly. It's just a case of, like, these trades are kind of looking worse and worse for Voldy. He still has no answer to Nest of Bees. Because remember, with the Clock Tower and the Siege Works, like, look at the health. They're 216 HP. You just don't really register against them. Whereas earlier on, if you guys remember, Voldemar had that sick fight where he was just sniping them out with Lombos. It's just not an option anymore. Yeah, too expensive. Because the other thing is, remember, he did get the additional barrels with the extra free attacks, which is making the whole world of difference here. Let's continue. So, I know Gully is burning walls. And last time we checked, was it 140 walls, palisades? Do you think that Voldemar has more wall segments now or less?
What needest thou of me?
Oh, he's got slightly less. 132. Those are rookie numbers, Voldemar. What about Men-at-Arms plus Horse? Men-at-Arms plus Horse is kind of interesting, right? But at that stage, I think you can just PG and hand cannoneer if you play around checkpoints. If he added in some horsemen while still doing the longbows, I think that's where it looks good for Voldemar. Knobs, though, just not finding them. The pass card line is thinning, though. Problem is, there's just not really much left to kill them with now. No, knob shots are going to come into the few remaining men-at-arms. He's got cannon placements to defend. Voldy just doesn't seem to be able to get any progress out of this right now. The only upside is that at this stage, Gully hasn't resorted to dealing with the Berkshire, but he could easily think about going for just like one treb, try to start slow sieging. I guess it's tricky though. Look, if you play one treb, your opponent can just keep preparing, right? I can't end it, but also can't lose it. Welcome to hyper late game AoE 4. It's a big part of why I've been asking for alien nukes to be an option. Finally, we're dealing with the pass guard. So, like, how long are we going to keep building walls up here? So, crossbows are going to get rid of the little group of raiders. Important as well, because I think he's got about 20 workers plus up here. Yeah, so you've got double farm cluster, plus the extra workers here. So, about 25. And the GPM, yeah, it has equalized. But is Gully not taxing? He must not be taxing. Yep, no taxing. Look at this. He's got 4.5k gold almost between these three granaries. Honestly, I wish people would sometimes just delete a few farms and drop a TC. I feel like it's kind of an underrated play. Normally, you see Shushi tax the granaries a bit better because of the movement speed and the extra taxmen, but China's always weird for this. And Gully, can we do something about 15,000 wood? Bruh. I'm gonna rename him the Woodpecker. It's a shame he's not Canadian. He could have been the Beaver. Oh my god. Please, just a TC right here. You know, just a drop-off point for tax. No one ever does it. I guess his food isn't, like, outrageously high, but, like, that's the limiter. If he fixes that, the amount of gold pump is going to be crazy. Alright, we have stalemate. Gotta fast forward a bit. Because Voldemar has too much food to just die. And Gully has too much food, wood, and gold to just die. I almost wish there was like a mechanic where you could force your opponent to spend resources. And you'd spend them too. You know what I mean? Like, this war has been going on too long. Prussia has entered the engagement and they have put a tariff on both of you. How many gates does Voldemar now have? Oh, still just 23. He's back up to 148 palisades though. And he has more stone walls now than he had before. Yeah, up to 34 tiles. It's increasing. Nah, does this end with a wonder? I mean, he's still got 2,400 stone in the corner. Pagodas also generate some stone. He could, in theory. Men-at-arms are going to run around the back here. This game. What have we done? Once again, the Palace Guard try. Once again, they get shuttered. I guess we just stick on the 2x a little here. This is just... There's no decisive strike coming when people have this much food in reserve. Alright. New buff, or new nerf rather to late game. You have to have storage buildings for your resources. You can't just have 20,000 food. I mean, if you've got 20,000 food, it just says you should be fighting, right? He's going to march up now, but the nest of bees is still there. He just hasn't been able to solve for it. Oh, wait. Pause that. We have Quadra Bombard. So maybe he does have the solution now. He needs them all here, though. Otherwise, the nest of bees can survive. Okay, guys. There might be hope for Voldy. Wait, what's face card? How do I serve it better than Megan Fox? Is that meant to be a commentary on how good I'd look in healers? I'm not sure. Anyway. Bomber count out of nowhere. I'm kind of impressed by Voldemort doing this for so little gold. We do, however, now have Clock Tower Bombards coming out, which win. They have so much more health, it's not even fair. They've got over 120 HP more. Clock Tower is crazy, man. 378 HP on these things. You can't even use Lombos to snipe them. It takes way too long. So we are getting a creep in here, actually. Palace Guard, he's irrelevant damage. It's not going to change anything up there. Nest of Bees, though, that one. It's actually doing quite a lot of work because Voldemort is just kind of standing his ground pole. Bombards are starting to creep beyond the Palisade defense, though. I mean, even if they weren't, there's not really much protection here. New wave comes in. Interesting that we just ended up at crossbows. It shows you how, like, Gully's having to be careful with his gold, the way this played out, actually. Surprisingly so. Voldemort, surely he's starting to break a little here. If he loses the Bombards, he's in a really bad position because of the gold income. So it does back them up. Does mean he's forfeiting over some territory. But you know what, guys? That territory doesn't matter because we're nowhere near ending this game. What is happening here? I was about to say he could raid here, but I don't think it matters. The Men-at-Arms are already doing that. This is so dumb. Oh, how is this game? How does this game ever end? I mean, technically, if it goes long enough, there's no longer going to be certain resources like wood, which would be a problem for Voldemort. I don't see how that's ever a problem for Gully. It really paints a picture of just how much wood Voldemort's been using. The fact that he's taking the central tree lines between the two, because he's, like, what, marched most of these? Yeah, like, Gully still has a similar amount over here. Saying the destruction value is even after now. I don't feel like I'm too surprised by that. I'm shocked that the game didn't get ended off of Voldemort's push where he broke through the Great Wall Gatehouse because he looked like he was in a solid position. But that rematch just kind of killed the pacing. And I do feel like this is a pristine example of why you see everyone rush for relics as such a high priority. Because, like, when you do get these type of games, you see the difference it makes here. Right? The comps they're building, at the core of it, a valuable component required is the gold-based siege weapons. And without those pagoda relics, Gully will be struggling to keep that up. Horseman. Oh, he just sneaks in on it. I mean, this is a slow kill, it feels like, because the horsemen are attacking different targets and nicely swept aside. The spin with the attack speed buffer, able to protect. So 3 Bombards still alive. Gully has to back away. I hope you guys didn't have anywhere to be, by the way. I don't know, like, we got more sets to do after this, haven't we? I think we said, like, what else we got? I think Wham Kaniska should be coming up. MSN Starflock. Oh my god. It's gonna be a long day. Well, we said these two felt like they should be close, and it's definitely pulling out that way in this deciding game. Yeah, I think we go back to 2x. We kind of have to. And Voldemort. Whoa, Golly, where's the troops? Did he forget to queue? He's got so much wood, man. Just like... But you can't go horseman, right? Like, you don't want to go horseman in the spears. Did something go darly wrong here? I mean, he could sell wood for gold, but it's going to be, like, really slow. You're going to basically get carpal tunnel. You have to hold that button for a long time. Gully is not even producing. Something's off here. Okay, there we go. He's full switching Archer Horseman. He was thinking about it. I was wondering if it was going to be coming out, but I thought he just wouldn't stretch for it because he just didn't have the gold. I mean, he does already have Incendiary. He's going to be missing Silk Bowstring, so the longbow should be favored, but Voldemar's been struggling on the longbow count, guys. He's out of wood. He had to stonewall just to keep himself safe here. He's got barely anyone chopping down trees, so this Archer switch actually could win it for Gully. Because Voldemar stopped producing longbows. And you just see how awkward it is to play around this Great Wall Gatehouse. He's got troops rallying underneath it now by mistake. If that wasn't there, I think Voldemar could have kept the push going, but all of a sudden Gully with a resurge. He's got 50 plus horsemen in queue, 40 archers in play. The PG just to bog down everything. The horsemen are sneaking in for snipes. The bombard's being removed. Is Voldemar actually just out of wood now? No, like he just doesn't want it. I think he might be over-indexed into melee. Like, he sees the archers now, right? Like, this is where Voldemar should probably be pivoting his economy. He hasn't done it yet, though. No, so he's just kind of in the melee mosh pit. All right, let's fast forward again. It feels like just every time we see a transition, there's enough time to react to the transition coming out. And that's courtesy of the fact they've got an absurd resource reserve. I'll stick on the 2x for this fight. Men-at-Arms are starting to break through a little, actually. They're breaking through a lot. Whoa, wait, what? Oh, Gully. Don't die to the most bog-standard English build in the late game. I think the thing that might save Gully here is that Great Wall Gatehouse. Because it hits that hard, remember. Hey, look, it's 9 damage, 16 burst attack. It's quite a lot of DPS. And Voldemar has reached past it. Remember, that's low HP bars now. And it's the full crossbow recomp. Archers are so worthless here. Yes and no. It made sense. He built them to clear Voldemar's mass spears. And now you can go back to just being like, you know, crossbow, house guard, etc. Because like Voldemar's getting ground right now, but the problem is he can't actually break through quick enough to kill him. So the counter's in play now, right? It's 25 crossbows, that's good enough. He's flooding horsemen. Voldemar's like, oh well, back to my base. Same time next week. And he has to start queuing other things. But guys, like, here's the problem now for Voldemar. His wood income is kind of abysmal. He needs to fix that fast. He has to pull more workers across now. Because he needs to go back towards, like, Lombo territory, right? To clear the crossbows. Or horsemen. Oh, I was begged to cast this. And I'm not sure if I should be grateful or not. What do we, like, is this a YouTube upload? Damn well better be for using an hour of my life up. I guess you just upload it and say, this is why it's good that we don't see English anymore. More stone walls. Gully, what on, oh my god, these walls. Instead of just killing the men-at-arms, we're going to wall around them. And he's even, like, he's actually connected to the Great Wall Gatehouse. He's at 66 stone walls and climbing. Not even Waldemar has that many stone walls. He does, however, have over 100 more palisades. This is China's fault, not English. I thought I, as the Brit, was meant to say that. Voldemar's gone for a 50-50 balance now between spears and men-at-arms. Crossbows are still doing reasonably well here, but the archers are problematic. And Voldemar has got plenty of wood still to work with, right? Like, he finally shifted people back over. He's turned into a real wood muncher. He's got 32 people on that tree line. Stone walls are fully up. I think Gully only has this tiny opening here. That's it. Everywhere else has been stonewalled. Got out of food. Wait, how did he run out of food? Didn't he have like 15,000 food in reserve? Then again, look at Voldemar. The same thing happened. They drained each other dry. I mean, the difference is Gully still has 17,000 wood. 17,000. The more absurd part is that for some reason he has 21 people on wood. I don't know why, but he does. Can I look kill count afterwards? I don't think I want to. The worker count alone is actually... like, it's kind of absurd how close everything is here. Men-at-arms spears is actually kind of losing out now. Crossbows at 44. The nest of bees, like, one nest of bees is actually really rough here for the longbows. What? Wait, but Poppy Paw keeps telling me the Expos suck in the late game. Aren't these Expos winning? I mean, yeah, like, the problem is, like, Voldemar can't get mangoes as this golden solution. I think this game would have actually ended in favor of him if he ever had enough gold to just go adjustable crossbars mangoes. But, like, how do you get there with so little gold income? He needs men-at-arms pump, right? Like, he's on average producing, like, what, 20, 25 men-at-arms a minute? So that ends up being, like, 400, 500 gold a minute. You have barely anything left over. Gully could trade? He could. He definitely has access. For some reason hasn't bothered. You know what would be better than trading? Taxation. There's just 7,500 gold sitting in these granaries right now. Never mind. I didn't make that number up. There's literally 7,500 gold sitting in the free between them. Might be nice for mass nest of bees, which he's doing anyway, by the way. We've got 3 more queued up. Voldemar, I think he's at breaking point. Back to the 2x for now. Bombard. Oh, no, it gets sniped. That was his only answer against the knobs. And it kind of feels like Voldemar's becoming more reliant on lombos, not less. Then again, Gully, with some questionable micro, is going to lose 2 of those valuable nest of bees. I think Gully, like, the only awkward thing, right, is, like, trying to reach this critical threshold of, like, nest of bee count is difficult because clock tower cannot be supervised. Which is why Voldemar hasn't just been completely wiped. That's some PG. This movement speed is just so obnoxious. You know what's kind of crazy is actually how little eco damage Voldemar has taken. I know people are going to say 160, but seriously, think about it. Like, he hasn't taken that big wallop to the groin, despite the fact that he's up against Palace Guard, and he didn't stonewall for a very long time. Palace Guard that have you on late game typically force you to mass wall. And although he walled, he walled light. He went for the wood, not the stone. You need a university tech that reduces Sacred Site timer in half? No, we just need Sacred Site timer to resume. I think from Castle on, like, you know, time should start logging permanently. I mean, we actually ran regular community games that had that type of mechanic, and it was so good. So fun. Because, like, you know, some people are like, oh, but that's boring because it feels like you're making it inevitable the game ends. Like, yeah, it's not bad that something ends. Like, dude, you guys telling me you're enjoying watching season 16 of Input terrible TV series? Or did you prefer the one that ended in 3 seasons and banged it out, you know? Like, things can still be epic because they're going to end. It actually puts more threat that they can end. The gradual thought of like, oh no, this is a risk now. I have to worry about the secret sites. But a 10-minute timer is just not really something you worry about often. Yeah, it's something I've said about like Imperial Age, where it lacks that snappy oh damn moment. Just like we're lacking the snappy oh damn Nesta Beast count again. It's down to 1. Okay, do you want to know the weird thing? The really, really weird thing is I swear Gully looks better in these fights when he only has 1 Nesta Beast than when he has 3 or 5. Is anyone else noticing that? It's like the trickle damage is more valuable because it reaches a point where like all the Lombos are almost dead and then they all just die and Voldemar's down 20 pop, which he has to reproduce. All right, let's 2x it again. Can Voldy make mangoes? No. Like with 600 gold income, it's just so risky. He'd have to halt all meta arms production to do that. And if he halts meta arms production, like the archers just kill him. This is the tricky predicament, right? You're in like a true bind here. LB. They're going to keep poking, but that Nesta Beast, like, there's the damage. Horseman just flood through again. I think for Voldemar, the other problem is, like, he just about holds when he gets back behind these walls and these little wooden choke points. But the moment he comes out, the Horsemen win. Sacred Site's still not been locked in, by the way. There is a rewall coming in after there was a breakthrough of the Bombard. Oh, God. Someone needs to start trebbing. Trebbing just feels really inefficient in terms of time investment for population at this point. Knob shots are coming through. The villagers keep repairing, but the Lombos are sniping them down. I'm never going to get to E or sleep or anything, am I? Like this... Do I even upload this? That's the thing I'm not sure of. It just feels like it's been a tug of war for the last 30 minutes. It's so odd. Like the difference that a map makes from in the corner versus midway. Because midway, it feels like you have more potency to play flanks. But when it's corner, and all your landmarks are corner, there's not as much flanking power here. Almost makes you wish you were playing Pac-Man and could walk off one side and onto the other. Looks like the front line is actually thin for a bit, Gully. Villager pull comes in from Voldemar. This is awkward though. Like at this stage, he's barely keeping up on income, so you can't actually afford to really lose any villagers. Like in an ideal world, you could delete some of them, but this just doesn't exist. Gully could technically delete some of them. He could delete the woodworkers, and I think he'd be fine. Like that would actually give him the extra military mass he needs to break through. Okay, so we do have Nesta Beast count queued up, but like Gully needs to lose some troops. This is also the awkward thing. If Siege is your win condition and you're popped in the late game, it's so hard to actually get to it because you need a lot of units to die quickly. Otherwise, they never spawn. It always feels a little bit weird with that. Because if he gets up to 5 Nesta Bees, these Lombos are dead. Because Voldemar has become a little bit overly reliant on that count, actually. And he's switching spears. Nesta Beast shots are starting to come in. That's going to scare him away. Knobs. Doing good damage here. Lombo mass. Remember what we said? Like, not dying straight away is kind of sometimes worse. Because it means when the next flurry comes in, it just wipes you. But great strike in there. Voldemar gets rid of the siege. We do have traders now by Gully, by the way. When he's starting to lose ground, he's switching traders. 7 of them so far. So a nice little bit of gold trickle. That's important for this Nesta Beast strategy. You're seeing the difference it's making now at 1,300 gold income. And I believe, has he started taxing? No. And it's breaking my heart. He has 9,000 gold in those things. Come on. Alright, ones if you think Voldemar's going to win this, twos if you think Gully is. Threes if you think this game is never ending and thus never getting uploaded and we're going to go so long that it's going to somehow full cap my 4 terabyte hard drive. I'm gonna cap my 4 terabyte hard drive, aren't I? Voldemar is actually starting to make some progress here. It just... I don't think you can stay here. No, the melee count is way too low. Once again, the lack of full production. And this is the tricky part for Voldemar. Like, if Gully was to ever build full production, I think he rolls this. He can afford it. Like, he can afford to drop 20 buildings in the center of the map. But Voldemar can't. He's burning all the wood immediately into longbow spearmen. Ugh. That's too risky. I don't think it's risky when you got 11k wood. I think it's called winning when you got 11k wood. Proxy Raxes are so underrated. It's crazy how often it gets overlooked. Like, he kind of done it a bit here with the archer ranges, but you can just plump this up. Like, why not Raxes as well? At least can respect the horsemen just coming all the way back because they're fast enough, right? But like anything infantry based, even with you on Dynasty, you're kind of like missing your next wave. I guess Gully's counter argument on it would be he's lost a lot of ground regularly, so he's a little bit paranoid about what would happen if he done that. The Voldemar just feels like he needs it though. Like I don't see a world in which he gets inside the base without full production, because his army is way too slow. And it might be way too dead. Hold on a sec. Lombos. Yeah, Voldemar realizes the predicament he's about to be in. There's a decent-sized horseman wave and Nesta bees as well. So we'll start to back away. By the way, if you guys have not subscribed to both YouTube and Twitch by now, I do not know why. I am still alive and kicking. And you've got entertainment value for sure if you're this deep in the video. 1 hour and 18 minutes. You could have cooked a 3-course meal in this time and eaten it. You probably have. Most people would have played a 3-game set best of 3 in this time. Not these two. This is still just the 3rd game going. Gully has to reset again. But, guys, I think... Wait, is Voldemar out? Voldemar's looking a bit drained, guys. He's not maintaining 200 pop anymore. Food, the gold, the wood, all of it is like, it's gone. Voldemar, like, there's nowhere left. No. Holding on to the wood forever seems to have paid off in Gully's favor here. Oh, dear, oh dear. And if he's just food and gold reliant, like, you can't keep that up. The Lombos has been kind of key here to keeping that backline in check. Voldemar has to retreat behind the walls again. We'll go back up on top of them. We'll force Gully back for the time being. Obviously, Gully not really at the point where you can just flood 50, 60, 70 horsemen consistently right now, but that slowdown, unless Voldemar can find more wood, he just outright loses from this stalemate. And guys, I am not seeing much. No, he has the tiny tree lines on the front side, and that is it. He's even lumber camping over here for 3.5 trees. Just let that sink in and try not to vomit too hard. How many men have died for this small patch of ground? Hey, man. The siege of Hong Kong was a hefty one. What can I say? Good lord. This has to be the end. Voldemar, if Gully just commits to one big push, and I think he's stockpiling for it now. He's got 4,000 plus food in reserve. The gold count looks really good as well. Trader count, because of that, like, he is at 14. Like, he can just keep pumping. You could even now go back hand cannoneers, because your opponent can't afford Lombos. You can go hand cannoneers now. And that would be how you win the game. Instead, he's going to put it into more sieging. Ooh, a return to Palace Guard. Interesting. I mean, your opponent can afford men-at-arms and some crossbows. It's the archer detail he most definitely cannot. We even have got extra materials coming in. This is where your gates and towers are going to repair the walls. Just so he never has to worry about that. Meanwhile, bombards are going to break in. Extra walls behind that, though. Voldemar. There's no back here. He's got 7 men-at-arms, 1 crossbow. There's nothing. Numbers going to start falling fast if he doesn't get out of here. I don't know where the hell you meant to go from there, right? Like, bombards are now sieging onto the Berkshire. He senses the weakness. Voldemar, this has been the one thing that stopped Gully Deckle just running down center. And that's going to force him to defend. Voldemar stands on the wall. Nesterby shots are scattering in. The longbow counter is about to fall down to 0. And I just don't see a way anymore. Voldemar, it took an hour and a half for this game. But I think we have finally arrived at death's door. Berkshire crumbles. And with it, Voldemar's hopes of holding here any longer. And yeah, no wood, no repair. Like, I mean, there's no stone, there's no wood, there's nothing. No hope for the Dane. Guys, if you like what you're seeing here, make sure you are indeed subscribed to the channel, liking the videos, commenting them, sharing them around. I mean, you must be enjoying it to some weird masochistic degree to have stayed here for an hour and 20 minutes. Or maybe like me casting this game, you just hit a point of sunken cost fallacy and had to see the end. He made him work for it, but that is now Gully Deckle with 2 impressive performances back-to-back weeks. Last week, able to take down Numedan 2-1. This week, it will be Voldemar. The little German that could. He's swimming around his victories with his little creature engine right next to him. The Chinese creature knows no bounds in the late game. Oh, man. Voldemar just, I think at this stage, going through the motions. I mean, I don't blame him as well. Like, anyone who's been in the game for almost an hour and a half, you're in a trance at this stage. You're not really even truly playing the game anymore. You're existing. Bombard to try and kill the keep. Even the attack speed is not going to be quick enough. So Gully Deckle is not quite next to the primary TC, so it's not a Voldemar keep. But he's trying to give something stylistically similar. Short bows out. Hey! Oh, wait, guys, I figured it out. He can't afford longbows, but these guys, they've got bows and they only cost food. No, please, God, no. Oh, I just realized we should definitely fast forward more, shouldn't we? I really should have fast forwarded more in general. The recording is an hour 14 minutes. This game is an hour 24. I'm going to keep it now on the 2x. Oh, but he's gaining ground. Finally. It took long enough. I'm kind of impressed that English hasn't just died straight away at this point. But we're not far off now. Just like, this is the shh. As you make him glug the poison. And sleep well, sweet prince. Absurd game. Let me know what you guys thought about this. Do you like these type of games on the channel? I've always been curious. Or do you prefer a little bit more emphasis on outcome? Let me know in the comments and I'll catch you all in the next one. I mean, I just like did that game. What did I just watch? Also, where's... Wait, why is the game... Ah, there we go. Let's go put date at the other end. I was so freaked out for a second there. Wait, what? What just happened? Ah. Oh, I think I accidentally dragged the game. I was panicked for a second. I was like, no, don't tell me the game has disappeared. I was going to freak out. Oh, thank God we do have the game. Oh, I don't know what we call it, though. On an upload, like, what would that even be? I don't know. I'll think of that one. You missed the start. Why the laptop cam this week? So, we are working with PC Specialists. Actually, a great time to talk about them, guys. So, yeah, you see the sleek laptop, top of the end. Literally been running everything. It managed to actually keep up the hyper late game Zergathon while also recording 1440p locally and streaming to you. Doing all that from this PC Specialist contraption. Yeah, big shout out to them. They're working with us. They've come in to sponsor us. And basically, we reached out. I was like, I love the look of this laptop. I need a laptop when I'm on the go, but I actually think this would be a good enough one to run my entire production at home as well. And they were intrigued. So they sent one out to us. We get to keep it. I've loved it so far. It's sick. We've got water cooling, which you can attach to it when you're in one location, or you can go without it on the go. We've got a 5090 mobile GPU in this. We've got the best AMD CPU you can get, the money can get in a laptop. 64 gig of RAM, 4 terabyte hard drive. Whole kit and caboodle, like literally the best laptop they can make, and it's performing. It also looks sick. I love the look of it. It's pristine. And on top of that, that has a 300 hertz 1440p mini LED screen. And guys, I didn't realize how much of a big deal OLED, mini LED, those type of things were until I tried this. The color vibrancy is incredible on this thing. Absolutely love it. But yeah, exclamation mark PCS if you want to check them out. Code Pigeon will also get you a discount at checkout. Other thing that I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you guys about. Gotta remind you guys, we're also working with Gigabyte this week. If you're just looking to upgrade components instead of a full PC, then Gigabyte should be your go-to when it comes to all your motherboard and GPU needs. Exclamation mark Gigabyte, check them out. They've currently got a deal going on where there's slight discounts on their latest 9070 GPUs, which are phenomenal bang for buck GPUs, by the way, as well as their motherboards, which is my go-to in all my setups. They will be slightly discounted, but then on top of that, you'll get a game bundle if you get the correct ones. So you can see a list here on that website. Alters is a really cool game you guys might want to check out. A lot of hype has been drumming around that game at the moment. Honestly, I want to get my hands on Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. I don't think I ever played through that as a kid, so I need to go back and do that. Yeah, really big shout out to them. I have got the Aorus down here, the Aorus Elite Wi-Fi, and it's chef's kiss. It's a beautiful motherboard. Love all the small features like the auto latches and heat sinks for the SSDs, as well as the GPU slots. Really, really cool motherboard. All right. What do I do now? What do you do after that? Like, what a draining game. That was crazy. Any set after this? That's what I'm looking at now. I think we have got more sets to sink our teeth into. In fact, let me have a gander. Need to be careful because I've got a lot of other stuff I need to catch up on today because it's Mondays for you. Ooh. So, we have got MSM versus Starflark. I did want to check out the EGC Master Summers, but maybe, I don't know. We'll see if we have enough time. What I think we'll look to do now, though, is... And one sec. Did I actually download uBlock on this one? I'm trying to check now. I don't think I did. Let me download that. What we can actually do now, though, guys, is I can go eat. And when I come back, we can have Wham versus Deniska live. So I'm going to put up an entertaining game for you guys. We will have more live games. Wham vs. Deniska is happening in about, I think around like 40, 50-ish minutes. And golly, we can't now look at the Voldemar set when you spoil alert. Crap, I mean, seriously, this kid. This freaking kid. Last time I ever cast his games ever. He's gone. Purged. GG. All right, one sec. I'm going to open Opera again. That was the literal set I wanted to show. Time his ass out. All right, guys. So one sec. I'm going to open up the good stuff. We should have uBlock now installed in this because I forgot to do it. Yep. So give me a sec. And we'll go across. Oh, I forgot to sign in to my thingy on this one, didn't I? Oh, we shouldn't need to anyway. Right, guys. So I'm going to put a game up for you guys. When I come back, we will resume l'entertainment with Wham vs. Deniska. Should be next on the list. So let me have a look and see what we got in here. Oh, that game was kind of wild. And not many people actually watched it because I don't think the thumbnail was good at the time. Or the hook, maybe. Let's go with that one. Yeah, so this one was pretty fun. We had Louis MT versus B, and this is the first time anyone ever played Receding. Really entertaining game. I'm going to put this one up for you guys to watch, and then afterwards I will be back for Wham versus Deniska. So one sec, let me... Where's the display cap? There it is. Display capture should be this screen. All right, have fun with this game, guys. When I'm back, more incredible, entertaining series coming your way. Have fun.
Done it again. It wasn't enough to have the Midweek Muster. We had to create an entire new tournament series. It's time for the Hims Cup. That's right. Friday show matches being set up and sponsored by Hims. Big shout out to them for getting involved in the Age of Empires 4 scene. And we had to kick off with an absolute classic. One that tends to always deliver. We've got 3D Clans B up against Team Elephant's Louis MT. And we even created a new map. Look at that mini-map. Look at it. Does it look like anything? What if I was to tell you that Hims Hair Loss Prevention is sponsoring the stream? Oh, that's right. Receding. Big shout out to Caillou for being so quick on iterating this process. We conceptualized this map literally less than a week ago, and we've birthed a beauty here. Not pretty is going to be the hairline here on top of this lad. If you want to avoid that, make sure you check out Hims. But this is going to be an interesting format. So, with the Hims Cup, we are going to have this as the home map for half the games. That's right. Every odd game in the series will be on this odd map. Even games will be on different ones like Dry Arabia Gorge to keep a little bit of freshness. But this is a new experience for both these players. They haven't really had much time to sink their teeth into this, seeing as it was made available to 1 or 2 days ago. And they both did go for Pro Scout Civs. Yeah, Malians versus Chinese. This matchup, I think, has changed a little bit. I feel like China actually has stopped pro scouting as much, which was surprising. Or they do it on a delay. And yet, we do have the little baby pit mines. Really big shout out. That's smart detail by Caillou. You do have a good gold vein, but it spawns 40 your base outside of TC range. So, compared to, like, Carmel, this is a lot more reasonable. The gold is more reachable for Civ like Japan. It's just, there has to be some risk for that gold. So yeah, Louis, he does get that safe gold. Unfortunately for him, it is next to a tree line, so you can't fully surround it. So a little bit of an underwhelming pit mine. An Imperial Academy coming in for B. This is going to be a really good one. By the way, no fish. There's no fish on this map whatsoever. There is only 2 relics in appearance straight away. Because the others, just like those hair follicles, beneath the top of your head, they need to be massaged back out. In the case of your hair follicles, Hims will be able to provide that. But in the case of these ruins, villages will be able to do that. So remember, Forgotten Ruins are a point of interest we haven't seen much so far. It is one that allows you to dig up relics by putting a villager inside and getting stone in return. You actually get a really good stone rate, by the way. 60 stone a minute is better than a villager normally get. And then after 6 minutes, a relic will spawn. So yeah, there's a lot of really cool things going on this map. Honestly, I don't think it's just a meme map. I think there's more than just memes here. Because the interesting thing about the Forgotten Ruins that hasn't really been leveraged so far well in maps I've seen officially designed is the idea that it can change the fast castle meta. Because fast castle meta is always just about getting up and getting relics. There's only 2 on the field straight away, so you have to rethink the plan quite deeply. Is there going to be a new map for the ED thing? I'm not spoiling it. You'll have to wait and see, which is why you have to tune in every Friday. That'll be for month number 2, which weirdly enough starts mid-May, but we'll get to that. For now, we focus on the hair loss. Yo, this is like a mini game we could play. Who has more hair between the 2 CS people? Okay, she's got some long locks there. Well, okay, so I think maybe the Chinese people are more bald. No, okay, bro, this is hard. Everyone's got a lot of hair. This is tough for anyone who actually, like, doesn't. This is probably why you want to check out the builds. Might be able to solve this. Who knows? You could actually have, like, a man bun. You could be role-playing as a Chinese villager. In, like, next World War, maybe. I never realized that they actually had that much hair. Like, everyone's got this cut? I guess not the taxmen. What do you guys reckon? I reckon the taxmen are actually secretly bald. They give me that vibe. So we should have the Pro Scouts coming in a second here for both players. Maybe... So is Louis thinking of a different direction, possibly? You could try to play block at a Pro Scouts, but no, there you go. Okay, so The way that Malians usually do this is normally it's better to get stables up a bit quicker than this, but he prioritized the housing the second pit mine. The reason is that you can start pumping out scouts to deny the enemy scouts. But the way he's done this, it feels like he's going to prime pro scouts and then pump the scouts afterwards. Chinese in old times do not cut their hair. Yeah, but they've all got perfectly the same length man buns. Let's at least get some versatility in there. I mean, this is sending the wrong message to people like Louis. It's like saying, hey, Louis, if you want, you could just literally have the longest hair imaginable. He might not be able to. Game could be lying to him. And yes, the little UI will say 3 out of 2 pit mines, by the way. That's due to the Mansa Quarry. That does count as one in the eyes of the game. So archery range follow-up's going to be there. Normally the thought process here is that Chinese is going to open with racks to counter your pro scouts play, which is already happening. So great read by Louis. And he did scout that out first. So it wasn't just a blind faith play. He got eyeballs on the problem. Oh, by the way, B, he caught on to something Louis didn't. Wait, does Louis not know about this? That's wild. He didn't capture the merchant camp. That's a really big deal in the early game. Gives you an extra villager in your economy. So really nice to play by B. Yeah, there are 4 points of interest in this map. 3 of them are the Forgotten Ruins, and the 4th one is the merchant camp. Nicely done. Great denial there by Louis. Yeah, it feels like B's under a lot of pressure right now. And Louis, it's kind of funny, actually. I thought he'd be going for the archers. He skips it straight into the javelins, so prioritizes the more desirable unit. And this is a no pro scouts build. Okay, so color me surprised. I thought he was going to do it on delay. It's possible he still goes back for it. Just it'll be heavily delayed. So he's fully focused on denying his opponent, which is why it's a little bit surprising to go Javs, considering how slow they are at killing spears. Now, you might be wondering, if the eventual goal for China, as it normally is to go fast castle, why doesn't he just move out and garrison villages in these Forgotten Ruins and get stone? You don't want to, because reminder, you have to capture it first, and then if it gets decaptured, your villager gets ejected. So always something to be aware of. Donzo's now getting ended in by Louis. Okay, this is interesting. So he goes Javs when it doesn't counter anything, now follows up Donzo's. He really thought B was going to follow up archers, didn't he? It would have made sense, guys, because the thing you have to remember here is that these scouts do not have any ranged armor. The warrior scouts do not get bonus damage either. So archers are actually a really good counter to them, ironically. Oh, I never checked the predictions either. 68% for Louis. A lot of belief in the Malians. Okay, Horseman, Swim, and Flood coming through. B loves to do this, by the way. He's a really big fan of mass melee blobs. Makes sense. Javelins won't be able to handle it very early on. And the other benefit is if you start to push Louis all the way back, he's going to forfeit the pit mine as well. So yeah, really good position in B. What happened with the gold? My God, man. Get it under control. Yeah, you can tell that B got screwed over on his pro scouts timing. Those early deers getting intercepted slowed him down. In fact, right now he has a lot of inefficiency here. He's realizing it. Because the logic is he was gathering gold at a logical pace with his build order to efficiently reach castle. But it didn't play out that way due to the blockage on the deer. And here we go, clock tower on the way. Louis' choice to go javelins is starting to feel a little bit weird now. I think, was he planning to go Farimba? It feels like this is a gradual Farimba build. But B knows that build like the back of his hand, or well, I guess the back of his wings, because it's B. And that becomes problematic. Like Nesta Bs can now be a counter to the javelins. Lancer players on the menu because B did get access to the deer in the end. Gold is running thin a little bit, but unlike that hairline at the top of the map, there's plenty still underneath here. We've got the gold veins for him to tap into. Will a Hulk on the back of the base be a play? Potentially. The gold is out of range. So, like, we will definitely see matchups where people try to harass. So the thing is, there's another gold on the middle. So I think water play is going to be a delayed strategy. Because if you block the back gold, it means you don't have enough economy to then block my front. Nice reaction by Louis. Has the correct idea. Straight away pivots into Musafadi. He understands there's going to be heavily armored units coming. The question is whether he'll be able to keep pace with what B is up to, because we have also got the siege on the way. I can't believe this. This has been like, what, 8 minutes of the merchant camp? It's definitely helped him a lot here. Louis is going to be creeping around the south side. We intentionally put the little beard in there because I thought it'd be actually quite cool for a longer rotation to sneak in. Louis wrapping towards that back gold. B. First nest of bees is about to arrive, so Louis will not want to be here anymore. He needs to consider backing up. Also, just look at the palace guard. 3 palace guard should be enough to scare this away. Jav's also just not a succinct counter to Spearman. I don't know. Something just feels wrong with this comp. Louis... Did it have to be Farimba? Kind of feels like more of a curse than a blessing here, the idea. This clash feels pretty cursed as well. Nesta Beast comes out to play. Louis needs to retreat. Behind this, he is at least starting to stockpile towards castle gradually. He's not really rushing it. Yeah, and this is where he backs up entirely. So the goal here will be to waste Beast time. Now, this is where I actually think this map's very interesting dynamics-wise. Castle Rush offers up a lot of benefit, but it doesn't offer up the most oppressive benefit it's most known for. Relic Rush. There's only 2 relics in appearance on the map straight away. So B, although you could go for it, probably get them, it wouldn't feel like a GG for Louis right now, who's probably still thinking about Farimba. You know, I still don't think Louis knows about the north of the map. I don't want to say he didn't check the map beforehand, but it's feeling a little bit like it, actually. Especially considering that he opened with the Warrior Scouts. Like, theoretically, Malian should always win this merchant camp. Oh, you know what's a sick 4, actually? What if Louis goes Mansa Musafadi instead of the Javelinese? It's unfortunate for him because it actually would be such a smart idea. The reason it's unfortunate is B's already getting to Springles. Springles will solve for the Musafadi. Nesta B solves for the Javelins. It feels like everything about Louis' comp has been counted. And there's no way this is Fulani. He literally has 0 cow. Yeah, Farimba coming in. Maybe Freeborn? Freeborn, they don't get bonus against Siege though. It's only against ranged, right? They're very tanky, but that's kind of it. And the merchant camp gives 45 resources a minute. So it's akin to having an extra villager, which is why it's highly sought after in the early phase of the game. I wonder if B considers the relics now. Because it's relics and sacred sites, so it could actually turn into a lot of gold for him, which is important because he is adding an additional siege. I think he's just guarding this area to get the extra deer back. Crossbow switch up in his mind. And it is going to be the Mansa Musafadi. This is so rare. You very rarely see this anymore. The Mansa Musafadi upgrade, for those that don't know, turns you into quite the chunky boy. When you're vetted up, you're going to have 4 melee armor as a base. Makes it very hard to melee mosh pit into Mansa Musafadi. Now, the counterplay is Springles, which B has, but the downside is going to be mobility. That's going to be on Louis' side. You can see he's intentionally griefing around these stealth forests to try and leverage that. So B is going to slow down and back up. And I'm pretty sure there are no EGC games today. EGC plays on the weekend. We rule the weekdays. Really fascinating first game. I've got a huge smile on my face because it's a new map. I think it's kind of cool. It's going to be interesting to see how players adapt to this as the series goes on. But also the fact that we just see Mansa Musafadi, a strategy that has felt dead for 2+ months. There's a lot of Nest Bs though. I think the only downside for B is he hasn't protected his flanks. So he can actually just get poked at like this. Yeah, this is the negative of Siege. It completely just locks you into the spot. You can't move. Something that Louis will be all too well aware of is why we usually see Louis walls when he's the one playing Chinese. The other thing about this pick from B, first pick priority, partially because it's such a good pick, B plays it well, but it's also just a huge denial to Louis, who thrives on the Chinese. But the thing is, even if he can't have it himself, he should have a deeper understanding than most anyone at this stage of this Civ. Now, B is not going to run out of wood anytime soon, so you'd think just build some palisade walls, but that's not going to last very long against Musafadi. I think B realistically needs a stone wall, essentially across the top here. So you stone walls, you go, and then it funnels your opponent. But the problem is he needs to be careful. Yeah, backside, he realizes it. You can sneak all the way around. This is another design element intentionally. You can go all the way around these tree lines and catch people off guard. Which, by the way, feels balanced because it takes so long to do. It's a trade-off. I think B's going for a keep drop, by the way. On the stone or in the middle of the map? Oh. Yeah, no, on the stone makes a lot of sense because it secures the tree line, and then you can just come back for a keep drop later. Okay, he goes 8k. 8k, that's also going to be Forgotten Ruins close by, so we could see him pivoting towards relics now, or in the coming 2 or 3 minutes. The other thing is occupying these Forgotten Ruins will also generate stone for additional keeps. In fact, with 3 of them on the map, 60 a pop, that means you end up getting 360 stone per Forgotten Ruins. Even the north side, though. Oh, a single villager is going to get scraped here. Scrap that fort. Timmy didn't get the memo, so one gets left behind. Army's now arriving, though. B, he could split up the nest of Bs a little bit to go north and south at the same time. You won't get the full wallop, but half a wallop is worth it. That Louis will be able to duck and dive out of there, though. Still, the castle's up, right? Like, he's blocked from just now counter-raiding through the center. Does feel like he needs more protection, though. He has at least got the walls up, or rather the outpost up, so you can see the threats coming. Undermesh only now on the way, by the way. I mean, he hasn't had many reasons to build it, but the castle's going to be a real big nuisance. I think my worry for Louis is this type of strategy usually falls flat because it is a one and done. If you lose one fight, there's no comeback, you don't have the economy for it. And that's a fact that remains true in this type of game as well. Oh my god, I just realized the minimap was briefing us all along. There we go. Sorry about that. There was... nah, I'm not going to ruin it. There was someone dangling out the bomb. It's fixed. A bit of raid coming in here. Nothing too substantial in terms of damage. I just remembered something we're missing from the overlay. I'll fix that after game 1. B is doing it. I mean, in fairness, he was doing it earlier than Louis was last season. We've got the T-Wincy walls. Not for the STBs, though. It's the trebuchets to start crawling in. Oh, this is... I mean, this is karma, really. So we'll better start sieging away at the income, essentially, of Louis MT here. We do have the Musafadi upgrade on the way, so it's giving the local knowledge for the healing. But has B got eco issues now? The deer is almost gone. He's got a lot of wood. He needs to start thinking about that granary transition. Problem is, where do you build it? Like, where is it safe? This is a crafty thing of what Louis is doing. He's always looming, waiting, because he understands that B at some point has to build wide. All he has to do is bide his time with a quality army. 73 Mansa Musafadi. Decent front line. One that will definitely hold us own against the pass guard. B is now reacting with archers, so that will be his counterplay. But he's only in the infant stage of that. Now, part of the reason why B is going archers here is because of the counter, but the other part is he needs to. He can't afford to keep slogging out food-heavy units. Wood is the thing he has a lot of access to. Trebs. From both sides. Looks like the castle for B is not going to last much longer here. Maybe he just sends a small group in for a dive. Yeah, so he's pulling back some troops to defend. Now others to head on in. Needs to be careful because that is possibly going to be a loss of springles. Luckily, the extra health means not even a single one goes down. North side, I mean, he's got full eyes on. And then here we go. There is going to be a dive in. Warrior Scouts on the way to try and break through the wall. A castle about to drop here. 94 HP. It's not going to be able to stay up, though. Castle down. B strong point in the center removed. No sign of a new one coming. He goes for the poor man's version. The Barbican now being dropped in. He knows he needs a castle to survive this. He's not ready. I mean, this is the awkward thing, I think, for B. Like, conceptually, his strategy is meant to be Springles to counter Mansa. But Louis is just doing such a good job of patiently diving the sides. Never overcommitting. Just ensuring that V can't do anything else but run around his own base. Well, that's embarrassing. Can you just... Okay, that actually might have worked out for the better. I think B maybe reacts straight away if he sees all of them. I don't know why 4 of them were revealed, though. If B had enough. I think he's getting a little bit sick of this. Yeah, so he just tanks the raid as he's beginning the granaries. Oh, no. This isn't enough damage. He needs more. Louis now looking to jump in on the south side as well. Spirals are going to be able to do some decent damage here, but won't be able to keep up. And the tree line now in trouble. B isn't reacting to this at all. No, right now he's distracted. Starts to pull away. Javelins moves Fuddy here, then go for the body blocks. It's going to turn into a massacre. That's 15 worker kills now on the board for Louis. More to come. And B, this is what he feared most. Louis has been an absolute scourge with that north-south side creep. 9 villages up. With plenty more than that with the pit mines and whatnot. And it just feels like the Nesta Bees weren't able to go deep enough, fast enough here to do anything substantial. Louis loses maybe 10 units maximum. Gets away scot-free. And now I think B just has to go. Like, this is it. After you take a hit like that, you can't slow roll this anymore. Now, one important thing for B that he is missing right now. Did you notice it? He does not have a scout. He does not have an outpost here. Which means the Mansa Musafadi could easily catch him off guard. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried for that reason. I mean, in fairness, the Musafadi aren't immediately going to munch down on the SCBs. They're very tanky, but still. It will give him the gap close. The B definitely can't afford to experience it. Spear reaction pushes away the north side. This is just... this almost feels toxic the way he's doing this. I mean, B just looks completely handcuffed. How is this still 24 minutes in the game? Louis like, oh, hey, that's pretty good. Can't believe he had this whole time. Big clash over it. Mansa Musafadi should be able to tank through a lot of this. Meanwhile, south side. Oh, an ugly engagement for B to try. This is looking over at this rate. B, where's his comeback? The siege is kind of irrelevant if you have nothing to frontline for it. And he's running out of bio quick. This might be the most siege we've seen at 24 minutes in a game in a long time. Between the two of them, they have almost 80 population in a siege. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, those knob shots aren't looking so crazy. He's just trickling in one troop at a time and turning around for high-value small shots. The problem I see in this game is like Beam, Fury, if you can just get a direct fight, great, stronger. Louis just never giving it to him. And we even have Louis now building his farms where he feels most safe. Like a little rat in the trees. Stealth Forest is going to be a saving grace for his economy. Oh my god, please, no. They have so much melee armor. And it's like, wow, he's resorting to berries. I mean, he only has one granary. It's not exactly the type of income that keeps you competitive here. Then again, what happened to Louis' army? Oh my. I mean, I knew he was going to struggle without Fulani, but I didn't expect this much. They're both drained. This is a pretty cool game one, actually. Although it wasn't the most action-packed in the opening minutes, I think we can agree that like this has reached a point of both having that feeling of, okay, what's next? Like, you can tell they haven't been able to practice this map much with it being brand new. So there's an element of like, okay, I had this idea of a timing. He counteracted my timing. So now, what does the map offer? What can I do? I think whoever gets their farm transition up first wins. B's looking pretty good. He's up to about 25. Louis at 12 going on 16. And his are going to be worse. Now, he does have the cow to insulate him, though. That's a very important detail. He's not ranching them up, though. The goal here should be to add in more farms and then start ranching these. So you just have better infinite food, making yourself more pop efficient. You do have a sofa switch from Louis. Spears are being built by B, though. He's going repeater crossbows. Now, this would have been the solution to actually the Mansa Musafadi all along. Just obviously another slow unit. Like, the biggest problem B has had in this game is an inability to react. And honestly, a lot of what he's building doesn't solve that problem. It exacerbates it. Oh, yeah, villages? No textiles either? I mean, it's more than quick enough to build up. There are too many villages here, though. So we'll end up losing a few. In fact, Louis not reacting right now. No, he's diving in the center. Finally realizes what's happening. And he's going to lose all the surplus villages to the north side. The Nestabis will not commit to it, though. No, he kind of needs to get the troopers back home because there is a dive coming in. Musafadi under the farms. Every time he makes a move, there is almost in synchronicity a move on the opposite side of the map. Oh my god, though. Like, if Louis finds his way into Imperial, I think Mango's just got this on lock. But for now, Nestabis are still the king. So Louis has to be very careful the way he engages with the siege. Also, we did have some villagers trying to actually excavate here. And relics are now being picked up by B. Because, yeah, gold is becoming harder to access at this stage. I hate these two colored hair dyes. Yeah, it's like, do I look better with a pink beard or a green eye patch, you know? I'm never sure. Nespi's moving in. Woo. Kiss my booby better. It stings. Big knob shot. 4 villagers survive. That is now Louis MT, notably down in economy and in need of some vengeance here. Trebs are moving in. Nestabis are now on their way to react to this play. So respect the mangonels. There's a dive of Sofa coming on through. The Spirals on the south side. Need to protect. The Sofa would be the counterplay to them, but there's not many of them actually reaching the siege yet. They're getting distracted on the backline ranged infantry. The Spirals might actually be able to save his bacon here from getting cooked. Nice pierce through there. Clears the units. And now the Nestabis can move in for the kills. Big hit, big scatter. Triple Spiral kill there. The clock tower effect on the nest of bees means they're way too tanky. Louis, half of the siege gone already. More to fall. I mean, this is it. This is the strike he was looking for. The Sofa Flood was not there. Louis, Congo line of death into the mess. B able to stabilize, but it comes at a high price. Both of them just hemorrhaging so many villagers across this game, it feels like. Constantly kept in check. A B now with an overwhelming siege edge needs to look for a way to push in and truly punish Louis. Not just that. Yeah, one, the farm's got partially scudded, but he has a second granary set up, so B can afford to rebolster his troopers. Interesting that he's going into the Chiganu, so he was expecting Mansa Musadi. Ironically enough, the Spinman would have been the perfect guard. He's going to back up. This game is not going to end. This is crazy. I really wasn't expecting this in G1. You can get this on new maps occasionally, but more common it feels like is someone's idea is just so much better, and they just roll over the enemy. Crazy. Louis has not added in many more farms since we last checked, by the way. He's being carried by the cows, but ideally you want to stick them in ranches. Still hasn't happened. Oh, third granary set up. Does get spotted. Good rotation by the Sofa. The reaction incredibly slow at B. Doesn't immediately pull the villagers away. Spears do now arrive, but that's going to be him 10 down. At what stage do you just try for a second TC? Your head's in the minimap and you don't like it? Exclamation mark hymns. They might be able to help with that. Oh, they've helped fund me to deliver a beauty here. This is great. And reminder, we could have this 4 more times in this series. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Second TC it is. B finally accepts it's too much damage. So, there is, in theory at least, an opportunity for Louis. In reality, it doesn't really exist when you look at his military count. B has twice the army size. This is the thing, Louis is rated better, but B has fought much better. Wonder if Louis considers a second TC at all. Not really. For Malians, you're probably going to want to be around 100 eco with ranchers as well. Logic being your units are of lower quality. Mansa Musafadi helps offset that problem a little bit, but it's still a very situational unit. Too much safe wood. So the theory was that while there's a lot of wood, the way it plays is obviously it creeps further away from your base. We might thin the tree line a bit, so it's more like this than this. I don't mind that idea. It's just tricky, I know, with the map gen tools, because basically that's being treated as like a one-tile thick thing. Sofas are back again, by the way. I mean, B might have the siege on his side, but the Sofa are the kings in this matchup right now. Not much of a grand answer to them currently. I mean, if you can get a full choke point fight, sure, Springald, Nest of Bees, all of it shooting down, but Louis obviously doesn't want to ever give that. Alright, one's if you think Louis is going to win this, two's if you think B is going to take it. Okay, we're getting a little bit of back and forth there. I like that. It does feel almost impossible to call at this stage. Because even long term, both of them have passive gold gen. Very similar passive gold gen, in fact. Reminder, by the way, this map doesn't have trade either. So if you think, oh, well, Malian trade, no, that can't exist. It's a myth here. Louis now just trying to brute force his way in against spears. Well, crossbows are getting access, so she'd be able to sweep it aside. Nicely done, yeah. If he'd been bogged down on the spears, I think likely B just holds that, and it looks really bad for Louis. This guy would have dive deeper. We better force him away. Meanwhile, north side sofas did go in there as well. So once again, B just hemorrhaging. Also running out of gold. Castle on the north side was never addressed. Center of the map, he lost all the defenses. And Louis even snatching away the safer gold to the south side. So he's trying to turn this into a starvation game. What's Chinese passive goal? Taxation. The imp officials can return the goodies. I think Louis can actually afford to go in Imperial Age more safely. So part of the thing is like, yes, Chinese can go for a Great Wall Gatehouse, but where at this rate? I feel like he has too much he needs to protect. Whereas for Louis, if he has to just do a defensive landmark, say here, most of his economy is in this area. All that matters anyway. And I think Louis is about ready to consider a tech up at this rate. He's starting to stockpile now. He has 51 so far. In fairness, he doesn't have much to fear right now. Because if B tries to run out of his base, it's going to be similar to what it was before. Oh, look, you're trying to all-in me. I'm just going to raid you to death. I don't think B's at a point where he can snipe through all the landmarks yet. This is so obnoxious. Okay, so here's the thing. You thought BC was annoying with this, like, infamous late-game style where he floods horsemen the size of your base? At least the horsemen go in and die. This has been ridiculous because they just don't commit. We're finally seeing him actually just blob and go in. It's because he has so many Sofa at his disposal. For the Huntress also coming in behind this. So the idea with these hits is to force a reaction now so that B can't counterattack because he's too deep in his base. The Spears are going to end up losing those Sofas. Northside Nesta Bees are going to start sieging in here onto the castle. Sofas are getting ready to react. Crossbows, Spears need to defend. B, I don't think he's aware there's a tech up coming right now. Rotation in. Sofas should be able to get the kill. No. Clock Tower just too good. The amount of pings on the minimap is absurd. I don't know if Hims has like a pimple removal thing. You think of the amount of red dots going off over here. Okay, so Louis technically creates space, but at what cost? He threw away almost his entire army doing that. So there is a potential opening now if B rushes across. I mean, is there a switch for Louis straight away that makes sense? He's against Nesta B, so not gunners. If he hadn't lost all the mangonels, then this play makes sense. You just go adjustable crossbars and win game. But obviously that siege got wiped. He never rebulked it. Yeah, the game's just kind of got weird now. B does still have a very big question mark, though. If he's not attacking, and he's not quick teching, what is his actual upside here? Looks like Castle's gone, so B will finally get some more gold. Yeah, it's been quite a long starvation here. He's had this gold, but it's kind of risky on the front line. This is safe on the flanks. Could even set him up for a stone grab and then a keep drop. By the way, we still do not have the Forgotten Ruins being harvested. I think, did B put one inside? Yeah, B's got two inside. Louis didn't bother. So B is at least trying to unlock those relics. Understandably so, he needs them. I mean, look at the confidence of Louis. Literally building his pit mine on the front line. Absolutely wild. Okay, so we do have the upgrades coming through for Louis. I believe he hasn't got Farima leadership yet. Farima leadership is phenomenal with Mansa Musafadi. By the way, he can also now go for Javelineers if he wants. There's also the option to go for the Freeborn. But remember, when you go age 4 with Farimba, you get access to a second. And he went for the Freeborn. This is sick. Freeborn are some of the most HP efficient units in the game for population. We are still doing this. Oh, come on. It's going to slither around there like a snake. And at this point, Mansa Musafati, they're sitting there with 7 melee armor against veteran spears. This is ridiculous. It barely tickles. He, by some miracle, has found the economy. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. He's even hidden it just out of range here, so it seems Louis none the wiser as to what's actually happening right underneath his nose. Sofa is still trying to leak in. I mean, at this point, I think Louis maybe needs to focus less on raiding, more on a direct attack. He's had a lot of extra time in Imperial Age, but hasn't really done anything with it. He hasn't been able to afford a switch into Mangonels, no adjustable crossbars, so honestly, I think B's in a better position here. The tech I'm about to complete, 2 TCs so he can afford some losses. Granaries are just going to be so much better at this stage in the game. 60 granaries, in fact. Yeah, this is worrisome. It feels like Louis is now on the clock. No play towards Sacred Sites either in the past. And now with B having this up here, impossible for Louis to think about that win condition. And yes, you are seeing that correctly. Nesta Bees now appear on the Great Wall Gatehouse. Rotate and actually shoot. Shout out to the devs for that. It was a fantastic animation update. Before, the Great Wall Gatehouse just looked silly. Now it is silly broken, but at least looks logical. Ooh, B stepping back into the Yuan next. Elite techs are on the way, even elite army tactics. Gonna be a big edge for him in these fights, actually. Something that he needs. Or at least a neutralizer against the Mansa Musafati effect. A pointless wall is being burnt through over here by Louis. Alright, predict when you think the game's gonna end. Because this is ridiculous. There isn't much left. Gold veins in the center. The relics are still on the ground, by the way. Like, Louis never even bothered to pick up his safe relic this entire time. At what point do you just call it littering? Louis with Triple Trem and Bombard. He's starting to break through the defenses. B is patiently waiting for as many techs as possible. Hand cannoneer switch now coming in. This is the big one. The thing's been missing this whole time. Okay, his hands on the pyrotechnics, the extra range, serpentine powder, which is great against Mansa Musafati, will allow you to kite them. Yuan should allow him to kite a little here, but instead B thinks it's a good idea to stand his ground. He kind of needs to. The Nesta B's in trouble. So for now with a dive, he needs to get that saturated shot under the big blow of Mansa. Villagers coming in for the repairs, barely able to keep the Nesta B's alive, but it looks like the mosh pit might be about to break here. Sofa's not able to get through. Yes, all range dead, but all siege alive. These things are ridiculous. Nerfed my ass. By the way, this is without additional barrels. This is without roller shot triggers. That was just siege being siege. That was ridiculous. Louis now with this type of reset, this gives the breathing room B needs to get into hand cannoneers. Sofas are trickling in. The Nesta Bees need to slow down just a little bit of panic there. The villagers have to get their shivs out just to protect the valuable siege. We'll get away just in time to repair it. But there's a danger for Louis, you see here. If he starts trickling Sofa, the hand cannoneers will win that fight. And yeah, we're still at 0 Cal Gaming. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it at this stage. He never built a single ranch, from what I can tell. We are you kidding me? We're 45 minutes into a Malian game, and he's never built a cattle ranch. B, oh my god, he's doing it. It's Bao Chuan time. Okay, this could just be the nail to the cross moment. Get one of these Baochuans, get thunderclap bombs round the back of the tree line, and it's curtains. You need vision, of course, but you can easily get that by sending a few scouts in. It's crazy. Actually, it's even worse than that. Does B know about the farms? I don't think he does. If he ever finds out about them, though, once again, Baochuans just destroy all this. And this is the only thing keeping Louis alive. Without ranches, without cows being eaten, it's all on these farms. And then he has 1, 2 extra farm clusters up here. Bombard's undefended. I do love it when Sofa come in at the end against Bombards. It looks like the spears are bracing against a cannon. Hold, man. We can tank it and not move. So both Bombards removed. I mean, is Louis running out of gold? He shouldn't be. The fat gold in the center is almost gone. Trebs are still sieging in. Barbican is down as well. Going a bit further north feels impossible right now for Louis, though. However, we talked about them. They're appearing. Freeborn warriors with 236 HP. I warned you they were chunky. Not just that, 11 ranged armor as well, which against hand cannon is not bad. Mitigating basically a third of the damage you take. And also getting a lot of bonus damage in return against them. 25 damage per strike against a ranged unit. Movement speed, good enough that in theory they should be able to reach hand cannons. This is a thick boy lineup. And also should be able to absorb a lot of the STB shots. Speaking of which, Siege might be in a bit of trouble. Needs those sprinkle shots onto the Freeborn. Low base damage means that the knobs will not die too quickly here. The sprills, however, are a lot more squishy. Siege starting to crumble a little bit, but the hand cannon account is looking good for B. 13 and climbing. Needs to be careful with this backline now against the Freeborn. Sometimes it's just hard to remember them. Like when you look at this giant blob, you might not realize there's Freeborn in there. But I feel like we're starting to kind of reach an exhaust point here. You'd think he'd be able to blob a lot more Freeborn on this, but something just doesn't seem to be adding up with Louis' production rates. I'm almost inclined to say no, yeah, no military academy. It whiffed of it. You could sense it. Whether he'd be able to afford it, I'm not sure, but the lack of reinforcements faster here has definitely been his downside. Multiple engagements in a row now. And by the way, that Baochuan's on standby. Yeah, he done it. He sent a Spearman into the tree line. The Baochuans are now hunting. I mean, this is just a matter of time. I don't see what Louis has anymore. The boats are the final detail to prevent any sort of reset here. If he just claws his way towards the farms, I think that's going to be a wave of the white flag. Louis, truly on the clock now. Louis basically has no wood. Good thing Freeborn don't need wood. Food and gold, baby. Food and gold. What do you mean he doesn't have wood? Look at all this stealth forest. That's why they put stealth forest in the game, right? To chop it down? Yeah, that must be it. Problem for Louis is, like, you'd think that the Freeborn would counter hand cannoneers, but by the time you gap close, there's not going to be many of you left, right? Same as Springles. We do have demo shit play now coming out, so correct reaction in time before the Baochuans become a real nuisance here. So it just feels like you're losing a land. Lou, the mangoes is a cool idea, but like, can you afford mass mangoes adjustable crossbars now? He has got still more gold left. 130 here, and then I think that's it. Then it's just passive gold. He did pick up 2 relics, mind you. But really what Louis needs right now is time. And time is most definitely not on his side. Hannigan is with a dive in. Donald Bombard taken out, and the massacre. Oh, it's going to tilt the other way. Yeah, a lot of greenies on the ground, but now it's time to muddy in a little bit of pink into the painting here. We've got plenty of Springles to kill him. Hand cannon is as well. He focus fires the Bombards instead. Villagers now pull for the repair. And it just, I don't feel like the Freeborn are killing enough. This is it. Louis been broken. This is a best of 9. And the first game is already almost an hour long. I was worried. I was like, one series show match. Is it really going to be a long enough fit? Yeah, I think we're safe. I definitely think we're safe. G1 to B. Oh, can we agree that this is a phenomenal map? That was truly entertaining. Big shout out to Hims for sponsoring the channel for this.
All right, there we go. Told you, absolute bang of a game. It delivered, right? Right. But we are back. What is up? Wow, look, my voice improved so much. I mean, I guess I just like gargled a bunch of memfuls or something. We're much better. So I just realized, apologies, was the AoE4 music in the background really loud? Because I left that on. But up next, we are going to be having a look at Wham versus Deniska. The draft kicks off in, I believe, 10 minutes. So we've got enough time to like squeeze a game, not a series. What could we do? Let me have a look here. Maybe something from the ladder? Him stock is down like 50% today? Wait, what? Based on like how long of a period though? What happened? If so, that's kind of crazy. Oh, they're about to cut marketing spend? Oh. Let's do a... While we wait for our next thing, let's do a Relic River game. I don't think I've seen this matchup in Relic River before. It's Japan versus Ottomans. Or is there anything else? We could do like a... We could do it live from the ladder game. My only concern is obviously if it runs too long, we don't want to be late to our Wham Deniska set. So bear me a sec. I'm going to have a look through. And we'll see who's playing live. There's a lot of 2v2s actually happening right now. Just looked at that, I was like, huh? Wait, what? Is that Downfall I saw? No, Downy. Okay. Oof, Roos Mirror, boss. I don't see any of the known names. So bear with me one sec, I've got an idea. We'll catch a Louis game to follow up on that epic Louis set we just watched. Dude, like, we're not watching a laser and a freaking Roos Mirror. I'd rather, like, jam my head in my fridge door. That's just a no. And you know it's a no. I don't know. Like, you know better than to recommend that. Roos Mirrors? You're slipping, mate. You're slipping. Okay, so... Louis really hasn't been that busy on the ladder, to be honest. It's a little bit disappointing. Maybe a Voldemar versus sort of game. Sure, let's do a Voldy versus sort of. Alright, so I'll bring us across here. I also just need to wipe the slate on the previous series because Voldemar and Gully is done. It's just a Voldy day, right? My running ad covers up the score. What running ad? Which one are you talking about? You mean the Gigabyte one? On what scene? Here? I'm confused what you mean. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Could you please elaborate? What laptop? Gigastack laptop. Got the 5090 from NVIDIA in there. We got the AMD 9950 mobile, which is like the best laptop you're going to get. It's called the Recoil 16 AMD. 16 Recoil AMD from PC Specialists. It's got all the best elements in there. So like we've got 64 gig of RAM, top notch, 6400 megahertz, I believe it was, and then 4 terabyte Gen. I think I went one Gen 5, and I told him to put a Gen 4 in there because I don't need double Gen 5. That's a bit overkill. But yeah, pretty dope laptop overall. So let's have a look. We'll have a look at a little Voldy game while we wait. Do not want to do a Byzantine mirror. I'd once again rather just gargle marbles. Let's have a look at Sushi versus Lancaster. Bit of a curious one. All right. Let's get ready to go, though. We'll switch across in the game. After this, we'll have Deniska versus Wham live. So, pretty hyped for that one. Biz Mirror is way better than Bruce Mirror. You think it is until you realize they all do the same thing. And then you realize it's no better. But anyway. Let's get ready to get underway. Yeah, what ad were you talking about? I'm confused. All right, we'll go 2x as well. It's pub stomper time, baby. Let's head to the ladder to watch the kid go up against the old school guard because we have got Voldemar up against sort of on Carmel. I had to check in on this when I saw the pick. Voldemar's just makes a lot of sense strategically. Carmel, Sushi, they go hand in hand. But sort of's pick had me intrigued. It's been a while since I've watched Lancaster get picked on this map. Usually a little bit of an oddball, actually. I remember last time I watched Lancaster on this map, I believe it was a Louis MT game where he tried, I believe it's like 2TC Mass Knights type build. But the problem on this map, usually for Lancaster, is anything gold heavy feels like a no-no. You only got the 1600 gold veins, right? You don't have that longevity to camp with that any filthy Lancaster mains in the chat would be used to doing in your atypical, like, Dry Arabia type games. And Voldemar, Sushi just makes sense because of that, right? They have taxation to pad them. They're also a good relic-seeking civ, and also on top of that, Pro Scout's really nice on this map considering how much food there is. And he's going to do one better. And just, instead of just getting the Pro Scouts, he's going to be able to get his hands on, what, 72 food? And 25 gold. Nothing too crazy here, actually. He didn't get the Holy Triangle. For those that have not watched enough Carmel, the Holy Triangle is triple berries in range. It does happen. It is not a myth. It is absurd. I think I've even seen it be triple berries plus double gold before, which made me want to puke. That was the most disgusting spawn I think I've ever seen on this map. We're going to stick on the 2x speed just for the early game. Just the boys get set up, and they're going to be getting set up firm and fast. Love this out of sort of. We've got Abbey of Kings. Really smart, actually. Like, the idea here probably being that Lancaster Castle, you know, as safe as it makes you feel, do you really need it against Sushi when you're anticipating Pro Scouts? So instead, what we're going to be seeing is a little bit of mana spam as he's gradually make his way into them. But then the idea will obviously be to try and contest the Voldemar win condition here, which will be to get the deer home. Yeah, big fan of this, actually. And he's even leaning straight away into the Spearmen. So Spearmen that are going to be bulky with the Lord of Lancaster. Reaction's going to have to come in. Voldemar, he did just snoop in. He sees the manners, but he also sees the Abbey of Kings, so he's well aware of the threat. Question is now, how do you respond? Do you go Horseman? Do you go for Chuganu? Chuganu is an interesting idea here, actually, guys. Like, more effective than you'd think up against the Lord of Lancaster, because the Lord of Lancaster only has 2 base armor. Why is that a big deal? To mitigate the full amount of damage from a Chuganu, you need to be having, by default, 4 armor. Actually, 3. So 3 armor, because then you get the +1, and they get the +1. They're at 5 damage per strike. You're at 4. But at 2, that means you take double the damage. It's similar to when you watch Chevalier go up against Chuganu, is they actually take a surprising amount of damage against the repeater crossbows. And I want to go back to 2 times speed. It makes them much more impressive the way they move. So we are going to get the Harasser boy come around the back. The problem is that you are talking about a very slow-moving unit. Like, this unit is very tanky. It makes the troops around it very tanky. But it's not very good at raiding itself, is the problem. Like, just look at how plastically slow it is compared to the spear. He has at least achieved the objective, though. He's slowed down the Pro Scouts a bit. But interesting reaction out of Voldemar. He goes straight into the Palace Guard. Now, Palace Guard is kind of curious in this matchup, actually, because you can see sort of is going Yeoman. What was interesting is I remember watching like English versus Sushi, and Lombos would do surprisingly well against Palace Guard due to the higher base damage, but Yeomen don't have that luxury. They do, however, have a better ability to kite. Just ultimately, though, this should be enough to slow things down for Voldemar to get his food home. So I rate it. I think that this is a good reaction that Sushi has discovered in more recent times to Spearman openings. It just enables the Pro Scouts really well, because it also just gives you something you want to upgrade. Right? It's not like you're stuck on a unit that is going to be worthless in 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah, especially considering the way to make it worthless would be to go to the next stage. Something that sort of is not eager to do in a rush. So 2x up a little bit again. Medigarden is just completely unharassed, by the way, so that's just generating close to 100 resources a minute with no contest, which is like 2.5 to 3 villages worth of gathering. We have got the third mana coming in. I'm really hoping sort of isn't going to be going more manas here. Otherwise, this could unravel pretty quickly, because Voldemar is starting to get the deer home, and he's scaling what is going to become a castle-viable composition with the Palace Guard. By the way, guys, how is the volume in-game versus the volume on the mic? Is it a good balance? This fight doesn't feel like a good balance. Palace Guard. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, he didn't anticipate Yeoman at all. Do you notice what he done there, guys? He prioritized Bloomery, so he thought it was just going to be a melee fight. He has got Undermesh being rushed, though, and the beautiful thing about Shushi is you get it so quickly. It takes you barely any time whatsoever, only 24 seconds. Looks like in the meantime the deer have been lamed. Sorry, they already killed one. Wait, he didn't lame the rest? I guess it doesn't matter. It's not that they're going to get deer shoved at all. I like the way that this is playing out for Sword Off, though. Like, he's just got those few spearmen to ruin the timing down the line. And Voldemar has full attention on the front side. However, Sword Off is now scaling into those manas. And I get the idea here. It definitely makes a lot of sense on paper. But you have to remember what this is turning into quickly, guys. It's a Palace Guard flood. And every single one of those feudal men-at-arms will become viable in Castle on the transition. So Voldemort, he's even starting to save up some resources here. The other awkward part is like the gold. He might want to gather it a little bit quicker. I don't think he's got much taxation here. So yeah, it shows you Voldemort's going to have to keep contesting. The Steel Arrow only just got queued up by Sword Off. This is a big problem, folks. Means your opponent is actually over halving the damage you do with these Lombos. The Lords of Lancaster, as strong as they are, they look pretty underwhelming here. Overwhelm into a chase. We've got Triple Horseman as well. And he's just sniping down these Yos one by one. Even the Wolves joining in on the party. Sort of now feeling a little bit exposed and overextended. And what makes me worried even more is, like, where are the manas? You went mana tier level 2. You haven't actually even started priming the additional wave. And you've just lost your military presence. Palace Guard feudal not so beefy? No, and that's by design. They have to be balanced, right? So they only have 2 ranged armor default, which is pretty weak, and they only have 130 HP. I say only. 130 HP is pretty reasonable. But remember, when they get teched up, they get the extra armor, plus they get 155 HP and more damage. It's a reasonable unit. Usually the idea with Shushi, when they go Palace Guard, is they can choose where they fight, so their weakness isn't fully exploited, right? The fact they have less effective HP, they can avoid bad fights. And then they can pivot into an aggressive position in prep of the castle play, which is what Voldemar is now committing into. You've got Malnu Academy coming in. And man, has he got a lot of the boys. 14 Palace Guard. He's also got enough to pump out like another 5 already. But he's holding, which means we're going to be seeing a Lancer transition. White Town now from Sword Off. It is the critical, but he's in quite the bind now. He's kind of stuck in what? That's kind of crazy, but also very smart. He's going to run out of gold fast in his main, so what's the point, right? And you need more food now to compete, because, like, realistically, you could actually just try to flood Ulsgard into PG here. It makes a lot of sense. Because Ulsgard have the dagger throws. They are just as tanky as Palace Guard, more so, and have high base. Speaking of those Palace Guard, it's going to be a dive in. They just hit Castle Age, and Sword Off's in trouble now. Villagers will seek shelter. There's going to be way too many here. Yeah, he's going to pull the rest on the south side to kind of be protected by the White Tower. But it's an overwhelm. And the dive continues out the other side. The White Tower will at least complete in time, but sort of the idle time alone, not to mention the fact there will be additional losses, is going to be a hard sting to receive. And even just leaving a few around here just to try and harass the remaining army. He's going to find the White Tower. It's going to go up. But 2 extra workers go down, and now all of a sudden a healthy 7-worker lead. Exactly what you need to try and start addressing this mana threat. And Lancers are following up from Voldemar. Yeah, more workers dying, sort of. A little bit off on the dodge there. Can you actually scrape this back now? I mean, it's definitely not over yet, right? He's got the manners to inflate his economy, but the problem is, like, Voldemar's got all the deer in the world. And more still coming. And although you've cleared the PG wave 1, there's still a handful left over, and Voldemar could easily just vomit out Lancers if he chooses. Now, the thing that's probably making him reluctant to do so is that White Tower. The White Tower is not an easy dive, folks. It's an easy way to die diving, which is why I think he's going to slow it down a bit and play the macro game, and we already see that now with Voldemar going into the monks. Shushi's so good on this map. Shushi, China, Roos, they're all incredibly powerful picks on this particular map. It's just the safety of the timing they do in Pro Scouts, but also in conjunction with that, the gold. These are civs that get a lot of extra resources in terms of gold. And gold is always the way that people get exposed on this map. That's why I find Lancaster a peculiar choice. I rate Lancaster as one of the weakest civs on this map, weirdly enough. You know, you're actually more gold heavy than wood heavy. Like, the Yeoman comp only comes in after you reach usually Castle Age. If you want to play Feudal, one of your options requires gold entirely. When you go late game, a lot of gold. Even in the Castle Age play, we're usually talking Earlsguard or Knights. Once again, very gold heavy. And I think the other thing within that is, like, you have to remember that if you go for the mana build with the House of Lancaster's defensive option, right, you go for the Lancaster Castle, you're talking about a situation where you can basically secure 1,600 gold. That's not a lot to work with, especially when you consider the cost of just getting the mana tech themselves. I think it's 600 gold required for that. And then obviously that just leaves 1,000, but you've already used, you know, an extra 100, 200 for the tech and the feudal, then an extra 600 castle. So that's already your first vein gone before you've actually really started pumping any units out. And we do now have the Spearman coming. So why did Voldemar choose to go Lancers instead of just full flooding Palace Guard? I think he was aware of the Earlsguard matchup. Like, Earlsguard could actually just kite and kill you. But Lancers oppresses you before you get online. And, like, that's why you've seen sort of not even bothered to try to go into the Earlsguard. Instead, he's going in for more greed. Voldemar's read to be aggressive is just so on point here. Relics are at least a little bit split here. It looks like Sword Off was trying to play for them, but only got one. H3 Burgrave is pretty good, I think, here. You've run out of gold again. You actually run out of gold quite quickly. And also, you don't have the security of Pro Scouts, right? Because, like, if you're doing Burgrave, you're probably not doing Pro Scouts. I mean, you could in theory. I think maybe the players like mine work and you just go out onto the deer if you want to do a Burgrave, then it could work. But if you're playing, like, Arcan Pro Scouts, I think it gets weird. So looks like Sword Of has secured himself against the second dive of the game. But Voldemar is winning the race into ranged here. Yeah, Sword Off seems a little bit unsure what to build. He's just trying to build more economy. Whereas Voldemar has a timing in mind. Look at that for a timing. 4 Relic Gamer with Shaolin Monastery on the way, unlocking the Yuan Dynasty that gives them the pagodas that generate 250 resources a minute each. Only build 3 of them, but that's 750 passive income. So with the other relic, in total, that's going to be 830 passive resource income, which is essentially like adding an extra third to your economy. Actually, more than a third by current numbers. Actually, I guess like it's closer to a quarter, because you have to remember he's already got the passive gold of 240. But the point is, it's a ridiculous quantity of increase. Seemed to be pretty well with the timing, and the map distance is a small walk. I guess I could like buy into the idea that Burgrave could have some impact because it's hard to wall. But what rank are we talking? And also, like, how well are the people scouting, right? I think that's always the thing about the Burgrave. Like, in theory, I think that the counter play is, like, if you're going to go for a wide deer gather without Pro Scouts, then someone can just rush to block you, right, and force you off of them. And if you do go Pro Scouts, you are initially hindering your timing. That should give people time to go to castle. Conk 1, Conk 3. Interesting. Yeah, I think in general, like, Burgraves at the highest level aren't really as impactful anymore. It's very hard to execute. It was a very powerful play for a small window, but then people just adjusted. Right? Like, it's one of those plays that really heavily relies on shock and awe. And I think the true experiment of actually of the Earlsguard is going to be whether that has the same treatment over time. I don't think it is going to necessarily. There'll be some civs that will be able to perform well against the mass Earlsguard, but there'll be others that will just fall dead. Now, in this game, we haven't had to worry about it at all, and it's all because of Voldemar's succinct timings. Like, he won the race to castle, which put the Earlsguard spam build out of possibility. Instead, what sort of is going for is the other way that Lancaster likes to roll you over. It's looking like a fast imp. Voldemar on the other side. Could he actually dive you? I think if sort of goes to the Wingard, he is a little bit vulnerable here. And you really want to do Wingard. The whole point in rushing him is the value you get out of that Wingard. It blobs your army up at a ridiculous pace that most civs won't keep up with at this stage. It's almost like his own version of Karganet. Voldemar. Oh, I think he knows what's happening. This might just be posturing for the gold. Usually there is a claim towards the 8k in the center. Remember, this is the only big vein on the map. Every single other gold vein is only 1,600 resources. Pitiful. Double Sacred Site as well. Saul's definitely going to get his timing here. At least it would seem so. And yep, it is going to be Wingard. So his goal now is just to keep vomiting out troops at a ridiculous rate. Just overwhelm through raw numbers. Typically, when you go for Wingard, it's just all about the spears. Spears, spears, and more spears. Speaking of those spears, he did actually go raiding with them. But Voldemar will break away in time before it becomes a problem. And Voldemar is getting ready to go. Folks, you are seeing that correctly. Almost 20 minutes in the game, we've got siege engineering on the way. We've also got the bolt magazines, so he knows what's coming. He's going to be switching into Chuknu to deal with the Spearman Mass. A really smart play. Dangerous if Lancaster reads it and goes into Yeoman, though. The weird part is that Sorov has not started to prep Yeoman, despite the fact he's got max manners, despite the fact that he could easily have afforded it. No, he leans even harder on the spears. Okay, this is dangerous. Remember, Voldemar, he's playing a Civ that can supervise to increase production. He's also got Military Academy on the way. This will get, quite frankly, ridiculous. He's able to produce Chuginu every 4 seconds, courtesy of the regional inspection tech that doubles the supervision production rate. Yeah, if you thought Yeoman come out fast, they do with the Shah Levy, but there's only going to be 16 of them, right? Like, meanwhile, Voldemar could just vomit out 30 Chuginu like that. Seems like it's going to slow down the production of it slightly. Focuses once again on the PG. And it is going to be 6 rams coming in. Scuttage coming through for Sword Off now. And he has realized what's happening, by the way. He's switching Yeoman. Or maybe he just wanted to get there organically. Like, it does make sense. Usually in the late game, Lancaster wants just spears Yo. And yes, this is just a simple ladder game while we wait for our Wham Deniska series to start for this week. And then we'll hop across into it. And Voldemar. It's a lot of spears, so technically it should be able to kill the Rams. It's a lot of Palace Guard, though. He has got the Billman tech. Really want to be sniping them down. Love the micro. Voldemar, he's taking out the Lords of Lancaster. He's intentionally removing that extra HP from the formation. Only 1 remains. These spearmen have just lost their free version of Elite Army Tactics, and they are getting erased. Oh my god. Elite Spears, a cool idea, but sort of not enough time to pull it off. The Shushi Zerg will overwhelm all. Damn. That was melt mode. Well played. Okay, so guys, we have got our next live matchup. We're going to be checking in on Wham versus Deniska. I believe they literally just completed the draft and should be getting into game in a second. So we actually timed it perfectly. Like that. I like that when that happens. So, uno moment. So I'll get the map draft, Civ draft. Not surprised. Deniska is once again picked. Oh no, wait. So Wham picked Order of the Dragon. Okay, that is a bit surprising. Deniska usually quite highly values that Civ from what I've seen. Cool new angle. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're showing off our fancy top of the range laptop from PC Specialist. They sent us a brand spanking new one, something that I can actually use on the go. So I'm like, there's a lot of things I want to start doing. And now that we've got like the YouTube help that's able to lean in, it might be possible. So like one thing I want to start doing is actually look to maybe do podcasts on the go when I'm flying out to events with players and other people, production, etc. That can now be possible. On off days, if I'm not working, there's now the possibility of doing like live streams wherever I am. So it's gonna be really cool. Loving it. Giving new people new look at the gaming stream setup. Exactly. And by the way, reminder, everything is running off of this laptop. Everything happening on the stream is coming from this. Handling full production, full gaming, all of it. And it's doing it, chef's kiss. And it's also doing it with little heat, actually, because we've got this unit here. This is a liquid cooling unit. You don't even need like the fancy coolants, which are really expensive. You just need distilled water. So yeah, we've got a custom loop that runs through the laptop like here over the 5090 GPU. So it's just a small circuit that goes around there and then back out and then filters through, blows. That's a good laptop. When's the giveaway? The giveaway is I can get you 30 quid off your order, mate. Go order one now on PC Specialist. Wait, what was I going to do? Oh my god, my alt tab is acting weird. There must have been something I changed before that made it a little bit smoother. What do you mean laptop cooler? So this right here, this is a portable little laptop cooler. So like you can disconnect it. It's not part of it. This costs, if you order a laptop, you can get this for, I think it's 120 or 130 pound extra. Really cool, actually. You just basically, like, you just power up by putting the laptop power cord into it, and then you put an extra power cord then into the laptop. And then you've got this little cable here. I'm not going to move the camera because it'd be kind of annoying, I think. Maybe I can do it like this. So, I don't know if that's showing now because I can't see. But at the back here, we've got this. It just feeds in. It just clips in. So this is the where the water just flows through. Could you see that? So yeah, that keeps it super cool. Like I'm actually impressed. Considering like you'd expect a 5090 to run pretty hot, but I don't even notice it with that. So looks like we are just a few minutes from in-game. Whew. Might actually set up a dual cam scene like this as well, actually. We'll see. After I pay my taxes, I'll consider buying. Nice, nice. There you go. Second monitor and back. What, the one over here? So this one is where I'm pushing the game feed. The reason is, like, I wanted to actually have the game feed down here. I've actually got production down here. And the reason is because this microphone. The microphone is, like, in the way, and I couldn't figure a method that would make sense currently without. That's why I said at the start of the stream, it would have made more sense to have my head microphone for this type of thing. But, like, otherwise, I'd be using this because this the monitor, the screen on this laptop is, it's mini OLED, mini LED. I always forget the term. Mini LED, 300 hertz, 1440p monitor. It's absolutely pristine. So not dual monitors. Technically, I'm doing like dual monitors, right? Because I'm basically using my standard setups monitor as the secondary monitor for this. But if you want something on the go, I actually might, like, maybe I'll ask them to send me one so we can test it with the setup. There is a portable monitor they sell as well. So PC Specialists have their own portable monitor for about, I think it's about 130, 150 pounds. So you can just set it up to the side and then have it on the go. Oh, sorry. When I show you the water cooling, did I block? Let me try one more time. Okay. So if we go like this, and then it's like right here. Do you see it now? This is the water cooling cable. So the liquids flow through there, back and forth. Yeah, just off this. And it just clips in easy peasy. So really easy. Nice. I tried not to fully close the laptop because I'm not sure. That would technically just tell it to turn off, which would be hilarious for a stream. But let's avoid doing that. Yeah, it's like I was a little. So I'll be real. I was a little bit scared at first. I was like, oh, what if this leaks? And it's like it's absolutely fine because it's like it has a clip, so you hear the clip twice. You know it's in properly. And the only thing you might get is when you disconnect it at this end, there might be like at this end, at the thingy end, there might be a very slight like drip of water when you're done. But you know, you basically have an option in the dashboard to set it to drain, so that like it can be ready to remove. Actually, no, I don't think you even need to use the drain setting. It just like, you just like when you turn it off, just don't immediately disconnect and you're good to go. And yes, it has tubes in the case. So what we'll have is it will have a small U-shaped thing. So it will loop into the laptop, but barely. So like it'll go in a few inches and then loop around and come back out. All right, should we get ready to go though? I've been excited for this one. Upstart versus the Imperial Forces. That's what we're seeing here, folks. The established Canadian going up against the potential rising star, Deniska, from the Eastern European region, has been rising through the ranks quickly, and he's been participating now for a few weeks. It's the final week of Midweek Muster. And what a way it would be to end if you were able to take down Wham, who has been a consistent staple in our grand finals for the last several weeks. Let's find out if you can do it. He's going to open up with Japanese. Meanwhile, Wham goes for the more established ruse pick here. Opening map is going to be Atacama. It makes its return for the second time in Midweek Muster. If you guys remember, we used this towards the start of the year. Really cool map. You have barely any wood nearby. The deer aren't too far off, so actually deer shove meta is pretty cool. And then you have the fat stack tree line in the center. You have to make some work, put some effort in to actually reach comfortably. Now, the interesting part about Deniska's pick here is the map. The deer start really close. So in theory, a Dark Age deer shove is very powerful. The surprising part to me is that Deniska has not done that. No, he has rushed a forge. This is actually quite unusual. The spear play is just so efficient for Japan because they only pay 75 wood, and you should really get it in while you can, considering it's going to be nerfed in the upcoming patch. Maybe he was worried that Roos would just rush across and lame the deer, which is a possibility. But Wham hasn't done that at all, and this is something I've noticed consistently with the Canadians. Wham in particular is obsessed with getting these really good hunting cabin locations. Fortunately for him, the spawn helped with that. What? That's kind of crazy, man. The trade post griefed him a little bit here, but it's still pretty good. 23 gold, and then this other one's going to be only 16. I mean, he basically got better than what he would have on the other side. Wham with Roos. Okay, wait, guys. Before you're like, oh, GG, Wham got Roos. I want you to remember something important. This map is very hard to wall. Okay, like, I tease him on it, but, like, for good reason. He's really good at walling. I'm surprised how often he gets away with walling, in particular on the Civ. The build on the laptop, what do you mean? Can I run everything on the laptop? Yeah, so the laptop that we've got from PC Specialists is running everything. It's running my stream. It's playing the game. It's also capturing local recording because I record in 1440p and I stream in 1440p. So it's doing all that on just the laptop on the setup. Yeah, for those watching the YouTube side, we've basically been sponsored by PC Specialists. And I'm loving it so far. It's really cool. I'm looking forward to using this in my travels, actually. Laptop's same price as a much older one in Turkey? I don't know about that. I'm in the UK. I will say the laptop I've got here is like top end spec. I don't know if anyone would need to go that gung-ho, but like basically I can tell you for reference, like the one that they've sponsored us with is £3,200 laptop. Because it's got a 5090 in. I think for most people, if you're not doing like streaming plus gaming, you could get away with going a little bit lower on the spec, which would probably save you several £100s though. So Crystal House coming in is pretty normal, by the way. Like, we've shifted entirely away from Coca. You would not believe we used to have the art of the Shinobi here, right? Because we used to see Shinobi all the time. Completely fallen off. It's just not a desirable build anymore. Why so much? I think, like, a big part of it comes down to the fact that, like, usually it's with the racks openings, there's no value in doing a Coca follow-up because you're doing the same thing twice, essentially. What's surprising is obviously Deniska did not go for that build, but if it was a different opponent, we might see Coca from him. The reason why you don't do it against Roos, even if you don't go Rax, is because they don't have anything for you to really burn outside of maybe one hunting cabin. And you could argue you could intercept pro scouts. Sure, I get you. But there's so many scouts out, and your Shinobi a little bit slow to come out. I don't know if it'd actually be fully worth. I'm curious to see what Deniska's plan is, because right now he's playing this like an old school fast castle build, and I don't like Japan's odds in the old school fast castle meta. If you guys remember, they used to struggle because you get to like Castle Age and you'd be like, okay, what do we build now? Right? Like, you know, do we go for Mounted Samurai and then just get cut by horse archers? Not really, so we prefer to go Horseman. Well, going Horseman's going to be food expensive, and because he hasn't secured the deer, well, it's going to be almost like parking a ship in the dock without anchor in it. It's just going to drift away. Only imagine if in the waters of that dock, you just see the poking head of a horseman dragging them away. Because that's what's going to happen. Pro Scouts is coming in a few seconds, and Wham is already snatching from Deniska's plate. He might have 9 ninjas. This is the thing that, like, you can get all these ninjas, but what do they do? This has always been the problem. I guess, like, now in theory in the Pro Scouts meta, especially the nerfs, it might be a bit more sufficient because your opponent's out on the map, he's slow to move back, so you can run over and stab him. But definitely last season and even before that, like, Roos, they play so defensive that ninjas can't really do anything. And cheeky shenanigans back and forth. Looks like Wham did pull the boar intentionally across to allow the other deer gatherers through. That played out well. Yeah, so like Deniska, I think he aggroed the boar, but then Wham drops, runs wide to make sure that he runs out of range, which reset the boar aggro and kept him safe. Deniska only halfway away from castle now, but would you believe me if I told you that the Roos are winning the Castle Age rush? Like, can we just agree it is a bit ridiculous? Can even Roos mains agree it's a bit ridiculous? Deniska has literally done nothing but try to rush castle with his build here. Now, you can argue he's holding a bit of wood extra, sure, but like that doesn't make up the distance, right? And meanwhile, Wham produced 6 extra scouts, so he spent an extra 390 food. He then also got pro scouts with another 450 resources, and yet he's teched up ahead of Deniska. Tell me that Roos is not absurd when I just said that out loud. I'll wait, because like I look at this Civ, I don't think there's any arguing that like its early game macro, like its scaling is too fast and too unharassable. I feel like if a Roos player wants to go Castle Age, there's nothing you can do to stop it. You can maybe do things when it arrives, and we've seen that from certain Civs like Byzantines. But like stopping them is just not on the menu. And if you don't do something, look at the difference in timing here. And not just that, it's only this close because Wham ran to the center of the map. Oh my god. The balls on this man. Is it really the balls though, right? Because like Japan didn't build any aggro units. So he walks out into the center of the map. He drops a high trade house. Get your numbers in, get your predictions in, because this is going to be a fast stack. Oh my god. This Civ cannot be real. And like, what was the nerf they're bringing? The nerf was not like that substantial, right? I'm trying to remember what it was off the top of my head. I think I said at the time, it's like, it's not really going to change much. Hurt them maybe a tiny bit. Even pulls the boar. Now, he's, of course, exposed here, but Wham's already got horse touches coming, and it's actually, like, fairly easy for a player of Wham's walling profile to wall this area. Oh. Alright, I keep wanting to say this map would be interesting, but I don't know if it can be as long as Roos exists. And just to really re-emphasize, we had a bit of this discussion earlier today. I want Civs to feel unique. I want Civs to have different unique strategies. That's the whole point, asymmetrically balanced RTS gameplay. But it also has to allow for counterplay. 224 gold a minute. And he's rushing relics. And you know, like, maybe this is more like an emphasis that Japan needs to be buffed, but like I think it's a different way, and I'd rather see Roos actually have to struggle a bit more with his fast castle build. If I had to pull 100 Roos games, I think 90 of them would be fast castle at this point. It's crazy. And by the way, like, it's not exaggerative either. This is still the most coveted pick in tournament play. There was a small breather where people started to allow it through, but then they've just returned to banning it most of the time. Like, I'm kind of surprised it actually got through here. But like looking at look at the EGC Masters main event, it's 24 bans for HRE, Roos was 19. Japan is a little bit surprising with 19 themselves. I think that's maybe flavorful and map dependent because of maps like Enlightened Horizon. I think that the way to think about it actually is like, for all the talk we say of H3OP, and some people like to say Regnitz is crazy. Remember that with a high trade house, you're like, with this, dude, you've got 3 relics already. It's pretty damn strong. And in most games, they get 1.5 to 2 relics worth on a tree line. It's powerful, man. So what does Deniska now do about this? Like, he's decided to start scaling Mount Samurai. And he's just going to keep scaling Mount Samurai? I think so? That seems to be the strategy in mind. Oh, nice. Looks like my mob was watching on YouTube. So this is a taste of sadness for Japan. Could you Yumi to deal with this? Like, maybe? I don't know if you can do it now, though. Right, like the Yumi bulk, it's a timing type thing. And you could Yorishiro drop to catch up. That's maybe an option. And the crazy part as well is he's snatching the relics from far side map. No way you get away with that, right? Yeah, Deniska's going to find him. So it'll be a duck and run. Is this... I don't know. I think with Roos, it's like so many small details that stack up. Outside just the big ones as well, right? Like, for the longest time, I've heard pro players complain about, like, the warrior monks themselves. Like, they had a heart attack when they discovered that Iabids had a cavalry religious unit as well. But it's like, it's funny because, like, technically he could have ran away from that, whereas any other monk would die for that. But it's kind of necessary, I think, on warrior monks. I don't think warrior monks is, like, the crazy part. I actually like warrior monks being a focal point for the Civ because it's a very unique type of monk. I've also heard players argue about horse archers being readjusted to be, like, bonus damage oriented. I think that the comment I heard from one player is like, we should make it so that horse archers do lower base and do bonus against armored units. I was like, yes, and then we should rename them to better Onimusha. Yeah, that role's kind of taken. I mean, like, horse archers, I think probably aren't... Are they so much of a problem if the issues around the scaling into castle timing is fixed? Because it does feel like one of those type of units like gets out of control because you just don't have enough time to react to it. I'm curious how Deniska's going to hunker down and deal with this, because we actually do have a Yumi switch on the way. He also Yorishiro dropped the TC, so that's going to allow him to scale quicker. Eventually. For the time being, he does have to deal with the pain. He has got 2 of the relics home, so it's going to be a 2-3 split. But it's more like a 6-2 split, remember, due to the high trade house. And it's even more than that, because, like, remember, it's not just 240 gold a minute. It's 35 extra on top from the deer, because deer spawns per minute, you get 35 gold out of a maximum. So actually quite a lot of cheddar from this landmark. And that's before we highlight the fact it's also giving you 350 food to work with per minute. And, you know, I target down a high trade house like this because I think... And this is like a shared thought from a lot of pros. It's too overtuned right now, and you will never see Abbey of Trinity while high trade house is in its current state. And I nod my head in agreement on that. It is like crazily good. Mountain Samurai though, wait a sec, Wham? What? Oh my god, did someone just deliver a package to Wham's door? Because Deniska just delivered a katana to his face. What was that? Wham, distracted, looking elsewhere. Just headbutted a cavalry line. And lost half of his own. Absolute disaster. I mean, it's still a lead. Like, this is the crazy thing. He just lost that many troops diving like that. He's still got the military domination. Absolutely ludicrous. Deniska at least gets a state of execution with that maneuver. Has got sprint replacements on the way, which are going to be difficult for the Rus horse archers to dive here. We've also got the Moonbanner buff there, but the problem is actually reaching his target. The Yumi should be a saving grace, but we've also got Knights added in, which is going to complicate things for Deniska. Right now, though, Wham is just kind of baiting himself onto this double spring replacement. Deniska, he's got the 8k vein. Sorry, 4k. My brain. So 4k vein here, it's almost tapped, but he has at least got the spring replacements, which have been milking targets. And he's setting them up everywhere. Like, this is smart from Deniska. Like, this is probably the best way to actually address horse archer raids, because like you can't wall this map, right? Like, guys, we're 16 minutes in the game and Wham hasn't even attempted it yet. Come on. Like, this is a very difficult map to fully protect yourself on with just walls. I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop speaking at this point. I'm just bye. I'm just going to stop the stopwatch. Well, Wham, you're not saying a new personal record. We're 17 minutes into the game, mate. Seriously, I think it's a superpower at this stage. There's no way do that, does it straight away. Oh, there's no way that Deniska's going to do 2 TC, right? Well, that would be silly. Exactly, Deniska agrees. He's going to go for Daimyo level 2. Seriously, I swear there's going to start being comments on the YouTube side where like people go, okay, game is clearly rigged, or like, okay, KP has clearly watched this beforehand. This is a live game. I can prove it's live, by the way. Look at that bottom right corner. Look down there, you see that? There's no plus sign. I can't fast forward. I can't believe he's getting away with this. I mean, I guess I should be able to. Like, Deniska is frozen in place. He fears the horse archers. And quite rightly so. Did we mention Rus walls are the best walls in the game? It's an obvious one, right? And sorry, what was that about they can't build stone walls? You're going to have to shut your dirty mouth. He's got this Spaskaya. Huh? Okay, he's just like going for a sacred site win condition then. That's a rarity, man. I mean, would he really get much value out of high armory? I mean, you are up against Yumi, right? He's vibing. He's on a timer here. Walls are still in the way. The great part is, by the time these walls complete, the villagers can then turn around and build stone walls. Like, am I a joke to you? High trade house is now up to 267 gold a minute. So with the deer being gathered optimally, that puts him at 300 gold a minute off of this. He's got multiple hunting cabins at home. That's 32 gold gen there. He's got another 24 here. Then he's got the 3 relics, the 2 sacred sites, additional hunting cabins coming in now. Like, this man is bathing, rolling in gold. Deniska's also... I mean, why bother? He's walling for you, mate. There's no need. It's just a waste of effort. I'll say Wolves. Deniska not quite going to get him up in time here. And yes, this Sky is solely for Sacred Site. It does make sense, though. So, like, you know, look at the length of the Sacred Sites. A Sacred Site victory is meant to be very difficult on this map. Unless you've got static emplacements one side and military the other. Even more so, it's not even just a straight run between the two. You'd have to go around the entire tree line, right? So that adds, like, on the distance, that adds another, like, 20 to 30% run time. It's too far. Like, you'll get decapped. But it shows you his target. I wouldn't be surprised if Wham starts gathering up stone as well. We also have the rush of upgrades here. Elite Knight upgrade. Mounted training. Elite on the horse archers. Only thing he's really missing is then just getting it. Like, Undermesh 3 is pretty crazy here. He already has Boy's Fortitude. But, like, Undermesh level 3 against Yuumi. Oh, God, it's painful. Like, for the Yuumi. I'm pretty sure they put more strain on themselves pulling the bow back than the horse archers will receive in the shot. And Wham has 0 workers on gold for that 900 gold a minute. Farm count for Deniska is getting a little bit better. It looks like he's prepping for his own imp play. Maybe we see like a Castle of the Crow over here on the southern side. I don't think Deniska has scouted that Spasskaya Tower yet, though. And oh boy. Is there anything he can't afford? You know, it's almost like a Civ that gets a lot of passive gold is really good at getting all the Imperial techs really quickly. Oh, this is starting to feel like a little bit of a crash, no whimper. Deniska is getting ready to age up, but by the time he does, he's going to have a poleaxe straight for his face. Biology's about to complete. It's 50 horse archers with gallop, which means they can chase, they can gap close, and here we go. The chase is about to be on. Saint's Blessing even there to activate on the Knights. They're ridiculously tanky. 8 ranged armor against Yuumi that hit for 9 damage. And the villagers run into the wrong neighborhood at night. They're going to get mugged. And a Tanakashima gunsmith. Okay. Deniska likes speedrunning back to the lobby. I think he just changed his mind for good reason, because that is not going to work. But he's still going for the gunsmith. This man is insane. He's like, guys, I don't see the drama. It's only 54 horse archers. What's the point in getting a rocket launcher? I can't even one-hit kill his knights. It's pointless. Oh my god, he doesn't have a shogunate. Okay, he's almost gathered enough stone. He should probably think about rushing it. Wham is really taking his time on this because Sacred Sites, lol. Nerf horse archers. I don't know if horse archers necessarily need a full nerf. I think, like, from an identity standpoint, it would be cool to have them be fixated on a certain role, if that makes sense, right? Like, you know how AoE 4 plays a lot into a counter system logic, but horse archers are, like, in the soft counter territory, right? They're a jack-of-all-trade type unit, and I think jack-of-all-trade type units can be okay. They can be pretty cool, but it's a very mobile and very cost-efficient jack-of-all-trade unit, for sure. I think, like, you know, you're kind of seeing it, right? Like, people kind of forgot about horse archers. The reason why they're back in play really is this return to the fast castle meta for them. So, Deniska, he actually didn't get dove. And I kind of feel like Wham is playing with his food a little. But for him, it's just safer to run down the clock now, right? There is a small risk you get decapped on the north side, but I think if that happens, that's when Wham will look to full strike. Another tricky part, guys, is that Deniska, if he wants to keep scaling Yuumi, he's going to have to move for that central tree line soon. And when that happens, it just puts you much closer to the enemy forces. Fog of War, people respect their opponents. True. Like, you have to remember, like, when we look at the vision, when Wham was diving in there, you know, what did you really see? He got to like here on vision and didn't see any deeper. So that's why he shoots so much respect. Meanwhile, Wham sees everything on the west side. No easy approach. And Deniska just got the bad news. So I guess we're going east. Horse archers are oppressive. Yeah, not uncounterable though, right? I don't know. I think if you polled low-ranking players and asked them what's more annoying, knights or horse archers, more of them would respond knights. Because I think the thing with horse archers compared to knights, like both can be something you screw up a micro really bad with, but I feel like horse archers is sometimes much easier to mess up your micro with for low-ranking players. And here we go, Gallop. There's no messing this up. Gatling guns him down. Om nom 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 nom. And an om nom good night to Deniska in the first game of the final week of Midweek Muster. Oi, oi, oi. A rough start for him for sure. Oh, that's interesting. So that guy who just basically, there was a guy on YouTube, he literally just comes in and moans about me discussing balance. I don't even know why he watches the channel if that's like literally all he wants to do. But the interesting part is I'm pretty sure I put him on the ignore list. And then he doesn't show up in the YouTube chat for me, but he show up in the combined bot chat, which is quite keck W. See, unban, ban. I don't think that works either. How do you do commands on this type? Yeah. Interesting. Oh, well. I went to time him out for being a bit of a douchebag. He actually got banned, according to my thing, Lamau. Anyway. Let's mark it up. G number 1. I think for most people, the expected outcome as well. I mean, especially with Roos. Especially with Japanese not playing the racks opening. I think that was the biggest surprise to me is like Deniska on a map where it could have made a lot of sense. Didn't actually go for the play at all. Laptop gasm? Dude, this thing's a beast. So yeah, we were talking about the loop, right? So the way the loop works is that it runs here. So this, like, it's basically here because your GPU sits kind of here. Because the GPU's towards the back because you've actually got like a monitor connect point at the back. And then there's a loop here that runs over the top of the card and then keeps it cool. And then, so it's just a very simple loop. Nothing too elegant. Like, it does just like nice little circle round like that. Oopsie. Accidentally almost exited the game. But yeah. So far, I've been impressed, man. Like, I was worried that it was going to be a really hot running laptop because, like, I don't know about you guys. I've had like one gaming laptop before and other laptops over the years, and they always run stupidly hot. But like this unit right here, the water cooler thing, dude, it's like the heat coming out of it isn't actually that high. Like this is directed wrong. I should have directed it away from me. It's blasting the hot air towards me, and it's really not that noticeable. Top price for your setup? The laptop? So the laptop, I believe in total was £3,200. But that's to get like the absolute top end. So if I was to go and have a look at PC Specialist now, because we've got a set, because we're literally 2 minutes from in-game. Perfect time to go have a look. And I recommend you guys go have a look at PC Specialist. So if I went here, I'm going to quickly show you the laptop. So if we go across here, and we go into laptops. It's this one here. It's called the 16 Recoil AMD. So we got, like, dude, I went for the mini LED because hell yes, of course. The mini LED will increase your price a lot, by the way. So if you're not, if you don't care about the visual difference, which I'm like, why wouldn't you care about it? You can actually save a lot of money there. To be honest, that's actually one of the biggest savings. It's 1,500 versus 2,300. But then obviously we got the top end 9955. HX3D, which is a 16-core processor. It's a beast. And then we went for 64 gig of RAM. I believe we went for the 5600. And then we've got this 5090. Now, you could save a lot of money by not going for the 5090. If you just go 5080, it's going to cut 300 off, right? If you go 5070 Ti, it goes down to 1700, whereas 5090 is at 2500. So there's definitely a lot of more affordable approaches here if this sounds like way too high of a price. And then for the SSD, my brain, we went for some Gen 5 with some Gen 4. And up the price a nice little bit more. Gen 5 is like variable. You don't really need Gen 5. Honestly, like most games don't really use it well, but if you're doing anything else a bit more production oriented, it might be useful. And then this is the thing we've got on the side. So it's £132 in total. But really cool for what you get. I was kind of shocked and surprised how good it was. Yeah. And then we had a few other sprinklings in there, right? So that for R1, oh, don't choose 96, 64, sorry. Where did we have the extra cost? I'm trying to remember now. Because we were higher than... Oh, wait, no, sorry, it's including VAT. Yeah, there we go. So we're basically at the price. There you go. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. My bad. So yeah, if you... Let me do that again. So if you go 5070 Ti, it goes down from 3300 to 2400. If you don't want the... if you want the mini LED, like, that's going to add a lot, is what I'll say. I will say the color difference was instantly noticeable for me, though. I was shocked how quickly I noticed it. And that's coming from an IPS gaming monitor. A gaming monitor that I got 7 years ago. And it's, at the time I got a steal of a deal on it. But its MSRP on the gaming monitor I have was like £800 at the time. All right. All right, after raging constantly about how broken Rus is, we now get to talk about the Germans. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Both Germans. Not the players, but the civs. We've got Order of the Dragon going up against HRE for G2. I'm going to open up and update the map because we are not on Atacama anymore. We've experienced that funky ride, and now we are going to be heading in to good old-fashioned Dry Arabia. Interesting matchup, actually. Like, when we used to see this one, I think that there was some cool potential for Order of the Dragon. More recently, it feels like HRE have maybe just been a bit too solid, reliable. But what you can rely on is this obsession with Dark Age spear rushes. Yeah, both players actually going towards it. Interesting to see Order of the Dragon participate in this, actually. And in theory, the spearmen are quite good, but like HRE has a really solid economy to just blob up fast. So I wonder if the idea is just kind of a bait and switch here from Wham, where he forces an overcommitment and then just ages up into something like the Men-at-Arms. Any other 1 hour, 20-minute games? Oh, we only cast one additional Voldemar game. We're safe. Those prices are like 6 months worth of salary over here. I mean, I can't change the earnings in your region, sorry. It's unfortunate, but like, welcome to the worlds we live in. And what I'll say, by the way, is like in general, if the laptop prices we just displayed on our amazing laptop setup is like too pricey for you, check out our PC. Like, I recommend laptops when you actually have a reason to need a laptop. Like, I had a reason in mind, which is like when we start going to events again, like I want to be able to actually do things at the events, record, you know, podcasts, etc., do streams, so it's useful. But if you're staying at home all times, go for one of PC specialist PCs.
Yeah.
Wait, is this just to lame the deer? Like, this is... So he made this investment. Wait, but Wham doesn't have the gold for an age up. What is happening right now? I am so confused. Is he going to rush with Gilded Village? He is, isn't he? Guys, Gilded Villages hit really hard. They hit as hard as a Dark Age Spearman, funnily enough. It's 7 damage compared to 7. And you also almost have as much health as a Dark Age Spearman. Okay, he's got more spears coming now. Interesting. So, oh, that's so cheeky. Yeah, he's going to catch Deniska when he comes out for gold. Look at the timing on this. He's got him on stand ground. Always do this, guys. You want him to build the mining camp first and then move on the gold. Because then you can jump him. And okay, well, apparently unleash the hounds early. Okay, but now the question is, does this work? Because your opponent can heal like 3.5 a second in combat or 7 outside. And you take almost 2 seconds to do 10 damage. It would be a really, really slow kill. But elsewhere, the shivs did come out. Oh my god. Hung around too long. That's a Gilded Villager down. I don't think he respected the marching drills here. House? Oh, that's a sick house. Hodor in the choke point. to save the day, but apparently left for a coffee break a bit too soon. What a weird opening. Wham is still here with his spearman, by the way. The prelate is still in range. Like, I don't think he can stop Deniska just gathering now, in theory. But Deniska needs a lot of gold, remember. He has no gold in reserve. And the good news, at least for Deniska, is now in the retreat, he's always faster. Right? Like, these spearmen could not be caught. Did we get predictions up on this one? I don't think we did. Have I got a mod to do predictions? We need it for this one. This one's crazy. Outpost now coming up. Okay, I actually like that. It's close enough to the gold. Like, it would have been nice to be closer, but, like, there's a spearman in your way, right? We forgive it. And it is going to be mine work. We got predictions in. Okay, thank you. So let's have a look. 97% on WAP. That's a bit cruel. I would put that in the realm of excessively one-sided predictions. Prelate? Whoa. Oh, the Prelate? The Prelate? Can he get that? That's huge if he can. No, he gets beat in. Okay, so Deniska gets the wipe, but he still hasn't aged up. So as good as this looks right now, keep in mind that Wham is already on his merry way towards potential men-at-arms spam or fast castle rush. Deniska got heavily idled out in response. And, you know, like, you could argue the spearmen don't really matter. Like, do you really want to have spearmen still here? What's the point of them, right? Like, you could switch men-at-arms, or you could rush the next age up. Either way, like, spears shouldn't really be on the agenda. Especially with how slow Deniska's timing should now be. It's not like he should really be rushing castle into mass knights. But maybe he'll surprise us. Is there a world in which he does mine work here? Still casting? Yeah, we just don't stop. We're approaching, like, what, 7 hours? I mean, if people haven't subscribed yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. I don't think you'll find any other channel that provides more hours of caster content than this one at this stage. I don't know if I'm saying that as a flex or a call for help. My work is coming in, though. Okay, so Deniska, if this is long feudal, he has some interesting potency here, because all pikes is kind of sick. Spear on spear or horseman on horseman. If you go fast castle, that then gives him a really powerful play around his knights with the barded armor. Remember, barded armor is essentially like getting double melee and range defense for knights. Wow, he is now going to be moving out for the boar, right? I assume this is more about the boar than the deer. Or does he just settle for the deer? Oh yeah, sorry, I'm blind. It's been a long day. We've got 2 TC. Of course, wait. I'm just thinking about this. Like, normally when I get into a Wham game or a Puppy Paw game, I go, they're going to 2TC. Because they always do. Like, anyone who's watched them knows exactly what I'm talking about. They love the 2TC Order the Dragon builds. But this was so discombobulated with the Spearman spam in the beginning that I forgot. And I'm wondering if Deniska forgot too. He knows something is up because he can see there's no active gold gathering. Then again, like, in theory, Wham could go for the back gold here. It's really not that much further away. And he just got the info, so he knows it's 2TC. So now what does Deniska do? Does he look for the fast castle build, or does he look to destroy the TC? Because destroying the TC is very difficult to do. You have to remember that there's emergency repairs on this bad boy. Not just that, Wham has ridiculous gathering rates. It is going to be a ball play. Didn't quite get it close enough to the TC that it's like fully hunky-dory. But it's close enough that he shouldn't really get harassed here. And we do have Gilded Archers. One thing I'll say about Wham's play here is although you have emergency repairs, you have just built a TC for your base in the middle of no man's land. It's like there is some risk and wow. Wow. I didn't expect siege engineering that quickly. He, without any downtime, like he saw the TC and within, what, 30 seconds, he's prepping siege. That is wild. And remember, with mine work here, all these techs come in really fast. It's half the time, and it's also half the price. So he's able to afford the steel arrow and the undermesh. He's mirroring the archers with archers of his own. Now, the best thing you can do is just kind of blob archers and then use the spearmen to build the rams. The Gilded Villagers have more torch damage. So their torch damage sits at 12. And then standard ones, I believe, are 10. There you go. So, like, it's not ridiculously high, and that's intentional, even with spears. Like, a spear here is going to do 21 torch damage, whereas, like, spears here do... What was it? 13? Yeah, 13. So it's not exactly 2 to 1, but that's reasonable in design. Like, it just makes sense. Like, I think it would be too strong, 2 to 1 on all these stats. And smuggles the ram in. Wham hasn't seen it. Wham is busy doing what he does best, walling. Yeah, like, this is very early walling. I guess he assumes that Deniska would go around him, not through him. Which makes sense. Like, you know, to do a triple ram this early leaves you really light on your military prowess, right? I mean, he needs a third. 2 is way too little against E repairs. Wham? Wait, Wham still hasn't seen yet. By the time he sees, the third ram will be up. And to that comment on YouTube where it's like, why even play this when they're not even that close? I'm pretty sure I recall Deniska taking games from... Was it Wham before? He's taken them from Dumu. He's taken them from a few players. Stop underrating these players. Like, why even play a game? Because people can improve. Why are we even running a tournament? We should just give Wham the ribbon. Like, come on. The whole point in KPMM is to give people a battlefield to clash against the best and improve upon. And I think we've achieved that in the last 30 weeks. Like, dude, why don't we just not play the games? Why don't we just basically decide a winner at the draft? Let's see what Deniska's got. Triple ram is good enough. Can he stand here long enough is a real question mark now. He's got men-at-arms in the formation. The archers are target firing down the Gilded Archers. Men-at-arms are making their way around. The E-repairs are now going to come in. But Deniska, he has to stay to this. He can't back away and he knows it. Because it will just reset him too much. He's got more men-at-arms coming in. 1 ram is down. And the archers keep on chasing. But the problem I'm seeing here is that these boys are way too tanky. This is ridiculous. 230 HP. And, you know, we talked about this upcoming nerf to men-at-arms being designed to stop the laming in low-ranking games, but it might have been relevant here as well. Instead, this ram rush is reduced to irrelevancy. Deniska, it was a cool idea. But I think the variable he didn't calculate for is just how insanely tanky Gilded Men-at-Arms really are. To put it in perspective, you pay the price of a knight for this unit. But by paying the price of a knight, you get a unit that has the health of a knight in age 3, but in age 2. Absolutely absurd. Just a smart read as well, right? Like, you know, the weakness of these units is that they get kited. But when you're doing a ram play, there's no kiting, right? I wonder if Deniska, what he needed there was to force the E-repairs and then walk away. But even then, it probably felt like defeat at that point. And the complaints about emergency repairs coming in is a very powerful ability. You know, Order of the Dragon Nature is probably the hardest civs in the game to ram rush and feudal. Maybe even more so than, like, English longbow spam. Because at least then, if you, like, get the rams, you can take them out. Archers are going to buy some time here, but for what? To go again? To go again. Maybe this would have worked a lot better for Deniska originally. It's like you had the archer advantage, right? So you could beat Gilded Archers, which means Wham would have had to have used Men-at-Arms. Because, like, this is in theory meant to be how H3 eventually wins, is you can't actually catch them. And he is forcing a lot of out-of-time by rotating like this. But now the tricky part is, like... Yeah, the tech up's coming. I was going to say, the bigger tricky part actually is, like, technically... Wham should have even had a second wave of Men-at-Arms to destroy the Rams or this Age Up. He did choose Age Up, which seems a bit risky, but you have to remember just how expensive an investment Deniska already made to try and break that TC. And you still have E-repairs to come in clutch. Now, one thing that's going to be a bit awkward, Wham, I don't think he has much production, right? Okay, he's fixing it now. We've got archer ranges, extra ones coming in. He has double racks as well. So the whole point is you want to have to only produce out the Burgrave, but he's going to need to actively produce. And there you go. He starts to force the queue. Extra men-at-arms coming in. Villagers to garrison. We have got the emergency repair available again. And Deniska, this is do or die. I think if he just doesn't break the TC with this, it's over. You're talking about almost a 10-worker lead and an age lead now for OOTD. And Deniska is showing no signs of letting up on the aggro. Archers. I'm going to start diving onto the Gilded. The men-at-arms have started to arrive, though. It's only 2 rams this time, so it's not as urgent in terms of the level of pressure. And it looks like Wham is going to get what he needs to defend. Once again, the men-at-arms go in. But once again, the rams go down. TC pay for itself? I mean, that's an interesting way to think about it mathematically, isn't it? Your opponent has spent 1,000 wood trying to kill this thing. That's without talking about all the units around it this die, just the rams. And the TC itself only cost 750. He barely had to repair manually. This is the craziness of E-repairs. I do wonder if something that might need to change about emergency repairs, maybe it should actually cost wood for the ability to continue. So you activate it, but if you have no wood, then like, uh-oh, it'll stop temporarily. But the cooldown, like the time or duration will continue, right? Because it really, all it cost him was 1 APM of his probably close to 200 APM. So I get people's frustration. I always thought emergency repairs was quite a unique and cool ability, but I can understand the concerns around it. And it's why it's been nerfed in the past. But, you know, I think the other way to think about it in this situation, this is why most people accept that trying to ram rush HRE or Order the Dragon in Feudal is not a great idea, usually. And Deniska, I wonder if in hindsight he wishes he'd just taken a fast castle build versus 2TC and then Regnit's Relic rushed. Because now, while rushing into the Regnits, he's getting dove. And to make matters worse, he's got double gold on the forward side. He has snuck all the way to the corner to start getting units out. His own E-repairs is now going to come in handy. And, oh yeah, we need to update the command, don't we? For the final Midweek Muster, because this is our final week, which means Deniska looking likely to fall here. And if he does so, I mean, I think his best result, was it quarterfinals? Or did he? I think that might have been a week where there was an FF that got him to semis. Love to see him participating towards the tail end of the KPMMs. And hopefully, if we're able to come up with something else, we'll come back for whatever's next. Because he has been one of the standout risers, I want to say. Like, not the obvious ones where you're talking about Anatan and Louis MT's rise to the podium. But, like, the next wave. I think Deniska has actually been gap closing on a fair few players that have been playing a lot longer and a lot more consistently. It's just here against Wham. It just didn't feel like a matchup where he could get a step ahead. Instead, just fully dead. Probably processing it and getting ready to call the GG now. F's in chat for Deniska. I'm sure I'll be back with whatever comes next. Alright, what if we just done 5 rams all at once? Okay, no, I'm going to stop, man. I'm going to stop. This is how people have to remortgage their house from gambling debts, I swear. I preferred his... I actually weirdly preferred his approach in this game to the last one. I'll say that much. The last one, he just felt stumped straight away. This one, he at least tried to be a bit creative. But, like, it's not just that you're trying to do this very difficult all-in ram rush against Order the Dragon. It's that you're doing it against someone I consider to be one of the best defensive players in Age of Empires 4. Wham, I don't know, like, there was a point where I talked to him about, like, he's more of a defensive player, and it's almost like he was insulted by the idea. It's not a bad thing, necessarily. It's your playstyle. And I think Wham is a player comfortable with the idea of him being inted into for the first 10-15 minutes. He weathers that storm so phenomenally well. I'll show you exactly how here. Yeah, just a lot of idle time here. And Deniska, if you're wondering why is he not just called GG, I mean, it's the final game of the series. you might as well just go until you feel like you've reached the true conclusion. And I think that has just happened. The Stone Gatherer's got found. Deniska, I think he was just trying to get towards maybe some static emplacements, even possibly a keep drop to survive. But the troopers are coming over now. No, come on. He's like, oh, you know what happens when you capture normal villages, guys? They turn into better villages. Yeah, we're going to remake you into a better form of yourself. Look at that. Wow, what a magic trick. Wham's a magician. He turns normal villages into gilded villages and takes it all. Oh, man. I mean, you're going to give him props for the way he ends the game. That is ridiculous. Like, I think a lot of people still don't know that to this day, right? Like, it does convert them correctly. It's quite funny to watch. So. Oh, wait. I've just realized I've been making MKV files. Is that the correct format? Whoops. I hope my editor can use those. I must have forgot to change that setting because we shouldn't be doing MKV files. We should have been doing MP4. I hope that's not a problem for him. Oops. Whoopsie. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we upload that as a full series. I don't know if it'd be that interesting to people though. You can just change the file ending? I don't think that works unless you've got like encoder change, right? To change them across. From MKV to MP4, I don't think so, Elite. What's up, buddy? It's been a while. Hope you've been well. Does the law for the Order Dragon convert either English or Lancaster into Gilded? Yes. Well, it converts them to Gilded, but they won't have short bows. So English have the same thing where they can like convert your villages and they all immediately learn how to shoot. They just become American. I'm sorry I had to do that one. But yes, I am indeed streaming from laptop, guys. This entire stream, we've been going, what, 7 hours now? Has been from this beauty right here. What have you been thinking about the quality, by the way? Could you differentiate it from the previous? I haven't seen anyone complain or anything, so presumably it looks just as good. If not better. Identical? Nice. I put the same settings in, but that's really impressive for a laptop when you think about it from like a raw graphical computational output perspective. So really impressed by that. Hey, what's up, Aaron Paul? Appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you very much. Shouldn't that have played a noise? I think it should have. I don't know why it didn't. Need someone to sub to see if the laugh noises work. They should work. Yeah, they're not muted. That's a bit weird. How are we doing on the sub goal for this month, by the way? Let's have a look. Because we have a target. We like to always hit... there we go. We got 23... We need 23 more unique subbers by the end of the month to keep our plus goal going. I think we're on like a 4-month streak, which is impressive. So, guys, if you have got subs, you want to support the channel, make sure you get them in. The low price of $6 or less, you can support the channel and help us continue our journey as a full-time content creator. The main pain of using performance laptops, the cleaning part, you shouldn't skip the yearly inside cleaning. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, I get what you mean, because like the dust build up, right? I have seen that before. I'll get someone else to do it. Don't want to break it now. I haven't really opened up laptops in the past. So it'll be interesting to go through that. I don't know, I'll check with, like, maybe PC Specialist has like a cleaning service. Ooh. I would imagine like there's businesses that make decent buck out of that. The only way I know I need to sub is when I see commercials. That's true. So, I mean, how many commercials run an hour? Is it like, I think it's like 6 minutes worth is what Twitch runs. And if you think about that, so mathematically, if you subbed, you'd already have dodged 36 minutes. Actually, almost 42, right? 42 minutes worth of subs for like, for most people, what's going to be priced out at less than an hour worth of work. It's a pretty good deal. But, guys, I'm just checking. I think we might get ready to round out. Yeah, there's like another set in an hour or two, but my fault. Like, we'll do that tomorrow. So, hey, this subnoise does work. Yo, what's up, Penguin Hunter? No penguins here, just a penguin. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate that. Reminder, Prime sub's actually free as well. Just take money out of Bezos' pocket and give it to me. Smart lad. But guys, tomorrow we'll be looking in on all the other sets. So we've got Lash versus either B or Funfmal. We'll have either Numenor or Warspite up against Gully Deck, or Gully Deck are able to take down Voldemar in that 2-1 ridiculously long game. We'll have Wham up against either MSN or Starflark, and Dumu versus either Mirrored Afnatoy. So the way it'll probably work is tomorrow the main focus will be on quarterfinals, but we'll probably be able to slide in 1 or 2 of the round of 16, depending on how the scheduling works. So tomorrow we should have 4 best of 5s and maybe 1 or 2 best of 3s. Okay, so lots of content to come. I would go a little bit longer, but the thing you have to realize is I balance about 4 different hats and 4 different jobs to make a living. So I am obviously freelance caster and host, and I'm also an influencer manager. I help some tournaments try to help find sponsors, and we do our full content creation. So I'm a busy bee, and it's a Monday, which means loads of people have responded after a busy weekend, so I need to get on to responding to a bunch of those emails. And a dad. Yeah, dad is like, oh god, that's the time consuming one. Luckily they're in bed now. Otherwise I'd have Freya come out going, Daddy, can I say hi to the stream? And I have to keep going, the stream isn't online right now, and she's just giving me a confused puppy dog face. But YouTube, I'm gonna love you and leave you. For Twitch, we're gonna find someone else to raid. I'll be back tomorrow about the same time we went live today, when we'll be kicking off quarterfinals. So make sure you tune in then. You do not want to miss a moment of the final week of Midweek Muster. I'll see you all then.